everyone and welcome to the Generative AI and LLMs full course, your gateway to understanding and building the AI system shaping the future. Generative AI is transforming everything from content creation to automation, and at the center of this revolution are large language models like GPT. In this course, you will learn how GenAI works, how large language models are trained, and how tools like transformers, RAG, LangChain, Multimodal AI and LLMOps power modern intelligent applications. You will also get hands-on experience with prompt engineering, building chatbots, using OpenAI APIs, generating images, and exploring real-world breakthroughs across the AI landscape. And by the end, you will have the foundation and practical skills to build your own GenAI projects and move confidently toward a career in artificial intelligence. So before we begin, please like, share and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, check out Edureka's Generative AI course designed to help you understand the core concepts of generative AI and apply them to real-world projects. The course covers essential topics like Python programming, data science, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, Agentic AI, and much more. It includes interactive learning, hands-on projects, and assignments to give you practical experience. The curriculum is carefully crafted by industry experts based on insights from over 5,000 global job descriptions, aiming to equip you with the skills needed to succeed in various AI-related roles. Check out the course link given in the description box below. Now, let us get started by understanding what generative AI is. Simply put, it's a type of artificial intelligence that can produce new content across various formats. Here are a few areas where it's making a huge impact. First, content creation. It is generating text, articles, and blog posts, saving hours for writers and content creators. Next, image generation. Creating visuals or art from the text prompts as seen in models like DALL-E, now on its third version. Next, coding assistance. Providing code suggestions and completions with tools like GitHub Copilot helping developers. Next, language translation. Breaking down language barriers in real time through advanced translation models. Then, personalized healthcare. Enhancing medical treatments by tailoring recommendations based on individuals' patient data. And finally, marketing and optimization. It helps establish marketing strategies in businesses. And these capabilities make generative AI a versatile technology that is reshaping industries. So let's examine some real-world applications and see how they work. Generative AI is at the core of many revolutionary applications today. We have text generation. From producing entire articles to summarizing content, tools like GPT-4 are transforming content creation across industries. Next, language translation. AI-powered translation tools are improving cross-language communications by understanding context. Then, writing assistants. Grammarly or similar tools refine grammar, tone, and clarity, assisting professionals and students alike. Next, we have business AI. Models are making business insights accessible, automating support, and enhancing decision-making. Next, music generation. AI is now venturing into creativity, composing unique tracks and musical elements. Finally, machine learning models. Platforms like H2O.ai are giving access to machine learning models, allowing users without deep expertise to create powerful models. Now that we understood the potential of generative AI, and now let's go deeper into how it actually works. So to understand how generative AI operates, let's break down the process. First, define objective. So start with a clear goal, whether it's generating text, creating an image, or assisting with code. Next, gather and pre-process data. So collect and prepare data, ensuring it's clean and structured with the model. Then, choose appropriate model. So select or design a model tailored to your needs, sometimes building on pre-existing models. Next, train the model. Feed data into the model so it can learn patterns and build into knowledge base. Next, evaluate and refine. So fine-tune the model as needed to optimize its efficiency and accuracy. Then, test and validate. Run tests to measure performance and accuracy, ensuring it aligns with the objectives. And finally, deploy and iterate. So once ready, deploy the model and continue refining it with user feedback and data. And this cycle ensures generative AI models stay relevant and improve over time. Now, moving on to the examples of generative AI tools. So many generative AI tools are available today, each with its own speciality. Tools like GitHub Copilot for coding, DALL-E 3 for image generation, and advanced language models like GPT are among the top players. And if you're curious to explore these tools further, check out the video link in the description covering popular generative AI examples. Now, let's look at the growing presence of generative AI across different sectors. First, in healthcare. Generative AI is projected to reach a $17.2 billion market by 2032, transforming clinical applications and healthcare systems. Next, education. The AI-driven education market is expanding, especially for students, teachers, and administrators, making personalized learning more accessible. And then, workspace. Generative AI adoption is rising with the highest impact in marketing and tech industries, followed by sectors like consulting and healthcare. Each graph shows a significant trend as generative AI is becoming integral in diverse fields and reshaping workplace roles. As we look ahead, generative AI is set to transform even more areas. And here are some key impacts we can expect. In AI-driven creativity, from art to music, AI will open new creative horizons. Next, AI personalizations. Tailored user experience will become the norm. Then, real-time generation. Real-time content generation will improve virtual assistants and automated responses. Next, AI in architecture. AI will assist architects in design and material optimization. Then, human-AI collaboration. As AI matures, humans and AI will work in tandems to maximize productivity and innovation. Then, advanced AI models. We will see even more sophisticated models pushing the boundaries of what AI can achieve. Generative AI's future is promising, so with potential benefits that will enhance lives and drive economic growth. Now, are you guys ready to get hands-on? Stick around for a mini LLM project where we will build a YouTube video summarizer. We will show you how to extract video transcript, and then we will use an LLM to generate summaries and build a user-friendly interface using Streamlit. Are you excited? So now, let's jump in. So first things first, we need a solid environment for our project. First, open your terminal and let's create a new Conda environment to keep everything organized. Let's run the code using VS Code. You can also use other code editors such as PyCharm, but let's use VS Code for now. Now, in the terminal, let's type the command for setting up the Conda environment in your editor. For that, run this command. Just type conda create -p virtual environment, which is venv python, and equal to, we are using 3.10, which is the Python version, and give -y. Here, the -p venv specifies the path and the environment name, while the -y skips prompt for a smoother install. So now, while that's setting up, let's create a few essential files. So first, we will create a .env file for our API keys and environment variables. Next, we will create a requirements.txt file for the libraries we will need, such as YouTube Transcript API to extract transcript from YouTube, and Streamlit for our front end, then Google Generative for accessing the Google Gemini API, also the python.env for handling environment variables, and pathlib for the better path management. Now, with our files in place, let's set up the Google Gemini API access. Now, head over to the makersuite.google.com, and as you can see on the screen in the top left corner, you will get the API key interface. And once you click that, it will redirect us to the API key interface. Here, you can see a button which is Create API Key. So simply click on that and select your model and press Create API Key in the existing project, and then your API key will be generated. Now, copy your API key, and once you have got the API key, open your environment file and add it there. So for that, let's create a variable Google_API_key
over here we will paste the API key. So once that is done, back in the terminal, activate your new environment with the command conda activate virtual environment / which is VENV. Since I've already installed conda in my system, it's not taking much time. So while you're installing, it might take little time. Now let us install requirements.txt in our terminal. And for that, the command is pip install -r requirements.txt. So once you enter, the files present in the requirements.txt will get installed. Awesome. So now let's move to the main code setup. So for that, open app.py and start with imports. First, let us import some important libraries. So for that, import Streamlit as st. From .env, import load.env, and next load_.env, which will load environment variables. And next, let's import google.generative as GenAI, and also import OS, and from YouTube transcript API, import YouTube transcript API. So let's go to the YouTube transcript API and check if you're doing it correctly, because in some system it doesn't work. So you can simply go here and copy this command and paste it into your terminal. Now let's move on to configure the API key. So for that, just type GenAI.configure and inside the bracket, just type API_key equal to os.getEnv, and inside the bracket, let's add the Google API key here. Now, to prompt our model, we will use a template like this. So simply type, please summarize this YouTube video transcript in 250 words or less, highlighting key points. Now moving on to extracting YouTube transcript. So for that, to fetch the transcript, we will create a function. So here in this code, as you can see on the screen, the function extract transcript details takes the YouTube URL as an input and retrieves the transcript of the video if available. First, it extracts the video ID from the URL by splitting the URL at the equal sign and taking the second part. And using YouTube transcript API.getTranscript video ID, it fetches the transcript data for the video ID. And it then combines the text from each part of the transcript into a single string. And if there is an error, like example, no transcript available, it prints the error and returns none. So this function effectively converts a YouTube video URL into its textual transcript. Next, let's write a function to generate the summary. Here, the generate Gemini content function generates the content based on the combination of transcript text and a prompt. So it first initializes a generative AI model called Gemini, and then the model creates a content processing the combined input of prompt and transcript text. And finally, it returns the generated text from the model's response. So this function effectively uses the Gemini model to produce AI-generated content based on the specific text inputs. Now, let's move on to building the front end. Now to connect it all with Streamlit, first add a button labeled Get Detailed Notes. So when clicked, it prompts the user to enter a YouTube link in a text input field. And it uses the Extract Transcript Details YouTube link to get video transcript. So if the transcript is successfully retrieved, it generates a detailed summary with Generate Gemini Content, Transcript Text or Prompt. So finally, it displays the summary under the headings Detailed Summary. Now let's give a finishing touch to our app. So for that, let's make it look great. You can add headers and also you can give a footer, and maybe you can also add a YouTube icon to it, and even customize colors. And incorporating thumbnails, if the link is valid, will create an even richer experience. Now let us test the app. So finally, let's run a command, streamlit run app.py. As you can see on the screen, our app is successfully running, and now let's check if it's running fine. So for that, let's open our YouTube, and here select a video that you want a summary of. So copy the link, paste a YouTube link into the app and hit generate. As you can see on the screen, it is running, and in just a second, you will get the summary of the video. it has given us the summary of the video. Also, there is no limit to the app and it will consider even the longer videos. And that's it. With just a few lines of code, we created a powerful YouTube summarizer using Streamlit and Google Gemini. If you enjoyed building this, stay tuned for more AI projects.
In 1932, George Armstrong invented a machine he reportedly called the mechanical brain to translate between languages using a mechanical computer encoded onto punch cards. And then, in 1966, MIT professor Joseph Weizenbaum created the first chatbot, Eliza, which simulates conversation with a psychotherapist. And in 2011, Apple released Siri, a voice-powered personal assistant that generates responses and takes action in response to voice requests. Also, by the end of 2022, OpenAI developed ChatGPT, which was trained on 40 gigabytes of data and consists of 117 million parameters. GPT paves the way for subsequent language models in content generation, chatbots, and language translation. So, the preparation of generative AI started before 1932 and is still developing at much faster rate. So, let us now explore its real-world impact. Well, generative AI has a wide range of application across various industries, transforming the way we create and interact with content. So let's take a look at some of the most compelling use cases. The following image shows a flowchart of advancement in healthcare technology. So it starts with general healthcare and then moves to medical image synthesis for better diagnostics, and next is drug discovery and development, followed by personalized medicine, which tailors treatments to individual patients for better care and outcomes. And the next image displays a flowchart of developments in finance and trading. So it begins with general finance and trading, followed by algorithmic trading, which automates trades, and then it shows predictive market analysis to forecast trends, and finally, the high-frequency trading algorithms that quickly execute trades to take advantage of small market movements. And the next image shows the growth of AI-powered content creation. It starts with the basic content creation and then moves to generating art and music, followed by automating content for marketing, and finally, with the development of virtual assistants and chatbots, highlighting how AI is improving content production. And the last image illustrates the progression of AI in natural language processing. So it starts with basic NLP and then text generation for content creation, followed by sentiment analysis, and finally the language translation that includes sentiment analysis, showing how AI is becoming more advanced in understanding and interacting with human language. I hope you all got an idea now on how AI is shaping these industries and making tasks easier and more efficient. Now, moving on to the impact of generative AI on industries. So the image provides a breakdown of the impact of generative AI across various industries, categorizing tasks into 4 key areas, such as higher potential for automation, higher potential for augmentation, lower potential for augmentation and automation, and non-language tasks. So the data shows that the industries like banking, insurance, and software have a higher potential for automation, while the sectors like natural resources, the customer goods have a lower potential. So this analysis provides a valuable insights for businesses seeking to leverage AI for efficiency and innovation. Now, let us explore the forefront of generative AI with these powerful tools. From coding assistants like GitHub Copilot to text generators like WriteSonic and image creators like Midjourney, these innovative platforms are transforming industries and unlocking new creative possibilities. So join us as we explore the diverse landscape of generative AI and its potential to transform how we work and create. First on the list, we have GPT-4. GPT-4 is a state-of-the-art language model capable of generating human-quality text, translating languages, writing different kinds of creative content, and answering your questions in an informative way. Its advanced features include improved factual accuracy, reduced bias, and the ability to handle more complex prompts. So GPT-4 can be used for various applications such as content creation, customer service, language translation, and education. So as you can see the screen, we are on the ChatGPT site, and on the left corner you can see 3 icons. So the first icon shows the history. So suppose you have deleted any prompt, you can go to this and you can check. And the second icon shows a new chat section. So here you can create multiple chats. And the third icon shows the ChatGPT updates. So you can get different updates related to the model here. Now, the text bar in the middle shows the area where you can write different prompts and press enter to get the answer or the solution you want. So I have a prompt for you guys. So let's test it on ChatGPT and evaluate its performance. So let me just enter the prompt and it starts generating. So it says that to create a chatbot using machine learning algorithms, here's a step-by-step guide to get you started. So as you can see on the screen, ChatGPT has created a complete response based on the prompt we gave it. Next on our list, we have GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool that suggests code snippet as you type. It leverages the massive dataset of public code repositories to provide contextually relevant suggestions. So this can significantly boost productivity by reducing the time spent on repetitive tasks. Copilot is particularly useful for writing code, generating unit tests, and exploring different coding approaches. So as you can see the screen, we are on the GitHub Copilot site. GitHub Copilot generates unit tests for a Python function that passes expenses. It includes test cases for valid input and empty input and ensures proper date formatting using the unit test framework. Copilot automatically assumes that the necessary imports like date time and unit test are in place. Moving on to the next generative AI example, that is DALL-E. DALL-E is a text-to-image AI model capable of generating highly realistic and creative images based on your textual description. With its ability to produce images in various styles and resolution, DALL-E is a versatile tool for artists, designers, and content creators. It can be used to generate concept art, product designs, illustrations, and even entire visual stories. So as you can see the screen, we are on the DALL-E site. DALL-E provides different functions related to generation. So the first is from text and next is from images. And in the prompt section, you write your prompt, then select the number of images you want, and maybe you can also select the image style and the orientation you wish to, which can be square, horizontal, vertical, or panoramic. So you can simply click on the generate and image will be generated. So now let us try by giving prompt and then click on generate. So DALL-E uses a powerful deep learning model to process your text prompt and generate an image that matches your description. So it can create images in various styles from realistic to abstract and can even generate images based on specific artistic movements or artists. The model is constantly being trained on a new data, so it can generate increasingly accurate and creative photos over time. And next is Midjourney. Midjourney is a cutting-edge AI platform that transforms your words into stunning visuals. So by simply typing a description, you can watch as Midjourney generates unique and captivating images that brings your ideas to life. So whether you are an artist, designer, or storyteller, Midjourney offers a powerful tool to spark creativity and explore new visual horizons. Now we are on the Midjourney site, and on the left side, the icon shows the different features of Midjourney AI. Imagine you have a vivid ideas in your mind, but you are struggling to express it visually. So Midjourney is like a skilled artist who can interrupt your thoughts and translate them into stunning images. By simply providing a textual description, you are giving Midjourney a creative prompt. The AI then uses its vast knowledge of art and visual styles to generate images that align with your vision. It's like having a personal artist at your disposal, ready to bring your imaginations to life. The next example of generative AI on our list is Jasper.ai. Jasper.ai is an AI writing assistant designed to help users create high-quality content efficiently. It offers a wide range of features, including content generation, rewriting, summarization, and translation. So Jasper.ai can be used for various content creation tasks such as blog posts, social media content, marketing copy, and email campaigns. It's particularly useful for writers who needs to produce large volumes of content quickly and efficiently. Now we are on the Jasper site. So as you see in the nav bar, we have different sections like features, resources, solutions, enterprises, pricing, etc. And Jasper.ai uses a powerful language model to understand and process your prompts. So when you provide a topic or a specific request, Jasper.ai generates a relevant content by drawing from its vast database of information and creative writing techniques. It can adapt its style and tone to match your desired output, ensuring that the generated content is engaging and effective. Our next example is Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion is a text-to-image AI model that generates highly detailed and artistic images based on your textual description. With its ability to create images in various styles and resolutions, Stable Diffusion is a popular tool for artists, designers, and content creators. It can be used to generate concept art, product designs, illustrations, and even entire visual stories. Now we are at the site of Stable Diffusion so that you can see the different features on the navigation bar, such as prompt database, pricing details, and also the AI tools it includes. So the Stable Diffusion uses a powerful deep learning module to process your text prompts and generate an image that matches your description. So it can create images in various styles from realistic to abstract and can even generate images based on specific artistic movements or artists. So the model is constantly being trained on new data so it can generate increasingly accurate and creative photos over time. And the next example is Adobe Firefly. Adobe Firefly is a generative AI platform that empowers users to create stunning images, graphics, and text effects with ease. So it offers a wide range of features including text-to-image generation, image editing, and style transfer. Firefly is designed to streamline the creative process and inspire new ideas, and it's particularly useful for artists, designers, and marketers who need to create high-quality visuals quickly and efficiently. So now we are at the Adobe Firefly site, and if you click on the Create and Design, so you can find sections like Quick Actions, Create New, Featured Products, and Artificial Intelligence, etc. So if you click on the products, you will learn about the different products provided by Adobe. Adobe Firefly uses a powerful deep learning model to process your prompts and generate images, graphics, or text effects. It can understand and interpret your textual description, allowing you to create custom visuals that matches your specific needs. Firefly also offers advanced features for editing and manipulating images, such as removing backgrounds, changing colors, and applying artistic styles. By combining these capabilities, Firefly empowers users to create high-quality visuals with minimal efforts. Next on our list, we have Gemini. Gemini is a powerful AI model developed by Google that excels in a wide range of tasks, including natural language understanding, text generation, and language translation. It can process and generate text, code, images, and audio, making it a versatile tool for various applications. Gemini is particularly adept at complex reasoning, problem solving, and creative content generation. It can be used for tasks such as writing essays, translating languages, generating code, and even creating art. Now we are at the Gemini site, and you can see different section here on the left side, and in the middle we have a text bar saying enter a prompt here, where you're going to write your question or the prompt you want and press enter to get your answer. You can also see different icons in the text bar here. So the image icon is for uploading the image and the voice icon is for speaking. So if the prompt is bigger, you can speak and it will convert your speech to text. So now let us try to upload an image and ask it to explain us. So let us take this and let us just write, please explain me about the image. So the Gemini functions by processing and analyzing large amount of data to understand and respond to prompts and questions. It uses a complex neural network architecture that allows it to learn and adapt to new information. So when you provide a prompt, Gemini processes it and generates a response based on its understanding of the language, context, and available information. So it can also perform tasks such as translation, summarization, and creative writing. Moving on to our next example, that is Runway. Runway AI is a powerful platform that provides a suite of AI-powered tools for creatives. It offers features such as image generation, video editing, and style transfer. Runway is designed to streamline the creative process and inspire new ideas, and it's particularly useful for artists, designers, and frame makers who need to create high-quality visuals quickly and efficiently. Now, we are on the site of Runway AI, and as you can see on the left side, the Runway provides many options, and in the library, you can see here, it provides workspace assets, favorite assets, custom elements, and many more. And in the tools section, we have generative videos, generative audio, text to image, and etc. Runway AI functions by leveraging advanced machine learning algorithms to process and manipulate visual data. Its tools can generate images from text description, edit and enhance existing videos, and applying various artistic styles to images and videos. And the platform offers a user-friendly interface that allows creatives to experiment with different techniques and create unique visual content with ease. Now let us get started and enter some prompt. As you can see my screen, over here you can simply drop an image or video. So let us try to drop any video. So over here it gives an option to edit. And also you have two options, maybe you can keep it in the landscape or maybe the portrait. Over here you can simply crop your video. So it's processing. Now let's try to give an image. So here you can also crop the image if you want. So if you simply click on portrait, it will change to portrait form. And you can adjust it wherever you want, however you want, and then click on crop image. So there we go. Moving on to our last example of generative AI, that is WriteSonic. WriteSonic AI is a powerful AI writing assistant designed to help users create high quality content efficiently. And it offers a wide range of features including content generation, rewriting, summarization, and language translation. WriteSonic can be used for various content creation tasks such as blog posts, social media content, marketing copy, and email campaigns. It's particularly useful for writers who need to produce large volume of content quickly and efficiently. Now we are at the site of WriteSonic, and you can see we have different features provided by WriteSonic such as creating content for advertising, general writing, video, e-commerce, social media, blog, emails, and many more. And in the text box, you write your prompt and just press create. Then it will redirect you to the next page, then select different parameters on which you want to create and press generate. So we will select the options as tech professionals, click next, and it's focusing on education. So click next, and here we can go with anything and then click on generate. WriteSonic functions by using a powerful language model to understand and process your prompts. So when you provide a topic or a specific request, WriteSonic generates relevant content by drawing from its vast database of information and creative writing techniques. It can adapt its style and tone to match your desired output, ensuring that the generated content is engaging and effective. Whether you are an artist, a writer, a developer, or just curious about the future of AI, the tools we have discussed offer endless opportunities to innovate and create. So whether you're looking to bring your ideas to life or just explore the cutting edge of AI technology, these generative AI tools are a great place to start. AI is evolving faster than ever, and 2025 has brought some of the most powerful generative AI tools we have ever seen. But with so many options, which one truly stands out? In this video, we are counting down the top 10 generative AI tools for 2025, covering everything from text and code generation to image, music, and even video creation. Whether you're a writer, artist, developer, or entrepreneur, you will discover which AI tool is the right fit for you to enhance your workflow and creativity. So first on the list of top 10 generative AI tools, we have GPT-4o, OpenAI's latest chatbot. It's free to use with some limitations, but still incredibly powerful for generating text, answering questions, and even assisting with creative writing. GPT-4o is OpenAI's latest flagship AI model, designed to excel in multimodal interactions across text, images, and audio. It offers enhanced real-time responsiveness, making conversations with AI smoother and more natural. The model features superior reasoning abilities, allowing it to handle complex problem-solving tasks with increased accuracy. With greater efficiency in processing, GPT-4o delivers high-performance outputs at reduced computational costs. Its versatility across applications from creative writing to coding and tutoring makes it one of the most advanced AI models available. Now, let us go to ChatGPT and enter a prompt. So let's say this is a prompt. Write a short blog post about the impact of AI on creativity. And as you can see, ChatGPT writes detailed content almost instantly. But what if we want to adjust the tone? So now let us type, make it more engaging and casual. So this flexibility makes GPT-4o perfect for writers, students, and professionals. Additionally, OpenAI offers other models like O1 Mini and High, which provide different levels of response speed and quality. Next on the list, we have Perplexity AI, an AI-powered search engine that not only answers your questions, but also summarizes complex topics with sources. Perplexity AI redefines search and research capabilities by providing highly accurate and context-aware responses. Unlike traditional search engines, it delivers citation-based results, ensuring that credible sources back all information. The tool also features real-time web browsing, allowing users to retrieve the most up-to-date information available online. With its AI-powered research capabilities, Perplexity AI is an essential tool for journalists, researchers, and professionals seeking precise and reliable data. So let's open it and let us give a prompt saying, summarize the latest advancement in AI for 2025. Well, Perplexity AI will generate a concise, well-structured summary, often pulling information from multiple sources and displaying references for credibility. Now, let's compare it with Google. So let us open Google and here let us enter the same prompt so you can easily see the differences. Unlike traditional search engines, Perplexity AI delivers instant, structured answers along with the cited sources, saving you time and effort. So whether you're a student, researcher, or just curious, this tool makes information more accessible and reliable. Next on the list of top 10 generative AI tools, we have Copy.ai, an AI-powered writing tool designed for marketing copy, blog post, and social media content. Copy.ai is a cutting-edge AI writing tool that automates content creation for businesses, marketers, and writers. It provides AI-powered writing assistance, generating engaging and high-quality text for blogs, ads, emails, and more. The platform allows users to adjust the tone and style of their content, ensuring alignment with brand voice or specific audience preferences. With multilingual capabilities, Copy.ai enables content creation in multiple languages. It also offers automated content generation, making it easy to produce well-structured articles and marketing copy in seconds. Well, now let us open Copy.ai and let us log into the free version. And over here, let us use the blog post wizard and select the feature and enter a topic. So let us enter 5 tips for boosting social media engagement. Alright. As you can see, Copy.ai will instantly create an outline and elaborate it into a full blog post. Now, let's try to adjust its tone. So let's say a casual tone, and here's the prompt. Write a fun and engaging social media post on how to get more likes and comments. And let us give the second prompt with the professional tone. So let's say, generate a formal blog introduction about strategies to improve social media engagement for businesses. And the third prompt is persuasive tone. And here's the prompt. Create a compelling marketing copy that convinces users to follow these 5 expert backend strategies for better social media engagement. Well, as you can see, Copy.ai is perfect for businesses, content creators, and marketers who need high-quality content in seconds. Whether it's a blog post, ad copy, or social media caption, this tool helps streamline content production with just a few clicks. giving you engaging copy that's ready to publish. And the next generative AI tool on our list is Gemini 2.0, Google's advanced AI model for writing and conversation. Gemini 2.0 is Google's latest AI model. It's designed to be highly efficient, offering powerful text generation, answering questions, and aiding in creative writing. Gemini 2.0 is Google's most advanced multimodal AI, built to process and understand text, images, and even audio with remarkable accuracy. It features state-of-the-art reasoning capabilities, making it an excellent tool for tackling complex problems. With faster processing and a more natural conversational flow, Gemini 2.0 enhances user experience across various applications. Whether for content creation, coding, research, or tutoring, it delivers high-quality outputs with improved efficiency. Now, let us go to Gemini and give a prompt saying, write a short blog post about the role of AI in education. Now, let us watch as Gemini 2.0 generates well-structured and insightful content almost instantly. But what if you need a different style? So, let us type, make it more engaging and friendly. Alright, this adaptability makes Gemini 2.0 perfect for students, professionals, and creatives. Plus, Google provides additional models like Gemini Nano and Gemini Pro, each optimized for different tasks, balancing speed and quality to meet your needs. Now that we have explored how AI can enhance text generation, so let's move on to our next category, that is code generation, where AI-powered tools are making programming faster, smarter, and more efficient. So first on the list, we have Coder. It is an advanced AI model that not only generates code, but can also explain and debug existing code. DeepSeek Coder is a powerful AI coding assistant designed to enhance software development efficiency. It features advanced code generation that can handle complex programming logic with high accuracy. With multi-language support, it assists developers across various coding languages, making it a versatile tool for diverse projects. The AI also includes real-time debugging capabilities, allowing users to identify and fix errors quickly. Additionally, its seamless IDE integration ensures a smooth workflow, making coding more intuitive and productive. Now, let us go to DeepSeek Coder, and over here, let us enter a prompt. Generate a Python function to sort a list of numbers using bubble sort. So, you can see how mind-blowing it is. Now, let us explain how this function works step by step. Well, DeepSeek Coder provides a detailed breakdown of the code logic. This is great for beginners learning to code or for professionals looking to generate and understand complex functions quickly. Next up, we have Qwen AI, Alibaba's cutting-edge AI for writing and conversation. This Qwen AI, Alibaba's advanced AI model, is built for high-performance text generation, answering questions, and assisting in creative writing with impressive accuracy. Qwen AI is a multimodal powerhouse capable of understanding and processing text, images, and even audio with remarkable fluency. It excels in logical reasoning, making it a great tool for solving complex problems, generating high-quality content, and streamlining workflows. With its fast response time and natural conversational abilities, Qwen AI enhances productivity across multiple fields, from businesses and education to creative industries. So let us open Qwen AI and type, write a short article on the benefits of AI in business. Well, you will see Qwen AI quickly craft detailed and insightful content. But what if you need a different style? So let us type, make it more conversational and engaging. Alright, this versatility makes Qwen AI an ideal choice for professionals, students, and content creators. Additionally, Alibaba offers Qwen Mini and Qwen Max, optimized for different levels of speed and depth, ensuring the best balance between performance and efficiency. Next up, we have Grok 3, the latest AI model from X, formerly Twitter, designed for high-speed text generation, deep reasoning, and engaging conversations. Grok 3 brings cutting-edge AI to content creation, research, and problem solving. Grok 3 is a multimodal AI capable of processing text, images, and real-time data with exceptional accuracy. It's built to understand context, generate insightful responses, and handle complex queries with ease. And thanks to its fast processing and natural conversational flow, Grok 3 enhances productivity across various industries, from media and technology to education and businesses. Let us open Grok and write a blog post about the future of AI in social media. Now, let us watch as Grok 3 instantly generates well-structured, thought-provoking content. But what if you want a different tone? So, let us make it more casual and engaging. This adaptability makes Grok 3 an excellent tool for professionals, writers, and researchers. Plus, X offers Grok Mini and Grok Pro, each optimized for different levels of speed, accuracy, and creative depth, ensuring the best AI experience for every user. Now that we have explored how AI is transforming code generation, so now let us move on to our next category, that is image generation, where AI can transform simple text prompts into stunning visuals with just a few clicks. First up, we have Canva AI, AI-powered graphic design, which is a user-friendly design tool that now features Magic Media, allowing users to generate AI-powered images directly within the Canva platform. Now, let's take a look at the features. Canva AI offers an easy-to-use interface, making it perfect for both beginners and professionals. With its text-to-image AI, you can simply enter a prompt and generate stunning visuals instantly. It also provides built-in editing tools, allowing you to customize AI-generated images effortlessly. So whether you are creating Instagram posts, YouTube thumbnails, or marketing materials, Canva AI is a great tool for social media and branding. So now, let us go to Canva. Now, let us click on Magic Media in the AI Tools section. And over here, let us enter a prompt. So let's say, for example, a futuristic cityscape at sunset with neon lights. So as you can see, this tool will generate the image, and it is also creating multiple variations. So now, let us customize the image by adjusting brightness, adding text, or resizing elements using Canva's built-in tools. Alright, here it is. So with Canva AI, you don't need advanced design skills to create high-quality visuals. Just type in your idea and let AI handle the rest. Next, we have Qwen, a completely free AI image generator that quickly creates visuals from text prompts and no login required. So now, let's see the features of Qwen. Qwen is completely free and unlimited, allowing users to generate AI images without the need for sign-up. And it offers fast image generation, delivering results within seconds based on the text prompts. With multiple variations available, users can explore different artistic designs. Its simple and accessible interface make it an excellent choice for beginners experimenting with AI-generated art. So now, let us go to Qwen in your browser and enter a prompt, let's say, a cute robot playing guitar in a park. Now, click on Draw, and now let us wait for the AI to generate multiple images. Now, download the image for use in projects or social media. Alright, Qwen is great if you just want to test AI-generated images quickly without any setup or subscription. Whether it's fun artwork or concept sketches, this tool delivers results instantly. Lastly, we have Deep Dream Generator, an AI-powered tool that takes a simple image and transforms it into a dreamlike artistic visuals using neural networks. Deep Dream Generator offers unique artistic filters that transform images into surreal and abstract artwork. With neural style transfer, users can apply various artistic styles to existing photos, making it an excellent tool for digital artists and creators working on concept art and creative projects. Additionally, it provides customizable AI art, allowing users to fine-tune settings and refine AI-generated effects for a more personalized touch. Now, let us go to Deep Dream Generator. Now, let us upload an image such as a landscape or portrait. Now, let us choose an artistic style and apply the AI transformation and wait for the stylized output. And once it is generated, download and share your AI-enhanced artwork. Well, Deep Dream Generator is perfect for those who want to explore AI-powered creativity beyond simple text to image generation. If you love digital art and want unique styles, this tool is a must-try. Now that we have explored how AI can generate stunning images, so let's move on to our next category, that is video generation, where AI-powered tools can create and edit videos with just a few simple inputs. So first up, we have the Runway ML, an advanced AI-powered tool that allows users to generate, edit, and enhance videos using cutting-edge machine learning models. Now, let's take a look at the features. Runway ML offers an easy-to-use interface, making it accessible for both beginners and professionals. It features text-to-video AI, where you can describe a scene and the AI will generate video clips for you. Additionally, it provides AI-powered video editing tools including background removal, motion tracking, and style transfer. Whether you're creating short films, YouTube videos, or marketing content, Runway ML makes high-quality video production effortlessly. Now, let us go to Runway ML. Now, let us click on Text to Video in the AI Tools section. And here, let us enter a prompt. So let's say here's the prompt, a peaceful mountain landscape with flowing rivers at sunrise. Now let us wait it to generate the video. So once it is generated, you can also customize the video by adjusting colors, adding effects, or refining the scene. And with Runway ML, you don't need professional video editing skills to create stunning content. You can just enter a description and let the AI handle the rest. Now that we have explored how AI can generate and edit videos, so now let's move on to our next category, that is music and audio generation, where AI can compose original music, enhance video recordings, and generate realistic sound effects with just a few clicks. So first up, we have Suno AI, an innovative tool that generates original music tracks using AI. It is perfect for artists, content creators, and casual users looking to experiment with AI-generated music. So now, let's take a look at the features. Suno AI offers instant music composition, where users can input a description and the AI will generate a full track including melodies, harmonies, and beats. It provides various music styles and genre, allowing for diverse creativity. Additionally, it includes customization options, enabling users to tweak tempo, instrumentation, and effects. So whether you need background music for videos, podcast, or personal projects, Suno AI makes music creation effortless. Now let us go to Suno AI. So over here, let us enter a prompt. Now, let us wait it to generate a track and also a different variations. So as you can see, here's the music track. And also you can listen to different variations. And you can also customize the output by adjusting tempo, instruments, or adding effects. So once it is generated, you can download and use the track in your content. And with Suno AI, anyone can create professional quality music in seconds, no musical background required. So next up, we have SoundRaw AI, an advanced AI-driven music generator that empowers artists, content creators, and casual users to create original music effortlessly. So whether you need a soundtrack for your videos, podcast, or personal projects, SoundRaw AI makes music composition quick and seamless. Now, let us have a look at its features. SoundRaw AI provides instant music composition, allowing users to generate full-length tracks with melodies, harmonies, and beats tailored to their needs. It supports a wide range of music styles and genre, ensuring diversity in creative output. Additionally, it includes customization options, enabling users to adjust tempo, structure, and instrumentations to fine-tune their music. And with SoundRaw AI, generating royalty-free music has never been easier. So now, let us go to SoundRaw AI. Let us choose a music genre and select the mode or tone that fits your project. Now, let us wait it to generate a music track instantly with AI. And you can also customize the output by adjusting tempo, structure, and instruments. and you can also preview and refine different variations of the track. So once it is generated, you can download and use your custom generated music in your content. Alright, with SoundRaw AI, anyone can create high quality original music in seconds and no musical experience required. From writing and coding to image creation, video editing and music production, AI is transforming the way we work, create and innovate. Whether you're a content creator, developer or just AI curious, these tools open up endless possibilities. Now, which AI tool are you most excited to try? Let me know in the comments below. Let us get started with the generative AI use case. So for this use case, I have used the popular company Amazon, and we will see how Amazon uses generative AI. Amazon started as an online bookstore and has since become a global leader in e-commerce, cloud computing, streaming and artificial intelligence. The Everything Store is among the big 5 United States tech companies, along with Alphabet, Apple, Meta and Microsoft. But what if I told you that Amazon has also faced challenges because of its extensive reviews make it difficult for customers to extract insights, restricting decisions and satisfaction? Now, let me tell you in details what challenges they faced. First is in terms of the volume and diversity of reviews. With approximately 1.5 billion reviews and ratings contributed annually, distilling meaningful information from such a large and diverse dataset is complex. Next, due to its identifying common themes. Manually summarizing prevalent sentiments and frequency mentioned product features across numerous reviews is impractical. Next is the maintaining authenticity. Ensuring that summaries accurately reflect genuine customer opinions without introducing bias or misrepresentations is crucial. And to address these challenges, Amazon explored advanced technologies capable of processing and summarizing extensive textual data. Generative AI emerged as a promising solution due to its ability to analyze large datasets and generate coherent summaries. The company sought tools that could efficiently process vast amounts of review data, then identify and extract common themes and sentiments, then generate concise summaries that are both informative and reflective of authentic customer opinions. Now let us see what are the tools implemented. Amazon implemented a generative AI-powered features designed to analyze customer reviews and produce concise summaries. This AI model was trained to evaluate the frequency and context of specific product features mentioned in reviews. Then, assess customer sentiment associated with these features and generate a brief paragraph highlighting key insights, which is displayed directly on the product detail page. And the solution is, the AI-generated review highlights provide customers with a concise overview of common themes and sentiments expressed in reviews. For example, a customer interested in a product's ease of use can quickly see if this aspect is frequently praised or criticized. Additionally, customers can tap on specific product attributes to view all reviews mentioning those features, allowing for a more targeted and efficient review reading experience. And this implementation not only streamlines the decision-making process for shoppers, but also enhances their confidence in purchasing by providing quick access to relevant insights. By leveraging generative AI, Amazon has improved the accessibility and utility of customer reviews, ultimately contributing to a more satisfying shopping experience. But why do we need generative AI to enhance marketing campaigns? Well, generative AI enhances marketing campaigns by improving personalization, automating creative tasks, and optimizing targeting strategies. It saves time, boosts engagement, and ensures higher ROI by creating tailored content, streamlining workflows, and delivering data-driven insights. But what exactly is generative AI? Generative AI is a subset of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating new content or idea rather than simply analyzing existing data. Unlike other types of AI that rely on pre-programmed rules or patterns, generative AI uses algorithms to learn from data and generate new outputs. This technology is often used in tasks such as image generation, task generation, and even music composition. But how has AI impacted marketing? AI is transforming the marketing industries partly because of its vast applications. AI tools can automate routine tasks, freeing up valuable time and allowing you to focus your efforts on strategizing. But task automation is just one example of AI use cases in marketing.
AI improves you to analyze vast amounts of data, better to understand your target audience, consumer preferences, and behaviors. You can use this data to predict customer behavior, optimize campaigns in real time, and deliver highly personalized content to mold an exceptional customer experience. Beyond analytics and reporting, generative AI tools can support content creation. And this dual impact of enhanced personalization and increased efficiency is transforming business decisions and how brands engage with customers. Now let us see what will happen to marketing in the age of AI. First, let us discuss about the hyper-personalization in marketing. AI helps businesses analyze vast amount of data to understand customer behavior, preferences, and needs. This allows for personalized marketing strategies such as targeted ads, tailored messages based on browsing history, purchase patterns, and demographics. Next is the dynamic content, such as emails, websites, or app interfaces that adapts in real time for each user. Then comes the customer segmentation, identifying specific groups of users for highly relevant marketing efforts. Next is the enhanced efficiency through automation. AI automates repetitive marketing tasks such as ad placements and binding. AI tools optimize budgets by selecting where and when to display ads for maximum ROI. Next is the email campaigns. Tools like LangChain use AI to determine the best time and content to engage users. Next is the chatbots. AI-powered assistants provide instant, round-the-clock customer support and can upsell or cross-sell products. Next, AI as a creative partner. AI tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E, and Midjourney assist in creative tasks, writing engaging ad copy or scripts, designing visuals or creating mockups, and producing ideas for campaigns based on data insights. Next, let us talk about the ethical and privacy challenges. AI in marketing comes with a risk and responsibilities, such as data privacy, where companies must handle consumer data ethically, adhering to regulations like GDPR. Next is the bias in AI. AI might perpetuate biases if trained on biased datasets. Next is the transparency. Marketers must ensure AI-driven decisions are clear to consumers. Next, let us see the future implications. First is the emotion AI. Tools that analyze emotions via facial expressions or voice to tailor experiences. Next is the voice search and assistance. AI like Alexa and Google Assistants impact SEO and product discovery. Next is the customer-centric focus. Despite AI, brands must remain authentic and human in their storytelling to build trust. Now, let us see the benefits of generative AI for digital marketing. Well, generative AI offers several benefits for digital marketing. So, let us see what are the benefits. Generative AI is transforming digital marketing by improving efficiency and personalization. It automates tasks like content creation, enabling businesses to produce high-quality content at scale while saving time and resources. By analyzing customer data, AI tailors marketing messages and offers increasing engagement and conversion rates through personalized interactions. Additionally, generative AI enhances creativity and customer experiences. It helps businesses explore innovative strategies and solutions, such as new marketing approaches or product ideas. AI-powered tools like chatbots also deliver engaging, interactive support, ensuring better customer satisfaction and stronger connections. Now, let us have a look at the impact of generative AI on SEO and search marketing. Generative AI is transforming SEO and search marketing by analyzing SERPs to uncover patterns and optimize website elements like meta tags and content. This enhances search engine ranking, driving more organic traffic. AI also generates high-quality, keyword-rich content based on search data, improving visibility and engagement. In addition, generative AI automates landing page creation for SEM campaigns by analyzing campaigns data and optimizing for conversions. This streamlines marketing efforts, increases efficiency, and ensures businesses attract and retain more visitors effectively. The future of generative AI in digital marketing is promising. So let us see how. Generative AI is shaping the future of digital marketing by enhancing voice assistants and chatbots to make interactions more natural. It also plays a key role in predictive analytics, helping businesses make informed decisions based on the data insights. These advancements can improve customer experience, optimize marketing strategies, and predict market trends. Moreover, generative AI can transform user-generated content by allowing users to create richer, more diverse media such as videos and virtual reality, helping brands build stronger and more engaging communities. Alright, well, businesses should explore the use of generative AI in their digital marketing strategies to stay competitive in the rapidly evolving digital landscapes. And by embracing this technology and leveraging its capabilities, businesses can unlock new opportunities for growth, innovation, and customer engagement.
Let's explore the real-life rewards of generative AI. The first one is it automates and innovates the content generation. AI-driven tools create high-quality text, images, and videos, revolutionizing the content creation across the industry. It optimizes the product designs. AI enhances the product development by stimulating the refining designs, reducing cost and time to market. The next one is strengthens the cybersecurity efforts. AI detects and analyzes the threats against the cyber attacks. The next one is advances healthcare research. AI accelerates the drug discovery, medical imaging analysis, and personalized treatment plans, improving the patient's outcome. And the last one is drives digital transformation. AI integrates with businesses' systems to automate the workflows, enhance the decision-making, and optimize the operational efficiency. So now let us look at some real-life examples. Recently, Walmart, in collaboration with Microsoft, announced a major AI-driven initiative. Walmart has partnered with Microsoft to integrate AI-powered solutions into retail operations. This collaboration aims to enhance both customer experience and employee efficiency by leveraging the advanced AI tools. So, what are the main benefits of AI-driven initiative? Here are some key points. The first one is personalized shopping experience. The next one is AI-powered associate support. The next one is content creation automation. Next on we have improved customer service. And last but not the least, operational efficiency. So this partnership showcases how AI is revolutionizing retail, making businesses smarter, faster, and more customer-centric. So now let's look at another exciting real-world application of AI, but this time it is the field of medicine. Scientists at Stanford had developed a tool called Synthemol, which is helping to create new antibiotics to fight drugs. This is a huge breakthrough because antibiotic resistance is a major global health challenge. So what has this AI tool achieved so far? Here are some key points. Scientists use Synthemol to design antibiotics that can fight resistant bacteria. It generated 25,000 possible antibiotics candidates, giving researchers a massive head start. It provided detailed recipes for making these drugs efficiently in the lab. Out of all candidates, scientists identified 6 compounds that actually work against the resistant bacteria. This technology isn't just limited to antibiotics, it's now being used to explore the treatments of heart disease and even fluorescent module design. So this is a game changer in medicine, providing that AI can do much more than just chatbots and automation. It can literally help to save a life. So now we have seen how AI is transforming the industry, but it also comes with an ethical challenges and risk. Let's take a look. One big issue is output quality. AI can produce incorrect or unreliable results. It can also generate made-up facts and hallucinations, creating false information. Another concern is biased output, where AI reflects biasness from its training data. There are also copyright and other legal risks. AI-generated content might violate the intellectual property laws. AI is also vulnerable to abuse, meaning it can be misused for misinformation and harmful purpose. Lastly, the cost of expertise and compute makes AI expensive and less accessible. These challenges highlight the need for responsible AI development. So now that we have seen the ethical challenges of generative AI, let's look at some real-life examples where these risks have had significant impact. Recently, a report highlighted that DeepSeek's AI app is openly sending users' data from US to China. This has raised major concerns, especially in the light of past controversies surrounding the data security and privacy. This incident had drawn attention to ethical and security risks. This situation brings us several key challenges. The first one is data transmission to China. User data being directly sent raises concerns about the privacy and the control. The next one is lack of transparency. Users may not be fully aware of where their data is going and how it is being used. The next one is government scrutiny. Authorities may impose regulations or restrictions due to national security concerns. The next one is global backlash. Countries worldwide might be stricter against AI platforms handling the sensitive data. The next one is potential exploitation of third parties. There is a risk that collected data could be misused or shared with the other entities without consent. So now let's look at another major challenge, data leaks and their consequences. Recently, a report from Business Insider revealed that Amazon warned its employees not to share confidential data with ChatGPT. The concern arose after some AI-generated responses were found to closely match Amazon's internal information, highlighting the risk of sensitive data leaks. Such incidents bring several serious risks, for example, data privacy concern, intellectual property exposure, unintended data retention, regulatory compliance issues, and erosion of customer trust. So this case with Amazon is just one example of why companies must carefully manage the AI interaction to prevent the potential data leaks and security violations. So now let's look at another major risk of generative AI that's making headlines worldwide. That is deepfake. Deepfakes are one of the biggest risks of generative AI. AI-generated fake videos, audios, and images can be misused in dangerous ways. Scammers use them for fraud, identity theft, and misinformation, leading to financial losses and manipulations. Fake videos of public figures spread false narratives, while AI-generated explicit content violates the privacy. As deepfakes become more advanced, they are eroding trust in media and creating serious ethical challenges. While deepfakes highlights the dangers of generative AI, it's very important for us to focus on how we can develop and use AI ethically to minimize these risks. Ethical generative AI ensures that the technology benefits the society while preventing the harm. To achieve this, we must focus on key principles. The first one is transparency and accountability to ensure that the AI systems are open and responsible, bias and fairness to prevent the discrimination, privacy protection to safeguard the user data. Additionally, AI should prioritize avoiding harmful content and give users consent and control over how their data is used. By implementing these principles, we can build a future where generative AI is both powerful and ethical. So now that we have explored the ethical aspect of generative AI, let's look ahead and discuss what the future holds for the technology. The future of generative AI is filled with exciting possibilities. We can expect wider adoption across industries, transforming the field like healthcare, finance, and entertainment. AI will continue to enhance creativity and content generation, making it a valuable tool for artists, writers, and businesses. With the advancement, better customization will allow AI to generate more personalized experience. At the same time, human-AI collaboration will grow, enabling more seamless interaction. A key focus will be on responsible AI development, ensuring stronger ethical frameworks and regulations to create the safer and more trustworthy AI-driven future.
So let us understand, when we have machine learning, why do we need deep learning? That is, we'll look at various limitations of machine learning. Now, the first limitation is high dimensionality of the data. Now, the data that is now generated is huge in size. So we have a very large number of inputs and outputs. So due to that, machine learning algorithms fail. So they cannot deal with high dimensionality of data, or you can say data with large number of inputs and outputs. Now, there's another problem as well, in which it is unable to solve the crucial AI problems, which can be natural language processing, image recognition, and things like that. Now, one of the biggest challenges with machine learning models is feature extraction. Now, let me tell you what are features. So in statistics, we consider features as variables, but when we talk about artificial intelligence, these variables are nothing but the features. Now, what happens because of that? The complex problems such as object recognition or handwriting recognition becomes a huge challenge for machine learning algorithms to solve. Now, let me give you an example of this feature extraction. Suppose if you want to predict that whether there will be a match today or not. So it depends on various features. It depends on whether the weather is sunny, whether it is windy, all those things. So we have provided all those features in our data set. But we have forgot one particular feature, that is humidity. And now our machine learning models are not that efficient that they will automatically generate that particular feature. So this is one huge problem, or you can say limitation with machine learning. Now, obviously, we have limitation, and it won't be fair that if I don't give you the solution to this particular problem. So we'll move forward and understand how deep learning solves these kind of problems. Now, as you can see that the first line on your slide, which says that deep learning models are capable to focus on the right features by themselves, requiring little guidance from the programmer. So with the help of little guidance, what these deep learning models can do, they can generate the features on which the outcome will depend on. And at the same time, it also solves the dimensionality problem as well. If you have a very large number of inputs and outputs, you can make use of a deep learning algorithm. Now, what exactly is deep learning? Again, since we know that it has been evolved by machine learning, and machine learning is nothing but a subset of artificial intelligence, and the idea behind artificial intelligence is to imitate the human behavior. The same idea is for the deep learning as well, is to build learning algorithms that can mimic brain. Now, let us move forward and understand deep learning, what exactly it is. Now, the deep learning is implemented with the help of neural networks, and the idea or the motivation behind neural networks are nothing but neurons. What are neurons? These are nothing but your brain cells. Now, here is a diagram of neuron. So we have dendrites here, which are used to provide input to our neuron. As you can see, we have multiple dendrites here, so these many inputs will be provided to our neuron. Now, this is called cell body, and inside the cell body, we have a nucleus, which performs some function. After that, that output will travel through axon, and it will go towards the axon terminals, and then this neuron will fire this output towards the next neuron. Now, the studies tell us that the next neuron, or you can say the two neurons, are never connected to each other. There's a gap between them. So that is called a synapse. So this is how basically a neuron works like. And on the right hand side of your slide, you can see an artificial neuron. Now let me explain you that. So over here, similar to neurons, we have multiple inputs. Now these inputs will be provided to a processing element like our cell body. And over here in the processing element, what will happen? Summation of your inputs and weights. Now, when it moves on, then what will happen? This input will be multiplied with our weights. So in the beginning, what happens? These weights are randomly assigned. So what will happen if I take the example of x1? So x1 multiplied by w1 will go towards the processing element. Similarly, x2 and w2 will go towards the processing element. And similarly, the other inputs as well. And then summation will happen, which will generate a function of s, that is f of s. After that comes the concept of activation function. Now, what is activation function? It is nothing but in order to provide a threshold. So if your output is above the threshold, then only this neuron will fire, otherwise it won't fire. So you can use a step function as an activation function, or you can even use a sigmoid function as your activation function. So this is how an artificial neuron looks like. So a network will be multiple neurons which are connected to each other will form an artificial neural network. And this activation function can be a sigmoid function or a step function. That totally depends on your requirement. Now, once it exceeds the threshold, it will fire. After that, what will happen? It will check the output. Now, if this output is not equal to the desired output, so these are the actual outputs, and we know the real outputs. So we'll compare both of that, and we'll find the difference between the actual output and the desired output. On the basis of that difference, we are again going to update our weights. And this process will keep on repeating until we get the desired output as our actual output. Now, this process of updating weight is nothing but your back propagation method. So this is neural networks in a nutshell. So we'll move forward and understand what are deep networks. So basically, deep learning is implemented by the help of deep networks, and deep networks are nothing but neural networks with multiple hidden layers. Now, what are hidden layers? Let me explain you that. So you have inputs that comes here. This will be your input layer. After that, some process happens and it'll go to the next node, or you can say to the hidden layer nodes. So this is nothing but your hidden layer 1. So every node is interconnected, if you can notice. After that, you have one more hidden layer where some function will happen. And as you can see that again, these nodes are interconnected to each other. After this hidden layer 2 comes the output layer. And this output layer, again, we are going to check the output, whether it is equal to the desired output or not. If it is not, we are again going to update the weights. So this is how a deep network looks like. Now, there can be multiple hidden layers. There can be hundreds of hidden layers as well. But when we talk about machine learning, that was not the case. We were not able to process multiple hidden layers when we talk about machine learning. So because of deep learning, we have multiple hidden layers at once. Now let us understand this with an example. So we'll take an image which has 4 pixels. So if you can notice, we have 4 pixels here, among which the top 2 pixels are bright, that is, they are black in color, whereas the bottom 2 pixels are white. Now what happens? We'll divide these pixels and we'll send these pixels to each and every node. So for that, we need 4 nodes. So this particular pixel will go to this node, it will go to this node, this pixel will go to this node, and finally this pixel will go to this particular node that I'm highlighting with my cursor. Now what happens? We provide them random weights. So these white lines actually represent the positive weights, and these black lines represents the negative weights. Now this particular brightness, when we display high brightness, we'll consider it as negative. Now what happens? When you see the next output or the next hidden layer, it will be provided with the input with this particular layer. So this will provide an input with positive weight to this particular node, and the second input will come from this particular node. Since both of them are positive, so we'll get this kind of a node. Similarly, this node as well. Now, when I talk about these two nodes, the first node over here, so this is getting input from this node as well as from this node. Now, over here, we have a negative weight. So because of that, the value will be negative, and we have represented that with black color. Similarly, over here as well, we are getting one input from here which has a negative weight, and the another input from here which again has a negative weight. So accordingly, we get again a negative value here. So these two becomes black in color. Now, if you notice what will happen next, we'll provide one input here, which will be negative and a positive weight, which will be again negative. And this will be also negative and a positive weight. So that will again come out to be negative. So that is why we have got this kind of a structure. If you notice this is nothing but the inverse of this particular image. When I talk about this node over here, we are getting the negative value with a positive weight, which is negative, and a negative value with a negative weight, which is positive. So we are getting something which is positive here. Now, obviously, I want this particular image to get inverse. I want these black strips to come up. So what I'll do, I'll actually calculate the inverse by providing a negative weight like this. So over here, I've provided a negative weight, it will come up. So when I provide a positive weight, so it'll stay wherever it is. After that, it'll detect, and the output you can see will be a horizontal image, not a solid, not a vertical, not a diagonal, but a horizontal. And after that, we are going to calculate the difference between the actual output and the desired output, and we are going to update the weights accordingly. Now, this is just an example, guys. So guys, this is one example of deep learning where what happens, we have images here. We provide these raw data to the first layer, to the input layer. Then what happens, these input layers will determine the patterns of local contrast, or it will fixate those patterns of local contrast, which means that it will differentiate on the basis of colors and luminosity and all those things. So it will differentiate those things. And after that, in the following layer, what will happen, it will determine the face features. It will fixate those face features. So it will form nose, eyes, ears, all those things. Then what will happen, it will accumulate those correct features for the correct face, or you can say that it will fixate those features on the correct face template. So it will actually determine the faces here, as you can see it over here. And then it will be sent to the output layer. Now, basically, you can add more hidden layers to solve more complex problems. For example, if I want to find out a particular kind of face, for example, a face which has large eyes or which has light complexion, so I can do that by adding more hidden layers. And I can increase the complexity also at the same time if I want to find which image contains a dog. So for that also I can have one more hidden layer. So as and when hidden layer increases, we are able to solve more and more complex problems. So this is just a general overview of how a deep network looks like. So we have first patterns of local contrast in the first layer. Then what happens, we fixate these patterns of local contrast in order to form the face features such as eyes, nose, ears, etc. And then we accumulate these features for the correct face, and then we determine the image. So this is how a deep learning network, or you can say deep network, looks like. So we'll move forward and I'll give you some applications of deep learning. So here are a few applications of deep learning. It can be used in self-driving cars. So you must have heard about self-driving cars. So what happens, it'll capture the images around it, it'll process that huge amount of data, and then it'll decide what action should it take. Should it take left, right, should it stop? So accordingly, it'll decide what action should it take. And that will reduce the amount of accidents that happens every year. Then when we talk about voice control assistants, I'm pretty sure you must have heard about Siri. All the iPhone users know about Siri, right? So you can tell Siri whatever you want to do, it'll search it for you and display for you. Then when we talk about automatic image caption generation, so what happens in this, whatever image that you upload, the algorithm is in such a way that it'll generate the caption accordingly. So for example, if you have say blue colored eyes, so it'll display a blue colored eye caption at the bottom of the image. Now, when I talk about automatic machine translation, so we can convert English language into Spanish, similarly Spanish to French. So basically, automatic machine translation, you can convert one language to another language with the help of deep learning. And these are just few examples, guys. There are many other examples of deep learning. It can be used in game playing. It can be used in many other things. And let me tell you one very fascinating thing that I've told you in the beginning as well. With the help of deep learning, MIT is trying to predict future. So yeah, I know it is growing exponentially right now, guys.
So over here, what we're going to do is we are going to download the MNIST dataset from keras.datasets, and we'll just take the X dataset. That is the features that are present only in the X train part. And what we are going to do is we are going to create a generator and a discriminator model, and then we are finally going to combine them in order that they can work together. And as GANs are being a pretty intense topic, I would really recommend you people to check out or have a good understanding of the real basics of what deep learning is and how machine learning works. Although you won't be using any concepts from the machine learning, So if you want the playlist for our deep learning or the full course link, the description for that will also be provided in the description box below. So talking about the problem statement, as I mentioned earlier, first off, we are going to load our dataset, and the source that I'm going to use over here will be keras.dataset. Apart from that, we are supposed to create two types of model here. One would be the generator model, another one is going to be the discriminator model. Generator model, it is there for performing sampling, and the discriminator model is basically there for downsampling, and then we are going to combine this up. It's very important for you to know how GANs work, and the reason for this is because we have to write our own loss function over here. So moving ahead, let me quickly just show you what are the different tools and frameworks that we are going to use. As GANs are really intense when it comes to training them, we're going to need a good performing GPUs. So what I'm going to do is, we all know Google Colab gives me a good performing GPU for free. So let me quickly use that up, and we're going to use Google Colab. Apart from that, talking about the different frameworks and libraries that we're going to have, the generic ones would remain the same. We are going to use NumPy, Matplotlib, and Pandas. Apart from that, a deep learning framework that is TensorFlow and Keras, that's a framework that we are going to use here to train a model and also to develop our model. All right, guys. So now that we know brief of what we are going to do now, let me quickly jump to my code editor, that is Google Colab, and show you how we can get started with this project. So this is the interface of a Google Colab. First thing that I'm going to do over here is come down to the runtime and change the runtime type to GPU. Because training GANs requires a huge amount of compute power. So once we're done with that, let's connect this to the server. So it will take some time. So once this is connected, let me zoom in for you guys. First off, what we'll do is we'll load our libraries. So load libraries. So let's do one thing. Let's import from keras.datasets, import mnest, and let me execute this. It's okay, we are getting this error. Let me quickly, I think I might have done some typo here. So first off, keras.datasets, import mnest. So this is where I'll be having my datasets. Then we also need some layers. So it will be keras.layers, import. We know we have different types of layers. So for our simplicity's sake, I'll import all our layers over here. And then we have from keras.layers.activation or advanced activation. We'll import this later. So let me just have something like models, import sequential model, and then also import functional API, that is model. Now we also need some optimizers, that is from keras.optimizer, import Adam. And as you can see, I've done a small typo here. Let me fix this as well. And let's also add this advanced model again from keras.layers.advanced model. It's going to be advanced activation, import leaky ReLU. Usually the activation function that we would use in normal CNN is going to be like ReLU or TANH, but here we're going to use leaky ReLU. ReLU is just that, in the lower level. So let me show you what this means. So if I take this thing, ReLU goes something like this. Oh yeah. So this goes here and it ends at 0, and then there's exponential growth. So either it is at this point or at this point. But when it comes to leaky ReLU, the graph over here is going to be same over here, but on this coordinate it will be a small dip. So we have a small space here. So this is called as leaky ReLU. And apart from this, let's also get some generic ones. So import NumPy as NP and also import Matplotlib as PLT. So let's execute this. That's great. What we'll do is, sometimes we do get the warnings. So let me ignore the warnings. So import warnings. So now warnings, let me execute this. Then we have warnings dot filter warning and just pass here ignore. This looks great. So now we are supposed to get our dataset. So for getting a dataset, I just have mnest, which we have loaded, and then we just have to do load data. We all know that this gives us tuple, two values. So that's xtrain, ytrain, and again xtest, ytest. So what we're going to do is we're going to have something in this format, and now we'll just have xtrain here. So now let me quickly execute this up, and now if I show you xtrain dot shape, it's going to be 60,000, and 28,28 is the picture size. And now what I'm going to do here, in order to normalize my image, what we'll do is xtrain is equal to xtrain minus 127.5. Divide this by the same 127.5. So print, we want the maximum value and the minimum value, that is xtrain dot minimum, and similarly print xtrain dot max. And now you can see it would be ranging from -1 to 1. If I divide this by like 255, then everything over here would be from 0 to 1. So this is what we have done. And now we're supposed to create the batches. What we're going to do here, we're just going to use the train images or the images present in this train to learn. And then we are going to generate our own very own MNIST data. So it will be total epochs. Let's keep it as 50. Then we have the batch size. Batch size basically means in one go how many images can be there. So it will be 256. Then we have half batch. That's going to be half of this. That's 128. And then number of batches. This would be int xtrain.shape, which is present in index 0. Divide this by batch size. And then let's also add some noise here. So noise dimension. So it's going to be 100. And finally, for our optimizer, what we're going to do here is Adam. We just change the learning rate here. So LR, this would be equal to 1 is 4, and then beta 1 would be 0.5. So this basically means 0.0002. And now let's execute this. We are done. So what we're going to do now, we are going to create a generator model. So generator model. And here we are basically trying to do upsampling. So first off, as this is the model, right? So we'll give the name here as generator. We'll keep this as a lowercase generator. And this is going to be the sequential model. This is pretty similar to what we are going to have. So we'll have now generate. Let me just execute this. And now we'll have generator dot add. Now we'll add dense layer here. And now we'll call units. Number of units that I need over here, it'll be 7 times 7 times 128. And then we have input shape. And this would be noise dimension, comma. So basically this thing, noise dimension is 100, right? So this is going to give me the batch size. And then comma is basically telling me the values. And then again, we have generator dot add. Now we'll do the reshape here. So it'll be 7, 7, 128. Then again, generator dot add. We're going to add a leaky ReLU. And the value that I'm going to give here is going to be 0.3. That's the alpha value. Or 0.2. It's totally up to you. And then we'll do some batch normalization just to prevent overfitting. So this would give me like the size over here is going to be 7 cross 7 cross 128. Now we'll try to decrease this and increase these values. So let me write that down. 7, 7, 128. We will try to do 14, 14, 64. So this is going to be generator.add. So we'll have convolution 2D transpose. Number of layers that we are going to add is going to be 64. Then we have kernel size that will be 3 cross 3. Stride will take 2. And even after that, padding would remain the same. So now we'll do generator.add leaky ReLU, and we'll give the beta value here would be 0.2. And again, we'll try to add batch normalization. Now again, we'll try to do the upsampling. What we'll do is we'll change this. We'll change this to 28, 28, 1. This is the actual image that we need. So this is the size of the image that we have over here. So for this, we'll do generator.add. It's going to be the same thing that's over here. It's just that we'll change the dimensions. So instead of 64, it's going to be 1. And rest everything remains the same. And just a small change that I'm going to do here, add an activation function, tanh. This looks great. And finally, we are going to compile a model. So generator.compile. So we'll have loss. This will be Keras. So what we'll do here, we'll also import Keras. So import just Keras. So now we'll come here, Keras dot losses dot binary cross entropy. And then we have optimizer. We'll use our custom optimizer, that is Adam. We have used this Adam over here, somewhere in the top. And finally, we'll try to do general.summary. That's our model.summary. And let's execute this now. So as you can see here, first off, we have the batch size. We have 7 cross 7. And finally, we'll do the upsampling and we get this image 28, 28, 1. Now we're going to do discriminator model, or you can say downsampling. The input size over here is going to be 28, 28, 1. If you're unable to understand what's happening here, I would highly recommend you to check out any of the Edureka's GAN tutorial projects. The reason for this is because GANs are pretty high level models that requires you to have some fundamental knowledge over here. So finally, what we're going to do, now we are going to do downsampling. So the input shape here is going to be 28, Let me just copy this from here. And we are going to downsample this to 14, 14, 64. So this basically we are trying to do the reverse of this model, generator model. So here we'll have discriminator, and this would also be a sequential model. And let me execute this so that I start getting the recommendations here. So now that we have done with this, so we'll have discriminator dot add, let's say contour-d, and now the number of layers I need here is going to be 64. Then I have kernel size 3,3. Then I have strides. This will also remain the same, 2,2. We have padding. We want the padding to be same. And as this is the first layer, we are going to add our input shape as well. And this is going to be 28, 28, 1. So now that you're done with this, let's also try to add some other layers. So we have discriminator is equal to dot add. And now we are just going to add leaky ReLU and give an alpha value here to be 0.2. Try this with a different alpha values like 0.3 and whichever suits you. And now what we'll do, we will again do the downsampling. So we give this as a comment, and we're going to downsample this thing to 128, and this should be 7,7. We're going to perform the same step. I'll just copy this for now. And as we all know, there's slight changes that we need to do. First off, instead of 54, this is going to be 64, right? Not 54. And instead of here of 54, we are going to have 128. And we don't have to provide the input shape over here as well. The rest everything remains the same. And finally, we will downsample this again from this vector to a scalar value. That is, scalar here is going to be 6,272. And now we'll do discriminator dot add. So this is going to be flatten here. We'll do some discriminator dot add dense, and we'll pass here 100. And we'll also give some leaky ReLU here. Let me just copy this. And finally, we'll do discriminator dot add dense layer. And we just want the output for this to be 1. And the activation, as this is just 1, it's going to be sigmoid. So this is it about the model. And now we are going to compile this. So it's going to be discriminator dot compile. So the loss function that I'm going to use here is binary cross entropy again. So it's going to be keras dot losses dot binary cross entropy. Optimizer that I'm going to use will be Adam, the one which you have defined, Adam. And finally, let's compile this. This is not going to be compiled. This is going to be summary. And let's execute this now. So as you can see here, we are doing the reverse process of what we did in our generator. It's usually 28, 28. And then every time I pass this through a convolution layer, obviously there's a change in size. And as I move down, the size decreases and we are presented with 1. So this is about like building our generator model and even our discriminator model. So fine, in the next stage or the final stage of model creation, we are going to combine it. Combined model. So over here we have describer.trainable. We'll give this as false. Then we have GAN input. So this is the name of a model. That's a GAN input. And I have input. And this will be shape. And this is going to be noise dimension. And then finally we have generated image. This will be generator of GAN input. And finally we have GAN output. This would again be discriminator. And we're going to pass here generated input or image. And now we'll use a functional API. We are using this to create a final model. So it will be model. This will be model. We are supposed to part the inputs, right? So it will be GAN input. And the output will be GAN output. And finally, just like others, we are supposed to compile a model. That will be model.compile. So here loss we are going to use is binary cross entropy. So keras.losses, not binary cross entropy. And optimizer will be Adam. Looks great. Let me execute this. The reason why we're getting this error is because of this. And let's try to execute this. And now as you can see, we don't have any errors. Let's quickly see how this model would look like. So model.summary. And let's run this. So as you can see, we have input shape and this is the output. And then finally this is the input over here. So now we are going to come back to our data set, that's train. We'll reshape this. So it will be train.reshape. We're going to have -1, then 28. That is on the x-axis, 28 on the y-axis, and 1 is a channel. And if I run this and add here xtrain.shape, you will see it looks like 60,000, 28, 28, and 1. This is the batch size, and then we have 28, 28 is the size of the image, and 1 is the number of channels. So this is all there is about building a model. Now finally, we are supposed to create a training loop. Let me give a comment again, training loop. So we'll have discriminator loss. At the same time, we'll also have generator loss. We'll have a for loop here for epoch in range total epochs. Here we'll have one value, that is epoch discriminator losses. There will be 0.0. Similarly, epoch generative loss, and even this will be 0.0. So now we're going to have mini batch gradient descent for step in range number of batch. Let me give some comments over here just so that it's easier for you guys to understand. So in the step 1, we're going to train discriminator. So for this, what we're going to do is we're going to have discriminator.trainable will be equal to true. That is, how do I do this is by this part. Okay, discriminator. So first off, we need to get the real data. So this will be index. This will be equal to np.random.randend. So we'll have 0, 60,000, half batch. And then we'll have real images. This will be xtrain present in that index, idx. And now get the fake image, or you can say data. So we'll have noise. This will be equal to np.random.normal. So we'll have 0, 1, noise should range. Size, this will be half batch, noise dimension. So now it will be fake image. This will be generator.predict noise. And now we'll do labels. So now we need the label. So it will be real y is equal to np.ones. So this would be half batch, 1 times 0.9. So times 0.9, and then fake y. This would be np.zeros. Then we have half batch, 1. So now it's time to train d underscore loss underscore real. This would be equal to discriminator.train on batch. So here we are going to pass real image and then real y. And then for the fake, d underscore loss underscore fake. This would also be the same. It's just that instead of real, it's going to be y. So let me do this. Fake images, and then this is going to be fake y. And finally, d loss. This would be 0.5 times d loss underscore real plus 0.5 times d loss underscore fake. And then finally, we have to do epochs d loss, that is epochs per loss, plus equal to d loss. So this is the stage 1. In the stage 1, we are gonna just train this part over here. And now coming down to the stage 2, that is, let me give a comment here. Train generator. And when I'm training generator, obviously my discriminator has to be false or disabled. So here we have noise. There will be np.random.normal. So here we are gonna pass 0, 1, size. This would be batch size, noise dimension. And now we have ground truth. So this will be np.ones. And let's provide a batch size, the size for this, 1. And then we have epochs g loss plus equal to g loss. So finally we have to print this out. So what we're going to do, we're going to write a function to display the images that we have created. But before that, let me quickly write here print. So it will be epoch, and we'll pass this data here. Then we have disc loss, that is discriminator loss. We'll provide this over here, and generator loss. We'll provide this over here. So here we'll have epoch plus 1, and then over here we are going to have epochs underscore d underscore loss. Divide this by number of batches. And finally, for our loss over here, that is generator loss, I'm going to add something similar. Let me give this on the next line just so that it's easier to read. So here it's going to be the similar thing, but instead of d, it's going to be g. So let me copy this and paste this over here. And finally, we'll have d underscore losses dot append. We're going to append the same value. So we are going to append this for the discriminator loss. Let me copy and paste here. And then this would be d underscore losses dot append. It's going to be g, not d. And we're going to add this value here. And finally, if generator, it's going to be like this. If the number of epochs plus 1 percentage 10 is equal to 0, then save it. Give a extension as generator.h5. And now we also want to display the images. So what we'll do, display image, we'll write a function display image, and we'll just have to display this image here. So what's going to happen is for every 10 images, so for every 10 image, it will display the epochs, losses, and then the images. For us to display the image, we have to write another function here. We'll do that as well. This now will have a small function def display image images, and we'll give samples is equal to 25. Now we have noise. This would be np.random.normal. Here we'll have 0, 1, size. The size would be number of samples. That's 25, noise dimension. So generator image, this would be equal to generator.predict noise. And finally, we'll just plot the figure here. So plt.figure, we'll give you a figure size. Let's say 10, 10. And I want the images to be plotted next to each other. So for I in range samples, as it's 25, no, it's going to be 5 in row and 5 in columns. So plt.subplot 5, 5, that's 5 rows, 5 columns, and then we just have to provide the index, that's I plus 1. Then we have plt.imshow generated image, which is present in index I dot reshape 28, 28, and I want the C map to be gray. You can either keep it gray or binary, totally up to you. I'll give it as binary. Then plt.axis, we'll keep this as off. And plt.show, and yeah, this is it. So let me quickly give you a walkthrough of what we are doing here. Let me zoom out. First off, we try to get our data. First off, we are trying to ignore the warnings. Then we import the libraries. Then we get our data, try to reshape it. Here I want my data to range from -1 to 1. I hope now you understand why you're using leaky ReLU. And now we are trying to create the batch size, noise dimension, and customize our function. Here there are two models that are involved, the generator model, where we are basically trying to do the upsampling, and then we have also done downsampling using discriminator model. Both of these models are combined over here. As you can see, we are combining them to create a GAN model. That's our final model. And the way we train our model is quite different. Like usually we use fit and provide all the values, but here we are trying to write a customized training loop. For every 10 epochs, this function would be called, and this would actually generate the images. So let me do one thing. Let me quickly run this up now. Before you start, make sure you remove this comment from here. And first off, we are going to train our discriminator, as I mentioned earlier, and then we are going to give this a false, right? Discriminator.trainable would be false. And let me quickly run this and see what happens here. This would take quite some time, as training generators, adversarial neural networks are pretty intense. This would take quite some time over here, and let's see what happens. Alright guys, so as you can see here, we have successfully created our images. And now if I tell you this, right, this is not the image which is present in our data set here. This is the beautiful concept of GANs, where this image over here, we have generated this by ourselves. And this is what GANs does. So let's wait for another batch over here. Let's wait for another 10 batches, and let's see what happens and how that thing would look like. Alright guys, so as you can see here now, this is the second batch of the image that we have received. Let me zoom out a bit. Let me zoom out over here. So as you can see, the images over here are better. So we can see this 5, 6, 3, 6, 7, and all of these are the images that was generated by our model. And as you can see, all this is pretty simple and short, but there's a huge amount of complications that go in for developing this particular model. So if you have this kind of project in your arsenal, you can crack out any interview or question that is being posed to you.
Midjourney is a generative AI tool that turns your text description into stunning images. Now, let's see how IT industry can use Midjourney. Users can generate mockups with simple text prompts and visualize idea before the development. Marketers can create eye-catching visuals for their campaign, test multiple concepts, and quickly personalize content for their targeted audience. Midjourney even helps create illustrations, build fictional worlds, visualize data for content creator, and help them go beyond. Midjourney is a game changer, streamlining design, marketing, and content creation within the IT industry. Before we go and explore it, let's see some of its products. A realistic portrait of a woman holding a white cat, an anime-like character with powerful effect, drawing of an ideal scenery and cinematic view of soldier in middle of war. Let's see why use Midjourney. I would just say 3 points. It's easy to use, boosts creativity, explore different style and find the one you like. So to get started, let's see how to sign up for Midjourney. Go into your favorite search browser, then go to search bar and type Midjourney. Let's go ahead and click enter. So we'll see the Midjourney's official website. Go ahead and click on that. There you'll see a landing page that will look something like this. To join Midjourney, we'll go ahead and click on join the beta. After clicking this will take us to their Discord invite. For this, you have to have one Discord account. Since we have already created one, we'll go ahead and just sign into it. As soon as you join, you will see something like this. Midjourney's icon you will find on the left hand side of your screen that will look something like a sailing boat. Now to go ahead, we'll just scroll down and join any of the newbie channels. There, you can see so many creation of so many people. This is an open channel. Anyone can come and write a prompt. They'll get their image generated right over here. But in this, you'll lose your image as soon as you create it because there's so much content over here. So to go ahead and add Midjourney bot to your server or directly message it, we have to go on left hand side and click on symbol that will look something like this. Here you can see Midjourney bot. Right click on it. There you can see the profile. Click on profile. It will open a menu like this. If you click on send message, it will directly take you to the Midjourney bot. There you can message directly and get your results. So let's go ahead and see our information. To do that, we have to type /info, then just hit enter. Here we can see user ID, our subscription and even the fast time remaining. Here we can see how many images we have created and fast images that has been generated by Midjourney. To go ahead and join Midjourney bot to a personal server, we have to create a server first. Let's go ahead and create a server. On the left hand side of your screen, you can see something like this. Click on it. Then you can select create my own. You can choose for me and my friends and go ahead and name it. For now, we'll name it Edureka server 3. We'll go ahead and create. Here, we have landed on our page. Now, to add bot to a server, we will just go ahead and click over here. We can see Midjourney bot. When you click on it, you can see an option of add app. Click on it and then you can choose a server you want to add it to. We'll go ahead and choose Edureka server 3. Then click continue. After that, you would have to select the permission you want to give Midjourney bot. Then go ahead and authorize it. Here we got success. After adding Midjourney bot to your server, you can see a message like this. Let's go ahead and click on Edureka server 3. So we'll go to Edureka server. We can see the Midjourney bot has landed. Let's go ahead and create a first image. To do that, we would have to type in /imagine. Then hit enter. Here you can see a prompt like option. Now, following prompt, you have to give the description of the image you want. For now, we'll go ahead and type this. A bustling city street in modern era. Let's go and see what does Midjourney generates. So the image has been generated. Let's go ahead and click on it to get a better view. The images will be generated in the grid of 4 in order 1, 2, 3 and 4. Below the generated image, you can see multiple options like this with U and V, where the number would correspond to the image. Here we can see a reroll button that will look something like this. The U stands for upscaling and the V stands for vary. If you like an image, for instance, I like the image 2, we'll go ahead and click U2. As we can see, the image has been generated. This is the exact image that I have selected, the second number. If you like it, you can just go ahead and download it. To do that, click on open browser. You can zoom in, zoom out to get a better view and right click on it to save it. We'll go ahead and save it as image. Just click on save and it will be downloaded to your disk. Let's go back to our Discord. Here, below the image, we can see multiple options again, but this time the options are different. Here we can see upscale subtle and upscale creative. Both are used to upscale the current image, but in a different manner. It will slightly upscale your image, whereas creative will change something in the image. Vary. Vary has multiple options, subtle and strong. Strong will generate a totally different image, but with similar reference. Whereas vary region, if in the image you want to change something, you can select it by the region and then change it. We will dive into that later. So let's go ahead and see zoom out. There's an option of zoom out 2, zoom out 1.5 and custom zoom out. If you want to zoom out, you can click on any of these, and if you want to customize your zoom, you can click on this. We'll dive into that later. Moving ahead, we can see multiple arrows pointing in different directions. What does this mean? Let me tell you. If you click on the arrow, it will pan out the image in the direction which the arrow is pointing. If the arrow is pointing left, the image will pan out on the left side. If the arrow is pointing at right, the image will pan out on the right side. Similarly, on the top and the bottom. Now let's go ahead and test out our zoom. We'll click on zoom out 2.0 and see what it generates. The image has been generated. We'll go ahead and click into it. To get a better view, we'll upscale all of these. This is our original image. Let's go ahead and see our zoomed out images. In our fourth image, these parts have been added, which were originally not here. In our third image, we can see a different scenario over here. There's a zebra crossing, whereas in fourth image, it is not. In every scenario, we can see a different vehicle or a different building. Nothing has changed from the original image, but to zoom out, it had to create new objects that we can see. Now let's go ahead and see pan out. To go to our original image, we can click on this and it will take us to our original image. Now let's go ahead and see pan out. Now I want to see what's up there in that image. To do that, we'd have to click on pan out with top arrow. We'd go ahead and do that. It will give us a prompt window. Now you can choose what you want. As we are talking about sky, we can have moon or sun over there or a plane flying. Let's go ahead and do a sun in cloudy weather. And click on submit. As we can see in our newly generated images, there is sun, there are clouds, and even both of them. Now, to create perfect prompt, you need to use proper keywords and even give description as much as you can. For that, we'll go ahead and generate this image in painting format. To do that, we'll type /imagine and then prompt. Our prompt will be same as previous one, and we have just added oil painting. Now let's go ahead and hit enter. Here, the Midjourney has used vibrant color in oil painting. All the images look stunning. Now we'll see some of its advanced feature. One of those was released recently by Midjourney, that was Describe. Describe feature of Midjourney allows you to use an image to get its prompt. You can use the prompt to generate new images similar to that one. For that, we'll go ahead and type /describe. Now there are two options, image and link. You can go ahead and click on image to upload image from your system. If you go ahead and click on link, you can provide link from anywhere that can be used by Midjourney to generate description for that image. For now, we'll go ahead and click on image. You can either drag or drop your picture, or you can go ahead and select it. Now, I have selected the image. Just go ahead and hit enter. As a reply to your image, Midjourney bot will generate several of its prompts that can be used to generate images similar to that one. Scrolling down, you can generate any of the images based on the prompt number given. Or you can imagine them all. Let's go ahead and imagine all. Here we can see all the images generated by all 4 prompts. Those are similar to the one we had given. Now let's go ahead and talk about settings in the Midjourney. To check those, type setting. Here we can select the model that we want for our Midjourney and so many other, like style is. Style is low, medium or high. Controls the amount of Midjourney's creative influence on our pictures. Next is public mode. Public mode allows your picture to be seen in Midjourney's public collection. Then comes the remix mode. Remix mode allows you to give extra prompt during variation in image. If you have turned it off, it won't ask you for prompt again, just vary your current image based on its prompt. Then there is variation mode. When we choose variation, it will go ahead and check our preferences, either it is low or high. Based on that, it will give us a varied image. Then we have different modes: relax mode, fast mode and turbo mode. All these three modes define the speed at which Midjourney will generate your images. For relax mode, it will generate very slow. But for fast mode, it will use your fast hours but will generate faster. And for turbo mode, your results would be instant but consume more fast hours. You can click on reset setting and set your setting to default. At last, raw mode. Raw mode acts a more literal interpretation of your prompt. Now, let's go ahead and design some logos. I have chosen logo for a bakery. Here, the Midjourney has given us some amazing logos. We can select any one of those and use it our own. Now, let's go ahead and explore different parameters that Midjourney allows. For starters, we'd use a new prompt. To add a parameter, we just need to add double slash followed by the parameter. For the first parameter, we would select aspect ratio. Now, aspect ratio is the ratio between height and width of an image. Let's go ahead and type in 16:9 and hit enter. Now, as we can see, the aspect ratio of the image has changed from the previous ones. Those images were in square and this is a widescreen image. Now, let's go ahead and discuss a different prompt, that is negative prompt. For that, we'll go ahead and type the same prompt. You can add multiple parameters in a single prompt. For negative prompting, you use no and followed by the object you want to remove. We want to remove clouds. We'll type in clouds and hit enter. The clouds have been removed from our original image. Here, cloud, cloud and cloud. Even here. But in our newly generated images, there are no clouds because it has taken a unique approach of making our dolphin underwater. So let's go ahead and check out the parameter that controls imagination of a Midjourney. That is stylus. Now, we'll go ahead and type in same prompt. For stylus, the range is from 1 to 1000. And to use stylus, we would type single S followed by the value we want to, 0 being the lowest and 1000 being the highest. We would go and type in 1000 and see the result. This is a fine result and it is stunning. I am amazed. Moving to another parameter, chaos. Higher value of this parameter lead to unexpected and unique outcomes. So let's go ahead and try it. With the chaos value 1, we get results something like this. Now let's move to using reference images to create our own images. For that, we need to go ahead and upload one of our photos. So let's go upload a file. I'm going to use this picture. We'll go ahead and open in browser. Copy its link. For our next one, we would go ahead and type imagine. Paste the copied link. Then type the prompt we want to. Near a lake with rocky mountain and cloudy sky. Here are our generated images. Now let's go ahead and see another parameter, image weight. It controls the weight of referenced image on our newly generated image. Values ranging from 0 to 2, 0 being the lowest and 2 being the highest. Image weight parameter is given by IW and value I have given as 0. Let's hit enter. With the image weight being 0, the reference has not been taken into consideration. Now let's try it with value 2. Our reference image is the first priority and the prompt is second. With that, let's see how to create stock images. To create stock images, we need to use words like realistic, and describe as much as we can in that image. Photography of adult Caucasian female wearing a white shirt and black tie, smiling cross-handed. Studio shot, cinematic look, clean background and white background. Adding all these, now we'll just hit enter. You can see there are multiple keywords that represent stock image. So here are generated images. Let's go ahead and upscale first one. It's a stock image. It's a real looking. Let's create a second stock image in a group. Photo of a diverse team. Remember the keyword photo. Photo of a diverse team celebrating a successful project in a co-working space. Let's hit enter. We'll go ahead and upscale the fourth image. It's a stock image, definitely one. With that, we'll conclude our video, and now I'll show you in Midjourney how you can use. When you enter Midjourney website, you can see collection of photos like this that has been generated by multiple Midjourney users. So you can find all your generated images in archive. You can see all of these images right over here. You can join the rooms, those are based on themes, or read the images as you like. Midjourney has recently introduced Midjourney's Web Creation Alpha that allows you to create images on the web. This is currently available only for the users those have created more than 100 images already. You can type your prompt directly here without giving any command like /imagine or anything. Let's just go ahead and type shark in mechanical suit. Now our image is being generated in Create. We'll go ahead and check it out. These are the images of shark in mechanical suit. You can even vary both of these, subtle or strong, or you can use rerun button to re-roll the images. You can even see the prompt that you have given for previously generated images by you.
Generative AI is transforming multiple creative fields. Image generation tools power visual design, music compositions algorithm create original scores, and AI assist video editors in automatic tasks. LLMs help generate and translate text, while code generation tools like GitHub Copilot boost developer efficiency. AI-generated voices are even being used in audiobooks and voice assistants. So now, let's take some of these tools and check. So this time, we will use Pictory AI and Flicky AI. First, let's explore Pictory AI. So for that, let's go to its site and check its functions. So we are at the Pictory AI site. And on the left side, we have the home, project and brand kits. And on the main screen, we have different features Pictory AI provides. So let's choose text to video. Here, let's write some names and description and press generate. Pictory AI is a tool designed for video creators that helps transform long-form content, such as articles or blog posts, into short, engaging videos. It uses AI to automatically extract key highlights and create professional-looking videos with minimal efforts. Due to its simplicity and time-saving capabilities, Pictory AI is popular for social media content creation and marketing. Now, let's see our next tool, which is Flicky AI. So now, we are at the Flicky.ai site. Here, we have different features like videos, where you can create videos from all of these blogs, prompts, etc. You can also create audios from these features, and then we also have a design feature. And on the left hand side, you can see options like files, templates, brand kits, voice clones, etc. So now let's take an idea and convert it into a video. Now let's write our topic and generate. Flicky AI is a content creation tool that turns text into videos using AI generated voices and visuals. It helps users create professional videos quickly by pairing written content with stock images, animations, and voiceovers. Flicky is ideal for marketers, content creators, and educators looking to create engaging video content efficiently. Now that we have seen the applications, so let's step back and look at the journey that brought us here. So basically, our journey starts in 1947 with Alan Turing's concept of intelligent machines. By 1961, Joseph Weissenbaum introduced ELIZA, the first chatbot. The 1980s saw the birth of recurrent neural networks, while 1997 brought long short-term memory networks to tackle sequential data. And then GANs emerged in 2014, transforming creative tasks. Fast forward to 2017 when transformers like GPT entered the scene. By 2023, GPT 3.5 and Google's Palm marked significant milestones. And by 2025, we are on the brink of AI breakthroughs in chemistry and genome editing. So, what exactly are these LLMs and why are they so powerful? An LLM or large language models analyzes and understands natural language using machine learning. Examples include OpenAI's GPT, Google's Palm, and Meta's Llama. These models drive applications such as chatbots, language translation, and more by learning from extensive data to predict and generate text sequences. But before this, there was a very famous term called language model. A language model is a machine learning model that uses probability statistics and mathematics to predict the next sequence of words. Suppose you have a sentence like, I have a boy who is my dash. Here, if we ask a language model to predict the next word, it considers the context provided by the words before the blank. Based on common usage patterns from its training data, it may predict words like boyfriend, brother, or friend, which fit naturally. However, it's less likely to predict colleague or sibling, as those words may not commonly follow this type of phrases. So this process shows how language models predict text by calculating probabilities for each possible word based on their likelihood in context. So, when a language model is trained on massive amounts of diverse text, it gains a wider vocabulary and more understanding of language, enabling it to make more accurate predictions. For example, if we give it a phrase like, you are a dash to me, a model trained on extensive data might suggest various fitting words, for example, friend, inspiration, or anything else. So based on this sentiment or context, it has learned from the data. Now here, reinforcement learning is used to improve the model's responses over time. By giving feedbacks, be it positive or negative on the responses, we help the model learn which type of responses are preferred in specific context. For example, if the model frequently misinterprets the tone or intent, the reinforcement learning helps adjust its predictions to be more contextually appropriate and aligned with the intended meaning. But what do these models look like under the hood? Well, LLMs are built on neural networks composed of input, hidden, and output layers. The hidden layer processes information to learn complex patterns, and more layers means the model can capture deeper insights. This structure allows LLMs to perform tasks from generating text to complex code completions. Now, how do these layers interact and function in real time? Now, LLM is based on the transformer, and a transformer uses deep learning to process any information coming to it. Now, let me tell you a story of three friends. Imagine we have three characters. First is our friend, the next character is Minion Bob, and the third character is Gru. So our friend asks Bob, what's the price of the jet? It must be $50,000. Minion Bob isn't sure, so he goes to Gru and asks, is the jet $50,000? Gru replies, no, it's $70,000. In this back and forth, Minion Bob is like the neural network layer trying to make an accurate guess. So each time he goes back to Gru, like receiving more data or feedback, he gets corrected if his guess is wrong, leading him to refine his response. Now, after the first check, Minion Bob returns to our friend saying, I guess it's more than $60,000. Our friend assumes it might be around $65,000 and sends Bob back to Gru to verify. Again, Gru corrects him, no, it's actually $70,000. So this process repeats with Bob adjusting his guess each time. Eventually, he learns that the correct answer is $70,000 and updates his knowledge. So, just like Minion Bob, neural networks make initial guesses based on available information. With each feedback loop, like Bob going back to Gru, the model's hidden layers adjust the parameters to refine its guesses, ultimately arriving at the most accurate prediction possible. So, After getting corrected multiple times, Minion Bob's guesses improve until he knows the price is $70,000. Similarly, in a neural network, gradually learning the correct answer through training. So, once the network learns, it can give accurate answers in future cases without checking every time. Now, let us move on to understand how LLMs work. LLMs begin the collection of datasets, then tokenize text and break it into a manageable pieces. Using a transformer architecture, they process the data sequence all at once, leveraging vast training data. LLMs contain millions of learned parameters that predict the text tokens and generate coherent outputs. Models often undergo pre-training for general knowledge and fine-tuning for specific tasks. So now, let's see some practical uses of LLMs. LLMs power content generation, creating anything from articles to code. They excel in language translation, enhanced search engines, personalized recommendations, code development assistance, and sentiment analysis, which also owe much to LLM's predictive capabilities. So guys, are you ready to use all that knowledge in coding and witness how these LLMs come together to drive innovation? Whether through developing applications, analyzing data, or building smart assistants, the gear of technology keep turning to unlock AI's full potential. So now, let us look at our problem statement. So, one of the difficulties in the healthcare industry is effectively evaluating medical pictures such as MRIs, CT scans, and X-rays in order to identify anomalies and illnesses. This procedure takes a lot of time and calls for specialized understanding. Automated methods must be developed to help medical personnel recognize possible health problems in medical imaging. In order to provide better patient care, a system that integrates cutting-edge machine learning models with image analysis can greatly help in the early detection of diseases, including cancer, infections, and other illnesses. So the method uses generative AI to evaluate medical photos and generate a thorough diagnosis report based on the findings. This technology allows users to upload medical images, which the AI model then processes. Now, let us build our project on a medical image analysis application using Streamlit, Python, and an LLM of Google Gemini AI. So this app helps healthcare professionals analyze medical images such as X-rays, MRIs, and CT scans to detect anomalies and diseases. First, let's import the necessary libraries. So first, import Streamlit as ST. So if this is not working or showing an error, then open the terminal and write pip install Streamlit. And from pathlib, import path. Next, import google.generative AI as GenAI. So, we are importing Streamlit for the app interface and path from pathlib for handling file paths and Google Generative AI, which allows us to interact with the Gemini AI model. Next, we will configure Google's Gemini API by setting up our API key. So this will allow us to connect to the AI model and generate insights from medical images. So before proceeding, let's get our API key and we will go to the Google to generate an API key. So on your left, there is an API key option and after clicking, you will get the Create API option. So just select your model and create your API key. So as you can see the screen, just copy this API key and go back to terminal. So now let's configure our model. So just type genai.configure and inside the bracket, give API underscore key equal to and over here paste the key. Now we set up the system prompt which defines the role of the AI model. So the prompt specifies that our AI is a medical image analysis system capable of detecting diseases like cancer, cardiovascular issues, neurological conditions and more. So guys, I have already researched the prompts and written here. So basically, the system prompt should be inside the triple quotes. So this prompt guides the model to analyze medical images for conditions such as cancer, fractures, infections and more making it a valuable tool for healthcare professionals. Now, let's configure the model settings for generating responses. We define parameters like temperature and top K to control the creativity of the model's output. So first type generation_config equal to, and inside the double quote we will give temperature, which is 1, then top_P, which is 0.95, next top_K 40, then max_output_tokens, which is 8192. Next, response_mine_type, which is of text or plain. So over here, the temperature 1 that controls randomness, a value of 1 given balanced output diversity. Next, top P 0.95 uses nucleus sampling, selecting tokens from the top 25% cumulative probability distribution for diverse responses. Next, the top K 40, which limits token selection to the top 40 tokens based on the probability, narrowing possible outputs to high probability tokens. Next, max output token. This setting allows for longer responses by limiting the maximum length of the generated text to 8192 tokens. And then we have response mine type, which specifies the format of the output as plain text. So for more information, read the Google Gemini documentation. Next, we will also configure safety settings to ensure that the model doesn't generate harmful content. So for example, we block categories like harassment, hate speech, and sexual explicit content. Here, we are using two things. First, categories, and then the threshold. Then, copy this 4 times like harassment, hate speech, and sexual explicit content. Now, let's set up the layout for our Streamlit application. So for that, we will configure the title and the layout of the page and even add a logo to make the interface more user-friendly. So first, type st.set_page_config, and inside the bracket, let's give page_title equal to, and inside the double quotes, we will give diagnostic analytics, comma, page_icon equal to robot. Now let us type column 1, comma, column 2, comma, column 3 is equal to st.columns, and inside the bracket give 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Next, with column 2, so I'll be using Edureka and medical images. So this will show you how to set up images using Streamlit. Now type st.image and give a bracket, and inside the double quotes, let's type edureka.png and give a comma and give width is equal to 200. Now let us copy and paste it for medical. So let's type medical.png. Here we are using Streamlit's column to center the logo and title, and this makes the app look professional and visually appealing. Next, let's allow the user to upload medical images for analysis. So we use Streamlit's file uploader widget to accept image file in PNG, JPG or JPEG formats. So for that, let's type upload_file equal to st.file_uploader, and inside the bracket, inside the double quotes, let's type please upload the medical images for analysis, comma, type is equal to, so basically the image type is equal to, and inside the bracket, inside the double quotes, let's give PNG, comma, JPG and JPEG. Next, let us type submit_button equal to st.button, and inside the bracket, let's give generate image analysis. So here, when the user uploads a file and click the generate image analysis button, the model processes the image and prepare it for analysis. So once the user submit the image, we send it to the AI model for analysis, and then the model generates a response based on the prompt and image, which we then display in the app. So here, as you can see the screen, we have another function. So the if submit button, which runs the code when the submit button is pressed. Next, the image underscore data is equal to upload file.getValue. This actually gets the raw image data from the uploaded file. And next we have the image parts, where it creates a list with the image data in a structured format. Then we have the prompt parts. So this combines the image data and a text prompt for the model. So this part of the code actually sends the image and text prompt to the model to generate a response. And then we have the st.write, which displays the model's responses in the app. So here we use the image data and system prompts to generate content with the GenAI AI model. The result is displayed as a detailed report with insights about the medical image. Now it's time to test the code. So open the terminal and type streamlit run main.py. So once you enter, it will redirect you to our model interface. And there you go. So the model is ready. So here's a live demo of the app. We will upload a sample image and the app will analyze it and provide a detailed diagnosis based on the AI model's insight. So this is how we use Streamlit and Google's GenAI AI model to create a medical image analysis app. So this app can help medical practitioners by offering precise and thorough analysis of medical photos. Now it is the time for testing. So let's take one image of any disease and test it. So upload the image from your computer. Then we will select an image and press the generate button. So as you can see, it's running. So it generates fabulous response and can help doctors in assisting their patients, saving time and money. So this is how we built a real-time medical diagnostic helper using Streamlit, Python and Google GenAI AI.
What exactly are LLMs and SLMs? LLMs, which are large language models, are powerful AI systems trained on vast datasets, offering deep contextual understanding and sophisticated responses. So models like GPT-4 and Gemini 2.0 are the examples. Whereas SLMs like DistillBERT or TinyGPT are streamlined for speed and efficiency, excelling in lightweight tasks. So both serve distinct purposes, balancing quality, cost and performance. Alright, now that we have got a good idea of what LLMs and SLMs are, let's talk about why this comparison is so important. As AI adoption grows across industries, the choice between LLMs and SLMs becomes more important. LLMs offer deep contextual understanding and complex outputs, while SLMs provide efficiency and speed. So choosing the wrong model can lead to excessive cost, slow performance, or subpar results. And by understanding their strengths and trade-offs, you can make more informed decisions and optimize your AI-driven solution. So now, let's dive into the core differences between LLMs and SLMs and see what sets them apart. So first, let us compare in terms of model size and complexity. So when it comes to model size and complexity, LLMs often have billions of parameters and require vast computational resources to train and run. Their large size enables them to generate high-quality, context-rich responses. And on the other hand, SLMs are designed with fewer parameters, often in millions, making them lighter and faster. They prioritize efficiency over complexity, which makes them ideal for simpler tasks. Next, let us compare in terms of performance and output quality. So when it comes to performance and output quality, LLMs are known for their exceptional ability to handle complex conversations, creative writing, and deep analysis. Their vast training data ensures diverse and sophisticated responses. On the other hand, while SLMs are efficient, they may sometimes struggle with nuanced or open-ended queries. However, they excel in straightforward, well-defined tasks. Next, let's compare them with speed and latency. When it comes to speed and latency, LLMs can experience longer response time and higher latency due to their large size, especially when processing extensive input data. Whereas SLMs are designed for speed, offering quicker responses and making them well-suited for real-time applications where low latency is crucial. Next, in terms of cost and resource efficiency. So when it comes to cost and resource efficiency, LLMs require significant hardware investments such as powerful GPUs and extensive cloud resources, which lead to higher operational costs. Whereas SLMs with the smaller footprints are more affordable to deploy and maintain, making them accessible even with limited computational resources. Now, let us explore the real-world use cases of LLM and SLM. LLMs are ideal for creative content generation, customer service chatbots with advanced capabilities, deep data analysis, and long-form conversations. On the other hand, SLMs are perfect for lightweight virtual assistants, real-time customer support, simple automation, and tasks that require quick turnaround times. Now, let us see its advantages and disadvantages of using LLMs and SLMs. The key advantages of LLMs include their superior understanding of complex language, the ability to generate high quality, nuanced responses, and better generation across a wide range of diverse tasks. The main drawbacks of LLMs are their high computational and cost demands, along with slower response times due to their large size and complexity. Now, let us have a look at the advantages of SLMs. SLMs offer several advantages including their speed and efficiency, lower operational cost, and easier deployment even on limited resources. The primary disadvantages of SLMs are their limited contextual understanding and their tendency to struggle with complex open-ended queries. Now that we have explored the strengths and limitations, so let's take a look at what the future holds for LLMs and SLMs in AI development. So both LLMs and SLMs will play a vital role in the future of AI. We can expect ongoing improvements in efficiency, quality, and adaptability. Hybrid approaches that combine the strengths of both models could become more common, offering balanced performance and scalability. So the conclusion we get is that the choice between LLMs and SLMs depends on your specific needs. So if you prioritize depth, nuance, and high quality output, LLMs are the best. So if speed, efficiency, and cost are more important, SLMs are the way to go. So by understanding their strengths and limitations, you can select the right model and unlock AI's full potential for your projects. Let's break down the word multimodal. So multi means many and modal refers to the modes of information like text, images, sound, or video. So multimodal AI is an AI that can understand and work with multiple types of data at the same time. For example, a single AI model that can read text, look at images, listen to audio, watch videos, and combine all of this to give a better answer. It sounds a bit like how humans process information, right? So why do we need multimodal AI? So think about how we interact with the world. If you're watching a movie, you're seeing visuals, listening to dialogue, and understanding the story together. Or when you're explaining a recipe to someone, you might show pictures, describe steps, and maybe even play a video. So humans naturally combine different scenes to understand things. So old AI models were single model. They could only process one type of data. Like a text model could only read and write, and a vision model could only look at images. But real-world problems are not just text or just images. They are mixed. So multimodal AI bridges this gap, and it lets AI connect the dots between text, visuals, audio, and more. So how does multimodal AI work? In simple terms, it works like this. It takes different types of input. For example, it could take a photo and a text question about that photo. Then, it converts them into a common language inside the AI model. So think of it like translating text, images, and audio into one shared understanding. Next, it reasons over all the data together. Then it gives you a smart answer that considers all the inputs. So for example, you show AI a picture of a dog and ask, what breed is this? So it looks at the image, understands the features, and responds, that looks like a golden retriever. So it's combining vision plus language to answer. Now, let us go through a working diagram of a full multimodal pipeline. So as you can see the screen, first, it takes different inputs. It could be a text, image, or even a video. Then, it encoders for each modality. Later, these inputs will be translated into common AI language. Then, a multimodal transformer uses cross-attention to connect relationship across text, images, and audio And finally, the model generates a response. So let me take another example to explain this diagram. So as you can see, we have different inputs. So the model can take text, images, audio, or even video as input. Next is the encoders for each modality. That means a text encoder converts words into vectors, and an image encoder converts pixels into vectors, and then an audio encoder converts sound waves into vectors. Next is the shared embedding space, where all these different inputs are translated into a common AI language, which is a vector space where similar meanings are close together. For example, the word car and the picture of a car are mapped close together. Next is the fusion plus reasoning layer, where a multimodal transformer uses cross-attention to connect relationship across text, images, and audio. For example, it links the word red to the red region of the car image. Next is the output generation. So finally, the model generates a response, which could be text, a caption, an image like DALL-E, or even sound. Alright, I hope this is clear now. So now let's look at some real-world examples that make it easier to understand. So first we have ChatGPT with vision. So if you upload an image to ChatGPT and ask what's in this picture, then it can describe the objects, text, or even analyze data like a chart. So that's multimodal AI. It's using both image understanding and text generation together. The next example is Google Lens. So when you point your camera at something, Google Lens can recognize the object, read the text in the image, and translate into another language. Again, it's a vision plus language plus translation all in one model. The next example could be a self-driving cars. So autonomous cars like Tesla's uses multimodal AI because they have to see the road through cameras, read traffic signals, hear alerts, and also process maps and text instructions. So they combine all these modes to make driving decisions. Next is the healthcare AI. So doctors now use AI that can look at medical images like X-rays and also read patient reports, combining the information to help diagnose diseases more accurately. But why is multimodal AI a game changer? Multimodal AI is powerful because it's closer to human intelligence. We don't rely on one sense, we combine many. And it makes AI more flexible because one model can handle text, images, audio, and more. It can solve more complex problems like explaining what's happening in a video or understanding a full conversation with context. Alright, now for those of you who want a bit more technical depth, here's a quick peek behind the scene. So as I discussed earlier, a multimodal AI uses transformer-based models, the same type of models behind GPT. So the text, images, and audio are all converted into a common representations, like a shared language of numbers called embeddings. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are both mapped into a similar space, so the AI knows they mean the same thing. Then, the model can reason across all modalities together and generate an output. A great example is Clip from OpenAI, which connects images and text. Another is Google Gemini, designed from the ground up as a truly multimodal model. So what is the biggest challenge? So, the different types of data have different formats and complexity. Combining them efficiently without losing meaning is still an ongoing research area. So it's not just a magic, so it's smart design that lets the AI translate everything into one common understanding. Let's now look at some of the most important multimodal models, how they work and where they are used. So here are the key multimodal models. So first on the list we have CLIP, which is CLIP, which stands for Contrastive Language Image Pre-Training from OpenAI. So let's see how it works. So it has two encoders, a text encoder and an image encoder. So both encoders map inputs into the same embedding space. So during training, it learns this caption matches this image and this caption does not match that image. So it uses contrastive learning. It pushes correct pairs closer and incorrect pairs further apart. So here is the working diagram. So it takes the input, be it image or text, and then it encoders. So an image is a vision encoder and for text is a text encoder. Then it is shared to an embedding space. And finally, it generates the output. So let's have a look at the use cases. So it is used in DALL-E and Stable Diffusion to align text prompts with images. Next, it is used in zero-shot classification, where you give it a photo of a dog versus a photo of a cat, and it recognizes which one matches the image without retraining. And then it is used in search, where it finds images similar to this caption. Next, moving on to second model, which is BLIP2. It stands for Bootstrapping Language Image Pre-training. So let us see how it works. So first, it connects a frozen vision encoder, for example, a clip or VIT, with a frozen large language model, which is LLM. A query transformer acts as a bridge, where it converts visual features into a language-friendly representation. So here is the working diagram. The AI first looks at the image and turns it into features, like objects, color, and shapes. Then, a small bridge model called QFormer takes those visual features and converts them into a format the language model can understand. Next, the large language model then reasons about the image features just like it reasons about text. And finally, it generates a text answer or a caption describing the image. So, vision encoder sees and QFormer translates and the LLM explains. So let's have a look at the use cases. So first, it is used in visual question answering. For example, what's in this picture? Next, in the image captioning, where it can give it like a man riding a horse on a beach. Next, in a chatbots with vision. For example, where you upload an image and ask questions. Okay, the next model on our list is Flamingo from DeepMind. So let's have a look at its working. So here's how it works. So first, it's a few shot multimodal model. It doesn't need huge fine-tuning for a new task. And then, it uses gated cross-attention layers to integrate image plus text inside a frozen LLM. And it can reason across multiple images and a long text sequence. So, it looks at the image, reads your question, connects both through cross-attention and then explains it. So, let's have a look at the use cases. So, it is used in multimodal chatbots like look at these 5 images and now answer this question. Next, it is used in educational AI, where it reads diagrams plus answer questions. Next, in document understanding, where it reads text plus images in a PDF. And the next multimodal on a list is PaLM-E from Google. So here's how it works. So as you can see, this is the working diagram. So first, the AI gets both visual input, like a photo or a live camera feed, and the text instructions like pick up the red apple on the table. Next, the vision transformer understands what's in the image, like objects, colors, and position, and the PaLM language model understands the instruction and reasons about what needs to be done. So it's combining both. The AI creates a step-by-step action plan for the robot, like move forward, grab the red apple, and place it in the basket. So here are the use cases. It is used in robotics, like pick up the red apple on the table. Next, it is used in real-world reasoning for embodied AI. Then, it is also used in visual navigation tasks. And the next multimodal is Google Gemini. So here's how it works. It's a natively multimodal trained from scratch on text, images, audio, and video. So unlike Clip, which aligns 2 encoders, Gemini has a single model handling all modalities. And it uses joint training with cross-attention. So this is the working diagram. So let me explain this. The AI takes in all types of inputs at once, such as written text, pictures, sound, and even video. Then, instead of using separate models for each type, it uses one powerful transformer model that can understand and combine all these inputs together. And from that combined understanding, it can give any kind of output, a text answer, a generated image, or even an audio response. So basically, it understands everything together and responds in any form you need. So let us have a look at its use cases. It is used in complex queries, such as summarize this video and create a chart. It is used in advanced digital assistants and also in future AR/VR multimodal applications. The next model is GPT-4o from OpenAI. It's an optimized multimodal model. It accepts text, images, audio in real time. And it uses fused embeddings and parallel processing for speed. And it works as a true interactive assistant. So here are its use cases. It is used in conversational AI with vision plus audio and in real-time assistance where you upload an image and get explanation instantly, and also in accessibility tools. For example, describe surroundings for visually impaired users. So these models represent different approaches to multimodality. Some align separate encoders like CLIP, some bridge vision plus LLMs like BLIP2, and some are natively multimodal like Gemini and GPT-4o. So now let us see how are multimodal models trained. So training multimodal models is much more complex than training single model models. So first is the dataset alignment. So you need paired datasets such as images plus captions, videos plus transcripts, and audio plus text. So this challenge is the text and images don't always align perfectly. Next is the contrastive learning. So train the model to pull matching pairs closer and push non-matching pairs apart. For example, image of a cat plus caption, a cat, is a matching pair, whereas image of a cat plus caption as a dog is not a matching pair. Next is the masked modeling. Mask parts of the input such as image patches, text tokens, as model predicts missing information. Then it forces the model to reason across modalities. For example, mask the object in a caption, a dash is sitting on the table plus providing image. Next is the fusion and cross-attention training, where models like Flamingo or Gemini train cross-attention layers to integrate modalities. It requires huge compute clusters. Next is scaling laws. Like LLMs, multimodal models get better with size and data diversity. Gemini plus GPT-4o trained on massive multimodal corpora. So here are the training requirements. You need to have high quality paired dataset, billions of parameters, and TPUs, GPUs for weeks or months, and advanced optimizations such as mixed precision or shade training. So, why is true multimodal AI still hard? It's because of data mismatch. Text is sequential, images are spatial, and audio is temporal. So aligning them perfectly is difficult. Next is limited high quality data. So billions of image text pairs exist but have noises and bias. Next, bias and fairness. Models learn cultural and social biases from multimodal data. For example, stereotypes in images and captions. The next challenge is compute cost. So training needs huge GPU clusters. For example, hundreds of A100 GPUs. And fine-tuning multimodal models is even more expensive than text only. And the final challenge is the evaluation difficulty. So how do you measure reasoning across modalities? So there's no single easy benchmark. So while multimodal AI is powerful, it's also data hungry, compute heavy, and still evolving. So in simple words, the multimodal AI can process and combine multiple types of data such as text, images, audio, and video. It's already in use such as GPT Vision, Google Lens, self-driving cars, and healthcare AI. It's a big step towards AI that can understand the world like humans do. So what do you think? Will multimodal AI make AI more human-like? So drop your thoughts in the comments.
Now, let us understand what LangChain is and why it is a valuable tool for building AI applications. You must be aware of popular applications such as GPT and Gemini. These applications utilize APIs, and GPT uses OpenAI's API while Gemini operates through the Gemini API. To process prompts, they leverage models like GPT 3.5, GPT-4, Palm, and Gemini 1. Additionally, these are other advanced models such as Llama, Gemini, Cohere, Cloud version 1, Falcon, Palm, GPT-4, and GPT 3.5. LangChain is a framework designed to help developers build flexible and powerful AI-driven applications by integrating and utilizing these diverse models effectively. But why exactly do we need LangChain? You must be thinking, if LangChain is this important, then why do we need LangChain? So let's break down this question using some real-world examples. So imagine simply asking an LLM a prompt and getting an answer. That's easy. But what happens when the complexity increases? For example, let's say you're working with data from SQL databases, CSV files, PDFs, or Google Analytics, and you need the model to write code, perform searches, or send emails. Handling such intricate workflows manually can get overwhelming. This is where LangChain steps in. It simplifies the process by offering components like document loaders, text splitters, vector databases, prompt templates, and tools. So these helps you assemble tasks such as document summarization, question and answer systems, or even advanced workflows like Google searches or customer support automation. Let's visualize this process with a diagram. Here's how it works. So first, you load a document like a CSV file using a document loader. Then, use a text splitter to divide it into smaller chunks and then store those chunks into a vector database and add a prompt template to guide the model. And finally, use a LLM like a GPT-4 or Llama to perform tasks like searching the web or automating workflows. And LangChain also offers chains that will help you assemble components to achieve single tasks such as summarization and an agenda to figure out what each component must do like password, customer services, etc. Now that we understand LangChain's core components, now let's explore how it streamlines the LLM application lifecycle. So it typically involves three key stages. First is the development, where you build and test your application. Then productionization, where the system is fine-tuned for a real-world use. And finally, deployment, where the final product is launched for users. So LangChain simplifies this lifecycle, allowing you to focus on building without worrying about the underlying complexity. Now let's take a step back and understand the role of APIs in powering these LLM applications and how LangChain effectively integrates them. In all these applications and models, one thing is common, that is they use API. So now let's discuss APIs. APIs act as an intermediaries that enable different systems to communicate with each other. For example, they allow apps like Swiggy or Blinkit to display your delivery driver's location in real time. So now let's look at the steps to explain APIs and API keys. So apps like Zipto, Swiggy, and Blinkit use APIs to show the location of your delivery driver. So these apps don't communicate directly with Google Maps but follow a layered process involving servers and security mechanism. First, the app sends a request to Google Maps API. Then, the API forwards the request to Google servers. Then, the servers validate the request with the system. So once approved, the response follows back through the servers, APIs, and finally to the app. So previously, apps like Swiggy allowed login using phone numbers. Now, they use API for login via platforms like Google or Facebook. So this demonstrates the versatility of APIs in enabling seamless user interactions. To prevent misuse, APIs require API keys, which are unique identifiers for secure access. So these keys authenticate requests and ensure that only authorized users can interact with the APIs. Next, security systems closely monitor API usage to detect and prevent misuse. This ensures that APIs remain safe and functional for their intended purpose. And these steps simplify the explanation of how APIs and API keys work in real-world applications. So this is how LangChain leverages APIs to connect your LLM applications with external tools, making them versatile and secure. Now that we understand the role of APIs, so let's explore some real-world applications of LangChain. So, what can you build with LangChain? Here are a few applications. First application we have is customer support. So, customer support for your shopping websites to interact with customers. Next, conversational chatbots for helping you study. Content generation tools for blogs or social media. We also have question answering systems for knowledge bases and then document summarizers for legal or academic content. LangChain simplifies AI development by integrating LLMs with various data sources and tools. Its applications are vast, from chatbots to document summarization. So, let's examine a practical example to see LangChain in action. Alright. In today's data-driven world, understanding and effectively using SQL queries is crucial for managing and analyzing large datasets. However, beginners and even experienced users often need help with complex SQL queries, their syntax, and how they work. This creates a barrier to efficiently interacting with databases and limits their potential to solve real-world problems. To address this challenge, we propose a SQL query fetcher application that leverages the Gemini AI, Python, and Streamlit to simplify SQL learning and usage. The application allows users to input or select a query, generates the SQL syntax, and provides a detailed explanation of its components and functionality. This tool bridges the gap between technical understanding and real-world database operations, empowering users with an initiative and interactive SQL learning experience. Let's jump right into the code. So the first step is setting up your dependencies. Here, we import Streamlit for the user interface and then Google Generative AI for using Gemini. So first, import Streamlit as ST and next import Google.Generative AI as GenAI. So to get this API, you have to go to the Google Gemini API key and here click on Get a Gemini API key in Google AI Studio, and then once you scroll, there is a button on the left called Create API. Now click on it and select your model here and let's copy it. And now let's go back to our VS Code editor and paste it here. So to paste, let's type Google_API_key and inside the double quote, let's paste it. And now let's type GenAI.configure and inside the bracket, let's keep it as API_key equal to and give it as Google_API_key. Now let's type model equal to GenAI.generative model and inside the bracket, let's keep it as Gemini Pro. So we use the Google Gemini API to generate SQL queries dynamically. So make sure to configure your API keys securely. Now let's display the Streamlit layout code. Now let's set up the app's user interface. So we use Streamlit to create an interactive page where users can input plain English queries and get SQL code in return. So we write st.page_config and inside the bracket, let's give it as page_title and inside the double quotes, let's give a title as Edureka SQL Query Generator. And give a comma and let's type it as page_icon equal to and inside the double quote, let's keep it as robot. Now let's put some images. So I'm using Edureka image and SQL logo, and also to make them center, we will type it as column 1, column 2, column 3 equal to st.columns. And inside the bracket, let's keep it as 1, 2, 1. Next, let us type with column 2, colon, and let's type it as st.image and inside the bracket, let's give the image address and then width is equal to 200. Now let us add another image. So let's copy the same and give the other image address. Our layout includes a title, logo and text input box to keep the interface simple and initiative. So here's where the magic happens. So when a user clicks the Generate SQL Query button, we format their input into a prompt for the Gemini model to generate SQL code. So let's create template by writing template equal to and inside the triple quotes, let's type it as create a SQL query snippet using the below text. Next, let us also give text input and we'll also type I just want a SQL query. Now let's type the response. So type response equal to model.generate generate_content and let's keep it as template.format and inside the bracket let's give text_input equal to text_input and next let's type the SQL query. So give SQL_query equal to response dot text dot, so let's give the strip function dot lstrip function dot rstrip function. So the AI generates the SQL query and we clean up the output for display. So once the SQL query is ready, we take it a step further by generating a sample expected output and a clear explanation of the query. Now let's type the logic for showing explanation and output. So let's type st.markdown and inside the bracket we will give HTML tags. So first div style is equal to, we will align the text in center, so text align center, and next let's give h1 tag and inside h1 tag we will write SQL query generator and let's close the h1 tag. Next let's open h3 tag and write I can generate SQL queries for you and let's close the h3 tag and inside the h4 tag let's type it as with explanation as well. Now close the h4 tag and let's open the paragraph tag, which is the p tag, and inside the p tag let's type it as this tool allows you to generate SQL queries based on your data. Now let us close the p tag. Also close the div tag. Now to make the markdown visible, let us type unsafe underscore allow underscore HTML equal to true. Now let's write text input equal to st.text underscore area and inside the bracket let's give it as enter your query here in plain English. Now let us give a submit button. So for that let us type submit underscore button equal to st.button and inside the bracket let us give generate SQL query. Now if submit button colon write it with st.spinner and inside the bracket let's give generating SQL query and then let's create a template and inside the triple quotes let's type it as create a SQL query snippet using the below text. Now using the above template we will write 3 more templates for SQL query, which are text input and then SQL query, which will include expected output and also explanation output. Now to merge all the templates together we will make a container, so we will write with st.container, so it's a function, and let us also write it as st.success and inside the bracket let us give it as SQL query generated successfully. Also we will give here is your query below. Next st.code and inside the bracket let us give SQL underscore query and comma language equal to SQL. Now let us give once again st.success and inside this let us keep it as expected output of this query will be, and now let us keep it as st.markdown and inside the bracket e output. Once again st.success and inside this let us keep it as explanation of this SQL query. Next let us give st.markdown and inside this function let us keep it as explanation. So over here this shows a green success message indicating the SQL query was generated successfully, and next the show SQL query, this displays the SQL query as a formatted code block highlighting it as a SQL. Next is the display expected output. So this provides a success message for the query's expected output followed by st markdown e output, which displays the expected output in markdown format, and followed by st.markdown e output, which displays the expected output in the markdown format. So now this line of code introduces an explanation and st.markdown explanation displays that it is in Markdown format for clarity. So this makes the tool valuable for both learning and debugging SQL. So now let's see it in action. So open the terminal and let us type streamlit run and give your file name. Now, as you can see the screen, your SQL query generator is ready to go. Now let's test it. So for that, here I will input a prompt asking for a query, which is give me the query for create table. Now let's click on generate SQL query, and as you can see it's running. So let's wait for it to generate. So as you can see on the screen, the app generates a SQL query, expected output, and even a plain English explanation in seconds. So how cool is that, right? And that's it. Our SQL query generator powered by LangChain, GenAI API and Streamlit is complete. So this project is perfect for simplifying SQL learning and enhancing productivity. Now, let's begin by understanding what RAG is and how it works. RAG is a hybrid approach in artificial intelligence that combines retrieval systems with generative models to produce highly accurate, contextually relevant responses. It brings the gap between factual accuracy and natural language generation. Now let's understand it with the help of diagram. So, it's a hybrid approach involving artificial intelligence that combines a retrieval system with a generative system to produce highly accurate responses. Now that we know what RAG is, so let's explore why it is crucial for large language models and see a real-world example. So, RAG addresses several limitations of traditional LLMs. It mitigates illusions by grounding responses in factual, retrieved data. By dynamically accessing up-to-date information, RAG stays relevant in rapidly challenging domains. It improves accuracy and relevance by fetching specific, relevant documents during inference. By outsourcing factual knowledge retrieval, RAG enables smaller, more efficient models, and it can adapt to domain-specific knowledge bases for specialized applications. Additionally, RAG provides explainability by showing the retrieved documents or data sources, increasing trust and transparency. Now let us see some of the use cases. So without RAG, the sentence would be, when was the last Mars rover launched? So this is just the incorrect response. So with RAG, the sentence would be dynamically retrieved from NASA's database. And it would be, the Perseverance rover was launched on July 30, 2020. Now that we have seen why RAG is important, so let's dive into how it works. Well, RAG operates in three-step process. A user submits a query, which triggers the retrieval stage. Here, a retriever searches a database or knowledge base using tools like BM25 to fetch the most relevant information. The retrieved data is then fed into a generative model like GPT or T5, which processes it and generates a coherent, contextually grounded natural language response. Now, let's take an example. Here, the query is, who wrote 1984? Retrieve would be fetching a document containing George Orwell wrote 1984. Now, generative response would be, the author of 1984 is George Orwell. This hybrid approach makes RAG ideal for real-world applications like chatbots and knowledge systems. Now that we understand how RAG works, let's explore some of its real-world applications. RAG's versatile applications span various domains. In knowledge management, it can summarize large databases or documentation, aiding corporate teams. Legal and compliance tasks benefits from RAG's ability to answer queries based on case law and regulations, while in healthcare, it can support medical professionals by summarizing research papers and guidelines. Education and e-learning can leverage RAG for virtual tutoring, providing detailed explanations based on the textbooks and research papers. Interactive virtual assistants like Alexa and Siri can utilize RAG to generate accurate and informative responses to user queries such as news headlines or product recommendations. RAG's unique ability to combine retrieval and generation makes it essential for tasks demanding both factual accuracy and fluent natural language responses. Now, let's compare retrieval augmented generation with traditional AI model across three features. First, we have factual accuracy. RAG provides highly accurate responses by using real-time data, whereas traditional models may give less accurate answers and may give errors. Next is the context adaptability. So here, RAG adapts quickly to new queries using live data, whereas traditional models offer fixed answers based only on pre-trained knowledge. Next, we have knowledge updates. RAG is easy to update, just change its data source, whereas traditional models need retraining, which takes time. Then we have scalability, whereas traditional models are limited by their size and training data. And then we have use cases. RAG is great for tasks like legal advice or customer support, whereas traditional models work well for creative writing or casual queries. So here I want to conclude that RAG is ideal for knowledge-based tasks needing accuracy and flexibility, while traditional models are better for creative users. While RAG offers significant advantages, it's essential to acknowledge its limitations. So let's discuss the challenges and future of RAG. So the first challenge is the latency. RAG systems can suffer from latency issues, especially when dealing with large datasets or complex queries. Next is the data quality dependency. The quality of the generated responses heavily depends on the quality of the underlying data. The next challenge is complex integration. Integrating RAG systems with existing applications and infrastructure can be challenging due to the need for data synchronization, query optimization, and model management. And finally, scalability issues. As RAG systems become more complex and are deployed at scale, they can face scalability issues. This includes handling increased query loads, maintaining data freshness, and ensuring model performance. Now, while RAG faces limitations, its potential is undeniable. So now let's discuss RAG's future. The future of RAG holds immense potential. It will power dynamic, real-time applications like news summarization, financial analytics, and live sports commentary. RAG will be customized for specific domains like healthcare, law, and science through integrations with specialized knowledge bases. Advances in retrieval models and compression techniques will reduce latency to enhance efficiency. RAG will expand to handle multimodal data, enabling use cases like multimedia question answering. Additionally, RAG will facilitate personalized AI assistance and improve transparency and explainability by attributing sources and providing clear explanations. Now, let us move on to generative AI project using RAG. So imagine you're working with a massive library of documents. You need a way to quickly search and answer questions based on the content. So manually, flipping through pages takes time and effort. Wouldn't it be great to have a system that retrieves relevant information and answers your questions directly within those documents? So that's where our Streamlit app comes in. This app utilizes the power of natural language processing and advanced retrieval techniques to turn your complex document collections into a powerful question and answer system. So let's take a look at the code behind this app. This app will allow users to ask questions about a collection of PDFs and get answers directly from the documents using the power of natural language processing. Now, first, let's create a virtual environment. Now, in the terminal, let's type the command for setting up the Conda environment in your editor. For that, let's type Conda create -p. Let's type VENV Python and its version. Give equal to 3.10 -y. Okay, let's enter. In this command, the -p VENV specifies the path and the environment name, while -y skips the prompts for a smoother install. Now, while that's setting up, let's create a few essential files. So, let's activate your new environment with the command conda activate VENV and /. So as you can see, our environment is ready. Now let's import libraries. So let's start by importing the libraries we will need. In the first line, we will import Streamlit as st. This gives us access to all the functionalities of the Streamlit for building our web app interface. So next, we will import OS for various operating systems functionalities. After that, now we will import libraries from LangChain, which is a framework for building NLP pipelines. So we will use these for tasks like text splitting, for document chain creation, prompting, retrieval, and more. So we will explain each library in detail as we use them. So let's type from LangChain_group import chat group, that is GROQ. And next we will type from LangChain.textSplitter import recursive character text splitter. So let's type recursive character text splitter. Again, let us type from LangChain.chains.combine documents, import create staff documents chain. Again, from LangChain core.prompts, let's import create underscore retrieval chain. Next, import FAES, import FAES from LangChain community.vector stores. So this will help us to create a vector index for efficient document retrieval. So let us type from LangChain underscore community.vector stores, import FAES. Similar imports will follow for other functionalities like document loading and generating embedding, but we will introduce them as they appear in the code. But before this, go to the Group Cloud website and on your left you have API key option. So select and create your API key and copy this, and if you want to check your model, then go to the playground and at the top right corner click on the Llama model and check. There are so many of them, latest also. So choose your model and generate your free API. Now go to the terminal and paste it in .env file using variable group API key. Now again go to the Gemini AI Studio. On your right you have the create API option. So select your model and create your API key now. Now copy the key and paste it into your environment variable, that is the .env file, using a variable Google underscore API key and paste it here. Now we will load environment variables from a .env file that will securely store our API keys. So for that, use .env to achieve this. Let's type from .env import load underscore .env. Also, let's type load underscore .env function. Next, we use OS to retrieve the Grok API key and Google API key from the environment variables.getEnv. So let us type Grok GROQ underscore API underscore key equal to os.getEnv, and inside the function let's type it as GROQ underscore API key, and inside the single quote let us type GROQ API key, and in the next line let us type os.environ, and inside the bracket under double quotes let us type Google underscore API underscore key and equal to os.getEnv, and inside the function under the double quotes let us type Google underscore API underscore key. So here these keys are the required to use specific NLP services. Now let us write code for displaying app title and images. So for that, load your image. Since I am using Edureka image name edureka.png along with the app title Edureka document question and answer, we will use st.image and st.title for this purpose. So for that, let us type st.image. So inside the double quotes, let us keep the image name and comma width is equal to 200. And let us also keep the title. So for that, st.title, and let us type Edureka document question and answers. Now the next step is to initialize chat group and prompt template. Now it's time to interact with the LangChain group API. So initialize the chat group object using group API key and specify the Llama 3 8B8192, which is the language model we will be using for our NLP task. So for that, let us type LLM equal to chat group, and inside the bracket give the group underscore API underscore key equal to group underscore API underscore key, comma, we will give the model name as well. So for that, type model name equal to, and inside the double quotes give the model name. So here we are using Llama 3 -8B -8192. Alright. Now let us define a prompt template using chat prompt template. So this template ensures that AI responses are based on the context provided and user questions. So keeping answers accurate and concise. So for that, we will type prompt equal to chat prompt template dot from template. And inside the bracket, let us paste the prompt. So here we have the prompt which says, please answer the question strictly based on the provided context. Also, ensure the response is accurate, concise, and directly addresses the question. Now, let's create function for embedding vectors. For that, let's define vector embedding function. So type def vector underscore embedding function and give colon. Next, in the next line, give if and under the double quotes, give vectors not in st.session state colon, then type st.session underscore state dot embeddings equal to Google Generative AI embeddings. Give equal to Google Generative AI embeddings, AI caps. And inside the bracket, give the model equal to, and inside the double quotes, let us type models / embedding -001. Now, make a folder where you will load your PDF. So, I am creating ed_PDF and paste your PDF here. Now, set the sessions. So, that is, let us type st.session underscore state.loader equal to py_pdf directory loader. Here, inside the double quotes, let us paste the path of the PDF. Next is the data ingestion. For that, let us type st.session underscore state.docs equal to st.session underscore state dot loader dot load function. So this particular line of code is for data ingestion, and here this particular line is for document loading. Next, let us type st.session underscore state dot text splitter and give equal to recursive character text splitter. And inside the bracket, let us give chunk underscore size and mention the size here. I'll give equal to 1000 and comma chunk underscore overlap is equal to 200. Now here, these are for the chunk creation. Now let us type st.session underscore state dot final underscore documents equal to st.session underscore state dot text splitter dot split underscore documents. Now inside the bracket, let us give st.session underscore state dot docs. Let us give bracket :20. So this line of code is for splitting. Now let us type st.session underscore state dot vectors equal to VAEs dot from documents. And inside the bracket, let us again type st.session underscore state dot final documents, comma, type st.session underscore state dot embeddings. Okay, so this line of code is for vector OpenAI embeddings. Now to input field for question, let us type prompt1. So give prompt1 equal to st.text underscore input, and let us type here, enter your questions from any document. Now to create a button to load embeddings, let us type if st.button, and inside the function let us give under the double quotes load Edureka db, give colon, and in the next line let us type vector underscore embedding function. Next, type st.success, and the message would be Edureka db is ready for queries. If the question is asked, then if prompt 1 is true, then type document underscore chain equal to create underscore staff underscore document chain, and inside the bracket let us give LLM comma prompt. And in the next line to retrieve, let us type retriever equal to st.session underscore state dot vectors dot as underscore retrieval function. And in the next line, let us type retrieval underscore chain equal to create underscore retrieval underscore chain, and inside the bracket, let us give retrieval comma document chain. Now, to measure response time, let us type start equal to time dot process underscore time function. So, for response, type response equal to retrieval underscore chain dot invoke, and inside the bracket, give input prompt 1. And in the next line, let us type response underscore time equal to time dot process underscore time function hyphen start. Next, let us write code to display the response. So for that, let us type st dot markdown, and inside the bracket, let us keep it as AI response. Now, in the next line, let us type st dot success, and inside the bracket, give response and give answer inside the single quotes. And in the next line, write st dot write. Let us type f inside the bracket, and inside the flower bracket, let us type as response underscore time colon 2f and seconds. Now moving on, let us write the code to display similar documents in an expander. So for that, let us type with st.expander. Inside the bracket under double quotes, type document similarity search results and give colon. And in the next line, let us type st.markdown, and inside the bracket, let us type it as below are the most relevant document chunks. So type below are the most relevant document chunks. Give colon inside the bracket, close the double quotes, and come to next line. Here let us type for I, comma, doc in enumerate, and inside the function give response.get context. Now in the next line, let us type st.markdown, and inside the bracket give f, and let us give the HTML tag, which is div class is equal to card, and open the p tag, and inside the p tag let us give doc dot page underscore content, and now close the p tag. Now let us close the div tag as well. Now let us come outside the triple quote and give comma and type unsafe underscore allow underscore HTML equal to true. So you can also add inline styles and HTML tags and also icons and emojis to make your application fabulous for the user. Now it's time for testing. For that, open your terminal and write streamlit run and give your file name. So once you enter, and there we go. Here's our document question and answer loader. Now select the question from the PDF you have loaded in the file and ask your loader. So as you can see, this is my PDF. So I'm going to copy some question from here. So let me just copy this. Okay, once copied, so I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to click on the load Edureka DB. So guys, as you can see, it provides an answer in context given in the PDF. So this is our answer that it has generated. So that's all. We have used simple Python code and LangChain techniques of RAG and some inline HTML and styles.
What is LLMOps? Large language model operations is a set of practices, tools and frameworks designed to efficiently manage, deploy and maintain large language models like ChatGPT, Claude and Gemini in real-world applications. Just like MLOps streamlines the development of machine learning models, LLMOps optimizes the lifecycle of LLMs from data processing and training to deployment and monitoring. Now that you know what LLMOps is, so let's explore why it's important. As LLMs become widely integrated into business applications, customer support chatbots, content generation tools, and automation systems, they need to be continuously monitored and optimized. Without proper LLMOps practices, large language models can become inefficient, leading to slower response times and increased computational costs. So they may also become unreliable, generating outdated or biased outputs that impact user trust and decision making. Additionally, these models can be difficult to scale and struggle to handle increasingly user demand, which can result in performance bottlenecks and degraded user experience. For example, imagine running ChatGPT-like AI on a customer support chatbot. Without LLMOps, responses would be slow, repetitive, and expensive. LLMOps optimize the entire workflow. So now that we understand why LLMOps is important, so let's take a look at how it differs from MLOps and what makes it unique. Alright, so LLMOps is a specialized branch of MLOps, but it is tailored for large-scale language models rather than traditional machine learning models. So here are the key differences between LLMOps and MLOps. LLMOps differs from MLOps in several key aspects. So in terms of data complexity, LLMOps require vast amounts of diverse text data, whereas MLOps typically works with structured or tabular data. Next, compute power is another major difference, as training LLMs depends high-performance GPUs and massive cloud resources, while traditional ML models generally require lower compute power. And when it comes to real-time processing, LLMOps necessitate scalable deployment to handle continuous inference efficiently, whereas MLOps often relies on batch processing or periodic inferences. Lastly, ethical and bias considerations are more prominent in LLMOps, requiring constant monitoring to detect and mitigate biases and misleading outputs. Whereas bias monitoring in MLOps is important, but generally less complex compared to LLMs. Next, let us see how LLMOps works. So LLMOps follows a structured workflow to ensure the efficient management of large language models. So it begins with data collection and pre-processing, where large text datasets are cleaned and structured for training. Next, model training and fine-tuning help the AI learn to understand and generate text effectively. Once trained, the model moves to deployment, where it is run on cloud servers, edge devices, or APIs for real-world applications. And during inferences and optimization, the model's response speed is improved while minimizing computational cost. Next, monitoring and feedback loops play a crucial role in tracking performance and making adjustments based on real-world usage. Finally, continuous improvement ensures the model remains relevant by updating it periodically with fresh data. And here are some real-world examples. Companies like OpenAI, Google, and Meta use LLMOps to maintain their AI products without frequent manual retraining. So now that we understand how LLMOps works, so let's explore some of the popular tools and frameworks that make it possible to manage and optimize large language models efficiently. LLMOps professionally rely on specialized tools to manage the model lifecycle efficiently. So one of the top 3 most popular platforms is Hugging Face, an open source tool for NLP and transformer models. MLflows is widely used for tracking experiments, model versions, and training metrics. While Kubeflow provides a scalable MLOps framework for deploying AI in Kubernetes. And companies use a combination of these tools to streamline their LLMOps pipelines and ensure smooth deployment. Now that we have covered the tools and frameworks used in LLMOps, next, let's explore the career opportunities and the future prospects in this rapidly growing field. LLMOps is a rapidly growing field with a high demand for skilled professionals. A machine learning engineer focuses on designing and optimizing LLM models, ensuring their frequency and effectiveness. An AI product manager oversees AI model deployment for businesses, ensuring smooth integration into real-world applications. The role of LLMOps engineer involves managing AI infrastructure and scaling models for optimal performance. And if you have a background in machine learning, cloud computing, or DevOps, transitioning into LLMOps is a great move. So, LLMOps plays a crucial role in managing large AI models efficiently, ensuring optimal performance, reduced cost, and ethical AI development. By leveraging top tools like Hugging Face, MLflow, and Kubeflow, professionals can streamline model training, deployment, and monitoring. And with the increasing adoption of AI across industries, career opportunities in LLMOps are booming, making it an exciting and rewarding field for AI enthusiasts looking to build a future in artificial intelligence. And what do you think about LLMOps? Drop your answers in the comments.
What is prompt engineering for code generation? Prompt engineering is a process that creates a specific prompts or instructions for AI language models to generate a code snippets or scripts. It involves defining objects, using relevant keywords, providing examples, and being specific and concise. This process enhances the accuracy, efficiency, and relevance of code generation tasks performed by AI models. Understanding how prompts LLMs can lead to more powerful and efficient applications. Now, let's understand the principles of prompt engineering. These principles provide a basic guidelines that can create a consistently used to increase prompt engineering effectiveness when it comes to code generation tasks. First one is clarify objective and understand task or goal. And second one is utilize keywords and specificity. And the third one is provide examples for context. Next one is conciseness and relevance. And the last one is encourage creativity and adaptability. Let's understand them in brief. First one is clarify objective and understand task or goal. Here, understanding what you want from code output, including inputs, outputs, evaluation criteria, and any constraints or difficulties is essential before creating a prompt. It is easier to develop prompts that accurately guide the model towards a desired outcome where there is a clarity. And the second one is utilize keywords and specificity. Including an appropriate keyword in a prompt helps to communicate the specifics of the task to the model. By avoiding inconsistency and using a clear language and instructions, you can make sure that the model produces a precise and focused code. Rather than requesting a function to process data, for example, be explicit about the kind of data and expected actions. And the next one is provide examples for the context. The model can better understand the expected output format and functionality by referring to the examples. Prompts are made more understandable by providing a specific examples of the desired code, which helps the models to understand the task. This will increase the probability of producing a code that is in line with the expectation. And next one is conciseness and relevance. The prompts needs to be brief, concentrating on relevant information that is crucial to the assignment and excluding unnecessary informations. Code generation is made more efficient by the model's simplified decision-making process, and clear and concise prompts reduces the confusion. Removing irrelevant information lowers noise and improves the timely efficiency. And the last one is encourage creativity and adaptability. Flexible prompt formulation allows for experimentation with the various strategies, such as linguistic structures, constraints, or templates. Continuous improvements in prompt by tracking a model outputs and iteratively improving prompts. This design creativity maximizes the code generation results by adapting to a various scenarios. Now, how prompt engineering is employed in various tools for code generations. First one is GitHub Copilot. Based on given prompts, GitHub Copilot suggests completions, creates documentations, and suggests new features to help developers write code. And second one is Google AI Code Da Vinci. This helps developers to write code in a variety of programming languages by using prompt engineering, producing code snippets in line with the predefined prompts, facilitating a variety of tasks from web development to a natural language processing and machine learning. And the third one is OpenAI Codex. Codex assists developers with the coding task in a variety of domains, such as data science, web development, and game development by utilizing prompts engineering. It creates a code in a number of programming languages based on the precise instructions that users provide. Now, prompt engineering is crucial for guiding AI models in generating code accurately. Let's explore practical examples across different complexity levels. First, we will try for universal starter code, that is Hello World program in Java. So for that, we have to give a prompt like generate a Hello World program in Java. Hit the enter button, you will get a code of Hello World program in Java. Next, we will look into the basics one, that is sum of two numbers. For this, we have to give a prompt like generate a function in Python that takes two numbers as input and returns their sum. So now you can see here the Python code is generated with a function name add numbers. So now we have seen how easy level task works. Let's move on to the medium level examples. We'll try to turn the comments into code. First, we'll create a list of countries and then generate a list of their respective capitals. After that, merge the list to create a dictionary mapping each country to its capital. To get this, we have to give a prompt as generate Python code to create a list of countries and generate their corresponding capitals and combine them into a dictionary mapping countries to capitals. Hit the enter button. Here is the generated Python code for given prompt. Here you can see the country's name and also generated a corresponding capitals. So this function defined generate capital, which gave us dictionary mapping countries to capitals. Next one. Complete function or next line. If I want to complete a function to calculate the area of rectangle, then we have to give a prompt as write a Python function named calculate rectangle area that takes a two parameter as length and width and returns the area of rectangle. And to include the comments, we just have to type it as include comments to explain each step of the function. So in this code, you can see the function name which we have given in the prompt, that is calculate rectangle area with the parameters length and width. You can also see the comments here. If you use this code, you can get an area of rectangle value. Next, we will try for MySQL code generation. To get the names of employees, we have to give a prompt like generate a MySQL query to retrieve the names of all employees from the employee table. This also generated a MySQL query with a select statement. You can see here. The last example is about how to get an explanation of generated code. To get an explanation of a code, you have to give a prompt as provide a line-by-line explanation of the Python function named calculate factorial, which takes a parameter n and returns the factorial of n. Here in this code, you can see a function name so-called calculate factorial, which we mentioned in our prompt. After that, you can see a line-by-line explanation of a code. This is how you can get the explanation of a code.
Embarking on the creation of AI persona chatbots opens up a thrilling and financially rewarding chapter in the realm of artificial intelligence chatbots. This innovative venture stands out because it normalizes the field of AI, removing the barrier of technical expertise. In other words, you don't need to be a programmer or have any coding background to dive into this creative process. Platforms like Flowise are at the forefront of this revolution, offering intuitive tools that simplify the creation of these sophisticated chatbots. With such platforms, the process becomes accessible to everyone, empowering users to bring to life digital avatars of well-known personalities, celebrities, or influencers. These virtual entities can serve various roles, acting as personal assistant, ready to manage tasks, or offering guidance and tailored advice to users' needs. So coming back to our video, firstly we need to equip our systems with some tools. So let's proceed with installing Flowise. Now, in order to install Flowise, we need to visit the Flowise official website. So let's check that out. So I'm going to type Flowise. Okay, so here's the official website of the Flowise. I'm also going to add this link to the description. You guys can also access it from there. Then in this official website, you can see the GitHub link over here. So we'll go on GitHub. Then we'll scroll down. And here we see the quick start option. And this quick start, we have all the steps to start with the Flowise. So firstly, it says to install Node.js. So we'll do that. So over here, based on your system, you can just download the Node.js. So I have already downloaded the Node.js in my system. So I'm not going to repeat the step, but you guys can follow on that. Then again, over here, these are some commands which we have to type on our command prompt. And over here, the first command that you see on your screen is to install the Flowise. Okay, I have already installed Flowise in my system, but you guys have to follow this step if you are new into the Flowise. I have already installed the Flowise in my system, but for the first timers, you have to put this command in your command prompt. So I will go directly with the start Flowise. So this command I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it on my command prompt. You might have to wait for some time. Okay, so over here we can see the Flowise is listening at port 3000 and data source is being initialized. So after getting these two messages, you can directly go to port 3000. So we'll go into that. And here is the Flowise user interface in front of us. Okay, so very firstly, we have to start gathering the data to feed into our chatbot. Okay. So you can choose any of the mediums, you can refer any blogs, any of the YouTube videos or anything. For us, we are going to take some Steve Harvey motivational videos. So we'll go to YouTube. And over here, I'm going to type as Steve Harvey motivation. So we'll try to look for longer videos because the larger the transcript is, the more accurate your data is going to be. So this is pretty long. So in order to download the transcripts, what you have to do is just copy the link of this video. Copy. I'm going to mute it. Not this one. And then we need to go to the site YouTube transcripts. Then over here, we need to paste a URL. Go. And over here, you have the access to the complete transcript. So what we're going to do is just copy the transcript from here. And then we need to save it to our system. So I've already prepared a folder called transcripts. And you can see 2 transcripts I have already written. So you can seek the transcripts in any of the documents. I have put it in text documents. You can even prefer as PDFs or docs or anything. Now, this was for the previous chatbots that I have prepared. So let's delete those because I don't need them. And we'll prepare a new one. So new text document I need. And let's save it as Steve Harvey part 1. Yes. So over here, I'm going to paste the entire transcript. Control S, it got saved. Yeah, and we are ready to go. For this particular video, I'm going to take one more video of Steve Harvey. So let's search one more video. This we already took. Any other? Yeah, this one looks good. Just pause it for now. Copy link. Again to the same site. we're going to paste the URL. Yeah. And we are going to copy the entire transcript. And again, we're going to go to our system, new text file. Let's give it Steve Harvey part 2. Open, Control V, Control S. Yeah, and we are ready to go. So after downloading this transcript, let's go back to our Flowise. So here we have Flowise. Then I'm going to click on Add New. And here is the canvas where we are going to make our chatbot. So in order to start that, go to Add Nodes, go for Chains, and here we have Conversational Retrieval QA chain. Just drag and drop it to the canvas. So this Conversational Retrieval QA chain is a tool that is used in creating chatbots, which helps the chatbot to find and provide answers to the questions in a conversation. You can think of it like a library system inside the chatbot that helps in understanding what you're asking and then search through its knowledge to give you best possible answer. This chain is a sequence of steps that the chatbot follows to make sure it understands the questions correctly and retrieves the right information to help you. And over here in the Conversational Retrieval QA chain, you can see as chat model, vector store retriever and memory as the inputs. And the final output is a Conversational Retrieval QA chain. So let's find the input of these. Okay, so our first input is chat model. So we are going to go to Add Nodes and we'll look for chat models over here. And for this chat model, we are going to choose Chat OpenAI. Again, drag and drop. We are going to put it here. Now, you can check out the output as Chat OpenAI. We are going to connect its output to the input of Conversational Retrieval QA chain, especially to the chat model section. Yes. Now, let's check the second input, which is vector store retriever. So we're going to go to plus nodes. Then we're going to look for the vector stores. And where is it? We need in-memory vector store. This one. So drag and drop over here. Now, this in-memory vector store is actually a database that our chatbot is going to follow through. In this document section particularly, we are going to put our transcripts. So let's connect its output to the vector store retriever input of Conversational Retrieval QA chain. So, as I already told you, in this document section, we are going to store the transcripts that we have downloaded. So how to do that? Again, add nodes, go to document loaders, and then select folder with files. Drag and drop, put it over here, output to the input. Now, in the folder path section, we have to put the path of our transcripts. So over here, Control C, and again to our Flowise, folder path, Control V. Okay. Now, we can also see one input as text splitters. So let's also take care of that. So we go down, here we have text splitters, and we're going to take cursive character text splitter, drag and drop over here. The chunk size is already 1000, which is good enough, and chunk overlap, let's put it to 200. Again, it's output to the text splitter input of folders with files. Yeah. Now we have one more thing called embeddings. So we are also going to add embeddings. So okay, over here we have embeddings, and we have OpenAI embeddings. We're going to put it over here. Yeah. So our chatbot is almost ready. So over here you can see this connect credentials part. So let's also check that. We have to add a credential, and for that we are going to take the API keys of the OpenAI. How to do that? Let's check that out. So we are going to go at OpenAI website. So I'll type just platforms.openai accounts and API key. this one. Now, for the API keys, we are going to go to platform.openai. So, this particular link, I'm going to paste it to the description. You can get it from there. And here we have the access towards the API keys. So, just click on create new secret key. You can type anything like test key or anything like that. Create secret key. And it's going to generate a secret key for you. So, I'm just going to copy that. And then I'll come back to the flow wise. Yeah, I'm going to save it. Let's save that as AI Steve Harvey. Save. Okay, our chat flow got saved. Back and go to credentials. Let's set this one. Just go to add credentials. Put here as OpenAI API. No. And here it asks for credential names and OpenAI API key. So just paste your API key and let's put here as OpenAI. Add. Yeah. So here we have our credentials. Now again we are going to go to our chat flow. And over here in the connect credentials part, we're going to paste as OpenAI. One in our chat model and another one we have in our embedding section. Again, we have OpenAI. So our chat flow is fully ready. So again, we are going to save it. And then you can go to the section of chat. So it already shows a message. Hi there, how can I help you? Firstly, I'm going to say hello. Now, it's going to take some time and it's going to show error. Okay, it showed how hello, I can assist you. I'll tell him to introduce yourself. Okay, I'm an AI assistant. I'm here to provide you with information assistant. So, our chatbot is kind of working, but we want our chatbot to have a personality of Steve Harvey. How to do that? Let's check that out. Now, in order to give that personality of Steve Harvey, let's go to the additional parameters of the retrieval QA chain. And over here, you have a space. Now, put a prompt similar to like this. So, this is a prompt like you are Steve Harvey, an American television host. All this I've gathered from different sources like Wikipedia or like Steve Harvey personality blogs or anything like that. You can get it from there. So I'm going to select it all. I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste it over here. You can also pause the screen and read the full prompt. But what I want you to read is the last line because it's important. So the last line is like, if you have no relevant information within the context, just say, I'm not sure. Or don't try to make up an answer, never break the character. Again, the same thing, answer the user question as you are Steve Harvey and only answer questions found in the context. If you don't have any answer, just respond with something like, I have no idea. Or could you please rephrase that? Or I'm not sure. So yeah. So this prompt will help a model to stick to the relevant information and answer it as Steve Harvey. So again, we are put, okay. So firstly, we need to save it. Yeah, we saved it. Chat. Again, we're going to put something like, hello. Okay. Hi there. And again, I will say, introduce yourself. Okay. So here you can see now, I'm Steve Harvey and television host, producer, actor, comedian. I'm known for my hosting shows like Family Feud and all, like whatever we have given in the prompt. So now I'll tell him to, just tell me a joke. Okay, sure thing. Here's a joke for you. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in this field. Okay, let's tell him I need a motivation. What does I need? A motivation. I need some motivation, I'll tell. As I am feeling lazy. So here we have our answer. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Remember, success requires a tremendous work ethic and faith. Imagination is the key to achieve your dreams. So dream big, believe in yourself, and take action to make those dreams a reality. You have the potential within you to achieve great things. Keep pushing forward. Okay, so it is working properly. So our chatbot actually got a personality of Steve Harvey.
This is something I was going through recently and I found it so interesting that I wanted to share it with you. Now, most of y'all must have heard of ChatGPT, the super trending AI text generator that generates responses based on user prompts. This technology was developed by a company called as OpenAI, and along with ChatGPT, they released a few APIs that are super convenient to use in your code. You can find these models if you search for openai.com/API/pricing. Once you're in this page, if you scroll down a bit, you will be able to see a section called as language models. Now this section has a collection of base models that you can directly use in your code. There are currently 4 options available, which is Ada, Babbage, Curie, and DaVinci. Now each of these models has slightly better capabilities than the previous one, and depending on these capabilities, prices can also differ. Now the Ada model, which is the least capable out of these 4, has the fastest response time, and DaVinci is the most capable while being the slowest out of all these options. Now coming to the pricing, you can see that the prices are mentioned per 1000 tokens. So what is tokens? You can think of tokens as words, and like it is mentioned over here, 1000 tokens is approximately 750 words. You will be charged based on how many tokens you use in your program. If you want to look at the differences, then there is a separate page for that too. Over here, you can see the details, capabilities, and restrictions of each of these models. All these models are developed on the GPT-3 models, and the DaVinci model, which is the most capable, has a max request limit of 4000 tokens, and the training data was taken up to June of 2021. The Curie model is slightly less capable than the DaVinci model, but it is faster and costs way less than DaVinci. It has a max limit of 2048 tokens, and you can also see that it was trained only until October of 2019. The Babbage model is another option which is capable of straightforward tasks and is very fast while giving your answers at a fraction of the cost. And the Ada model is super fast while being restricted to very simple tasks. Now, just because the capabilities differ doesn't really mean that the Ada is worse than DaVinci. It all depends on your use case. If your use case is very simple and straightforward, you would be better off using Ada or Babbage, and if you have some complex mathematical tasks, then you can use a text generator like DaVinci. While using these models in code, you will also have to insert some parameters. Based on this parameter, the prices can also heavily differ. To use the OpenAI APIs, you will first need to head over to openai.com. Once you are in here, you will find an option called as API on the top. Click on that and then log into your account. If you don't have an account yet, then I highly recommend that you make one. Now once you log into OpenAI, you will find yourself in a web page similar to this. What you need to do right now is head over to your account and then click on View API Keys. Once you're here, click on this button that says Create New Secret Key. Once this key has been generated, make sure that you copy this key. Let's just name this key as OpenAI.API key. Now before we execute this code, we will need to install a library called as OpenAI. So let's just do that by using the pip command. As you can see, I have already installed OpenAI in my system, but if you haven't already, then this command will install OpenAI library in your system. Once that is done, you can get rid of that cell and import the OpenAI library into your code. Now let's run this. Yes, your key needs to be passed as a string. Now let's run it again, and you can see that it has executed successfully. Now let's define a simple prompt. We'll say variable prompt is equal to, and then a message. Let me just type, "Hi, how are you today?" Now this will be our prompt. Now that we have access to OpenAI and we have defined our prompt, the only thing left is to generate a response. Now to generate the response, let's start by typing variable response equal to OpenAI.completion.create. Now this is the function that you use to generate responses. Inside the create method, we will start defining our parameters. The first parameter that we are going to define is the type of engine that we will use. So you can just type engine equal to, and then you can specify the model that you will use. If you want the details of the models, you will find it over here. These are the models that you can use in your code. Let's first start with the ADA model. The next parameter that you will need to specify is your prompt. This parameter will be passed to your model to generate a response. Since tokens are expensive, it's best practice to set a max limit to your tokens. You can do this by typing the max tokens parameter and setting a value for it. Let me just set it to 50. And one more interesting parameter is the number of responses that you want to generate. So we can set it as n equal to 1. This will tell the model to generate only one response. Another interesting parameter is the temperature parameter. This parameter will tell the model how flexible it can be with the response. This value can be anywhere between 0 and 1. A temperature of 1 will make the generated response quite formal, while a value of 0.1 will keep the response extremely creative. Keep in mind that lesser temperatures can also make your responses factually incorrect. And when I say 1, it will show 1. When I say 0, it will show 0. And then 0.1. For now, let's keep the temperature value at 0.5. With this, we have generated the response. To view this response, you will just need to write one more line of code. This can be done by using the print function and then typing response.choices. Now, choices is a list of generated response. Since we have set n as 1, we'll be getting only one output. So our response's choice index is 0. We also need to see the text format of the response. So we type .text at the end. Once we execute this code, you can see that our model has generated a response. You can also change the model or the number of responses if you don't find the answer satisfactory. And now you can see that our response is more friendly. So guys, this is how we use OpenAI API in Python.
Imagine asking ChatGPT for a poem and it writes one instantly. Now think about an AI assistant planning your entire day, booking meetings, and even handling emails without your constant input. That's the difference between generative AI, which creates content, and agentic AI, which acts with autonomy, making decisions. In 2025, as AI becomes more than just a tool, understanding this shift is very critical. Are we heading towards just smarter chatbots or truly independent digital agents? Let's break it down through this video. Let's see the key differences between generative AI and agentic AI. Generative AI and agentic AI serve different purposes, each with unique strengths and applications. The key distinction comes down to creativity versus decision making. As previously discussed, generative AI focuses on producing content, whether it's text, image, or code. It enhances creativity by assisting writers, designers, and developers. But it lacks true autonomy. It only works when prompted and doesn't make any decision on its own. Agentic AI, on the other hand, is designed for interactions and execution. Instead of just generating responses, it can analyze situations, make decisions, and take actions. While it may not create content like generative AI, it can manage workflows, automate tasks, and adapt to real-world conditions. Another key difference is user dependency. Generative AI is entirely reactive, meaning it requires human input to function. It waits for prompts before generating anything. In contrast, agentic AI is proactive. It can initiate actions independently, setting reminders, optimizing schedules, or even solving problems without human intervention. The applications of these AI types also differ. Generative AI is widely used in content creating, marketing, entertaining, and software development. And Agentic AI powers autonomous systems like self-driving cars, AI-powered customer service, and personal assistant that can handle complex workflows. Both AI types are transforming the industries, but when they work together, they unlock even greater potential. Imagine an AI that not only generates a marketing campaign, but also launches it, tracks engagement, and refines the strategy automatically. The future isn't just about choosing between generative AI and agentic AI. It's about combining them two to build truly intelligent systems. Now that we understand the key differences between these two, let's explore the future of AI by asking, will generative AI be replaced? As AI continues to evolve, one big question arises. Will agentic AI replace generative AI? Right now, generative AI is everywhere, helping people write, design, and code faster than ever before. But it has one major limitation. It relies entirely on human input. Agentic AI, on the other hand, takes things further. It doesn't just generate, it decides, plans, and even acts. It's the next step towards the true autonomous intelligence. Does that mean generative AI will be obsolete? Not necessarily. The future of AI isn't about one replacing the other. It's about coexisting. Generative AI will keep getting more creative and even sophisticated, producing even higher quality content. Agentic AI will become even more autonomous, integrating deeper with industries like healthcare, finance, and robotics. But this shift does come with some risk. As AI takes on decision-making power, we face new challenges, ethical concerns, unintended consequences, and the need for accountability. If an AI agent makes a bad decision, who is responsible? And how do we ensure it aligns with the human values? The answer lies in balance. The real future of AI is hybrid approach, where generative AI fuels creativity and agentic AI drives intelligent action. Imagine an AI system that not only writes a research paper, but also submits it to journals, responds to reviews, and refines it automatically. And this is where we are headed. Not just smarter AI, but AI that truly works with us as both a creator and an agent. The question isn't whether agentic AI will replace generative AI. It's how we'll harness both to shape the future of intelligence. Now that we have explored the differences between generative AI and agentic AI, let's move on to building an intelligent AI agent that can interact with our database using natural language. This means you can simply ask a question like, show me all the students who have scored above 80, and the agent will automatically convert it into an SQL query, fetch the data, and return the exact result from the database. No need to write complex SQL queries manually. Just ask and the AI responds. Let's dive in and build this powerful system. First, we need to set up a Conda environment to manage our project dependency. To do this, we open the terminal and run the following command. We'll write conda create -p vnv python equals to 3.10 -y. So, Conda creates a new Conda environment, and -pvnv specify the environment path as vnv. Python equals to 3.10 installs Python version 3.10 inside the environment, and -y automatically confirms the installation without asking for approval. Once the process is complete, our virtual environment is ready, and we can move forward with setting up our Agentic AI project. Next, we'll create a file named requirements.txt, where we'll list all the necessary libraries for our project. This will help us easily install dependencies in one go. Additionally, we'll create a .nv file to securely store our Google Generative AI API key, keeping sensitive information separate from our main code. With these files in place, we ensure a well-structured and organized setup for our Agentic AI project. First, we will work with SQLite, a lightweight self-contained database engine to create and manage a student database. Let's break it down step by step. So we'll create a file named sql.py and import the SQLite 3 module, which allows us to work with SQLite databases. We'll write import SQLite 3. This module provides all the necessary functions to create a database, insert records, retrieve data, and manage connections. Next, we create a connection to an SQLite database file named student.db. we'll write connection equals to SQLite3.connect, connection equals to SQLite3.connect, in the bracket, in double inverted comma, student.db. If this file doesn't exist, SQLite will automatically create it. The connection object will allow us to interact with the database. Now we create a cursor object, which is used to execute SQL commands in Python. We'll write cursor equals to connection.cursor. Think of the cursor as a tool that helps us send queries to the database and retrieve results. Now we define a SQL command to create a table named student with 4 columns. We'll write table_info equals to triple inverted commas. Next we'll create a table. For that we'll write create table, then student. We'll write in the bracket name type varchar and we'll have 25 characters, comma class type varchar and the same 25 characters, comma section type varchar with 25 characters and marks type integer. Then we'll write cursor.execute in the bracket table_info. The name stores the student's name string up to 25 characters. The class stores the class's name. And the section stores the section of the student. And lastly, the mark stores the marks obtained as integer. Executing this command creates the table in the database. Next, we insert 5 student records into the student table using SQL insert statements. I've already created and inserted 5 values in the table. You can create as much as you can. Each insert command adds a new role with the student's name, class, section and marks. Now we retrieve and display all records from the student table. For that we'll have to write print in the bracket the inserted records are. In the next line we'll write data equals to cursor.executed in the bracket 3 single inverted comma select star from student closing the inverted commas in the bracket. Then we'll write for row in data colon print in the bracket row. The select star from student query fetches all the data from the table. The for loop iterates through the records and prints them one by one. And finally, we commit our changes and close the database connection. For that, we'll write connection.commit and then connection.close. The .commit function ensures all the changes are saved in the database. The .close closes the connection, freeing up the system resources. And that's it. We have successfully created a student database, inserted records, and retrieved them using SQLite and Python. Now, let's build an interactive Streamlit app that converts natural language questions into SQL queries using Google's GenAI model. It then retrieves data from an SQLite database and displays the result. Let's break it down step by step. But before we start, we have to activate the environment. For that, we'll write activate venv /. And here our environment is activated. First, we'll create a file named app.py and load environment variables using .env. For that, we'll write from .env, we'll import load_.env. Next, we'll write load_.env. It will load all environment variables. This ensures that sensitive information such as API keys is securely stored and accessed. Next, we import the necessary modules. For that, we'll write import Streamlit as st, then import OS, then import SQLite3, and then import google.generative AI as GenAI. Streamlit here powers the web interface. OS helps access the environment variables. SQLite3 allows us to interact with the database, and Google Generative AI enables the conversion of natural language into SQL queries. Now, we configure the Google GenAI API key. But before that, we'll have to create an API key through Google Studio itself. I've already generated one. You can create yours through Google Studio itself. Then we'll write genai.configure in the bracket API_key equals to os.getEnv and in another bracket Google_API_key. This allows the app to use Gemini 1.5 Pro to generate SQL queries. Then, we define a function to generate SQL queries from natural language input using GenAI. For that, we'll write def get underscore Gemini underscore response in the bracket question comma prompt. Next, we'll write model equals to GenAI comma generative model. In the bracket, we'll write models / Gemini version 1.5 Pro. Then we'll write response equals to model.generate underscore content in the bracket and in square brackets prompt in the square bracket 0 and comma question. And then we'll write return response dot text. The function initializes the Gemini model. It takes a question and predefined prompt as input, and the AI model generates an SQL query as output. Next, we define a function to execute SQL queries on the database and retrieve results. For that, we'll write def read underscore SQL underscore query in the bracket SQL comma DB. Next, we'll write con equals to SQLite3 dot connect in the bracket DB. Then cur equals to con.cursor and then cur equals to execute in the bracket SQL. Then we'll write rows equals to cur.fetchCall, then con.commit and then con.close. And then we'll create a loop by writing for row in rows and then we'll print it and then return rows. The function connects to the student.db database. It executes the given SQL query and it fetches all the retrieved records and prints them. Now, we define the AI prompt that instructs Gemini on how to convert the questions into SQL queries. As you can see, I've already created a prompt for my own and you can create yours according to how you want your model to function. If you want the prompt which I've used over here, you can just comment on the video and I'll send it to you. This prompt ensures the Gemini AI generates SQL queries accurately without unnecessary text. Now, we'll set page configuration with a title and icon. For that, we'll write st.set underscore page underscore configuration in the bracket page underscore title equals to SQL query generator Edureka comma page underscore icon. Then we'll display the Edureka logo and header. For that, we'll write st.image in the bracket 123.png comma width equals to, let's keep it as 200. st.markdown in the bracket logo plus Edureka's Gemini app / your AI powered SQL assistant. Next, we'll write st.markdown, then the logo and ask any questions, comma and I'll generate the SQL query for you. The page title and the icon are set. A logo is displayed at the top and the app's purpose is to introduce to the user. And before we import the logo, just make sure that you have the logo in your folder. We take user input for a natural language query. For that, we'll write question equals to st.text underscore input in the bracket enter your query in plain English, colon, comma, key equals to input. This allows users to type their questions, such as show all students with marks above 80. A submit button triggers the SQL generation process. And for that, we'll write submit equals to st.button in the bracket generate SQL query. When clicked, the app processes the query and retrieves the result. Now, we define what happens when the submit button is clicked. For that, we'll write if submit in the next line response equals to get underscore Gemini underscore response in the bracket question comma prompt. This is to convert the question to SQL. And then we'll print the response. Then we'll write response equals to read underscore SQL underscore query in the bracket response comma student.db, and this is to execute SQL on the database. Then we'll write st.subheader in the bracket the response is brackets closed. Next we'll include a loop for then row in response. Then we'll write st.subheader in the bracket the response is, and then we'll include a loop for row in response. Then we'll print row and then st.header and in the brackets row. The user's question is converted into an SQL query using Gemini AI. The SQL query is executed on the student DB database. and the retrieve records are displayed on the Streamlit app. And that's it. The AI-powered Streamlit app allows users to ask natural language questions, which are automatically converted into SQL queries and executed on a student database. Now, let's open the terminal and run our Streamlit app. To do this, we simply type streamlit run app.py and hit enter. It's running, and as you can see, our Agentic AI is up and running, ready to interact with our database. Let's test it by asking a simple question. We'll ask, give me the names of all the students. The AI processes our request, converts it into an SQL query, and retrieves the student names from the database. Perfect. As you can see, the response is generated. Now, let's try another query. We'll say, give me the average of marks. And just like that, the AI calculates and returns the average marks. The response which is provided is 72.2. So in this video, we successfully built an agentic AI that can understand natural language, generate SQL queries, and interact with our data seamlessly.
Did a Chinese AI model just shake up the entire US market? Let me tell you what happened. On January 27, 2025, the stock market took a serious hit. Tech stocks dropped hard, and the biggest shock was that the Nvidia, a prominent player in the AI hardware sector, saw its stock crash by 17%. And that's a $590 billion loss in a market value. And it was because of an AI model called DeepSeek R1. Yes, you heard that right. A Chinese AI model just sent shockwaves through the industry, raising big concerns about China's growing AI dominance and what it means for companies like OpenAI, Google, and even Nvidia. So why is DeepSeek R1 such a big deal? Well, it's not just another AI model. It's a game changer. And with models like DeepSeek R1, DeepSeek V2, and DeepSeek Coder, and it's going head-to-head with the top players like OpenAI and Google, offering powerful AI at the fraction of the cost. Here, I have added a screenshot for your reference, and this table compares the large language models based on their accuracy and calibration error. And among the models mentioned, DeepSeek R1 has the highest accuracy with 9.4%, outperforming O1 with 9.1%, Gemini Thinking with 6.2%, and other models such as GPT-4o with 3.3% and Group 2 with 3.8%. Furthermore, DeepSeek R1 has the lowest calibration error with 81.8%, indicating improved confidence calibration over other models with errors greater than 88%. This demonstrates that DeepSeek R1 not only produces the most accurate results but also has a higher forecast reliability. And this benchmark graph will show the DeepSeek R1's expectational performance across a variety of evaluation tasks, solidifying its position as a top-tier LLM. Notably, DeepSeek R1 achieves the highest scores in AI-ME 2024 with 79.8%, Codeforces with 96.3%, Math 500 with 97.3%, and MMLU with 90.8%. indicating superior reasoning, problem-solving, and coding skills. When compared to OpenAI's O1 models and DeepSeek V3, DeepSeek R1 consistently outperforms or equals top models, particularly in domains requiring precise logical reasoning and mathematical skills. Furthermore, its high Swevens verified score is 49.2% demonstrates its suitability for software engineering applications, and this finding supports DeepSeek's R1's advancements in AI research, establishing it as a formidable competitor in the LLM space. First, let's talk about DeepSeek R1.0 and its successor DeepSeek R1. So let's break it down. In reinforcement learning, there are two main components, the agent and the environment. The agent interacts with the environment, and based on its actions, it receives rewards or penalties. The goal of the agent is to maximize these rewards by learning from its mistakes and improving over time. Now, let's talk about the DeepSeek R1.0. This model was a pioneering attempt to use reinforcement learning without supervised fine-tuning. And the idea was to let the model learn entirely through interaction with its environment without any pre-labeled data. However, this approach had some challenges. DeepSeek R1.0 faced two major issues. First is the poor readability. The model's outputs were often hard to understand. And next, the language mixing with Chinese. The model sometimes mixed languages, especially Chinese, which affected its performance in English tasks. And to address these issues, the team introduced DeepSeek R1. This new model not only solved the problems of readability and language mixing, but also achieved remarkable performance. In fact, DeepSeek R1 matched the accuracy of OpenAI's GPT-o1 model, especially the OpenAI 01217 model on reasoning tasks. That's a huge milestone. But that's not all. DeepSeek R1 is also 24 to 28 times cheaper to train compared to other state-of-the-art models. And this makes it not only highly effective but also cost-efficient, opening up new possibilities for research and applications. So, to recap, here we have. The DeepSeek R10 was an ambitious attempt to reinforcement learning without supervised fine-tuning, but it faced challenges with readability and language mixing. DeepSeek R1 addressed these issues, achieving top-tier accuracy and being significantly most cost-effective. Now, as far as GPT is concerned, ChatGPT combines unsupervised learning, supervised fine-tuning, and RLHF, making it more aligned for text-based reasoning and safe AI interactions. Now, we will look at the model comparison. DeepSeek and GPT are both pushing the boundaries of what AI can do, but they take a very different approaches. So let's break it down. We asked the GPT-o1 model and DeepSeek R1 model to generate a Python code where a ball bounces inside a rotating triangle. Sounds cool, right? Well, let's check out the result. First up, here's what GPT-o1 came up with. It works, but the physics seems a bit off, and the movement isn't as smooth as you would expect. Not bad, but it's not quite there yet. Now, let's look at what DeepSeek R1 generated. Wow, this one looks way better, right? The ball's movement feels more natural and the rotation of the triangle is much smoother. The overall gameplay experience is just more polished. So, if we compare the two, DeepSeek R1 definitely outperformed GPT-o1 in this challenge. Of course, both models are impressive in their own ways, but when it comes to designing this specific game, DeepSeek R1 takes the win. Now, we will distinguish the differences in detail. So first, let's talk about the architecture. DeepSeek uses a mixture of experts design. Think of it like a team of specialists. Only the relevant experts are activated for each task. So for example, DeepSeek V3 has 671 billion parameters, but only 37 billion are activated per token, making it super efficient. And on the other hand, GPT model uses a dense transformer architecture where all the parameters are active at once. GPT-4, for instance, has 175 billion parameters, all working simultaneously. And this makes GPT powerful but also computationally expensive. Now, let's talk about cost and efficiency. DeepSeek is a game changer here. It was developed on the budget of just $5.5 million due to its efficient MOE design. And that's a fraction of what other models cost. GPT models like GPT-4 requires massive computational resources. Training GPT-4 cost over $100 billion, making it a heavyweight in terms of both performance and expense. And when it comes to performance, both models shine in different areas. DeepSeek is a powerhouse in tasks like coding, translation, and solving complex math problems. And in fact, DeepSeek R1 has been shown to match the performance of advanced systems from OpenAI and Google despite its smaller budget. GPT models like GPT-4 are known for their natural language understanding, creative writing, and complex reasoning. And they are incredibly versatile and can handle a wide range of tasks with ease. Next, accessibility is another key difference. DeepSeek is an open source, meaning its code is available to the public. And this promotes transparency, collaboration, and innovation within the AI community. GPT models, on the other hand, are primarily proprietary. While OpenAI has released some tools and models, many advanced versions are restricted and accessed through APIs. Finally, let's talk about the ethics and censorship. DeepSeek implements strict content moderation, especially for politically sensitive topics. This ensures compliance with regulatory standards but can sometimes limit its responses. GPT models also have moderation mechanisms to prevent harmful outputs, but they strive to balance open access to information with ethical guidelines. Now, we will install the DeepSeek R1 and run a short demo on it. So let's see how the DeepSeek R1 model can be installed. First,
let's open up our browser and head over to the olama.com. And once you're there, you will see a download button. So go ahead and click on that. Now select download for Windows to start the download. And keep in mind, it's a pretty big file, so it might take a minute to download. So let's give it some time. Once the download finishes, go to the download folder and find the installation file. Now here, double click on the file to open the installation window. And you will see an install button. So simply click on that and Olama will start installing on your system. So once Olama is installed, let's head back to the Olama website. Now click on the models tab at the top of the page, and here you will see a list of available models. And for this video, we are going to use the DeepSeek R1 model. So we will select the 1.5B model, but if you want, you can also choose the latest 7B model too. Now, once you have selected the model, you will find the installation command here. So go ahead and copy that command. Now, open your terminal on your Windows system and paste the command we copied earlier. So this is the command, and this command will start pulling the model. So depending on your internet speed, this might take a little time, so be patient. And that's it. Once the process is done, your DeepSeek R1 model will be all set up and ready to use on your system. Alright, now let's try out some commands here. So let's say hello. Okay, we got some response here. Now let's ask it to tell something about himself. Alright, so it responded saying that I am DeepSeek R1 and AI assistant. Next, let's ask it to design a Python code to list all the files in a directory. So as you can see, it has provided up the code we asked for. Great, right? So what does all of this means for the future of AI? Well, AI is becoming more accessible. Like, for years, AI development was mostly controlled by big companies with massive budgets. But now, with open source models like DeepSeek R1, anyone, whether you have a small startup or you are an independent developer or a student, you can build AI solutions without paying huge API fees. This means faster adoption and innovation worldwide. Next, the global AI race is heating up. The AI race between the United States and China is getting even more competitive. While the United States tries to limit AI chip exports, China is finding ways to keep up. No matter which side you support, one thing is clear. AI is evolving rapidly and staying informed is more important than ever. Next, AI is becoming more sustainable. Training AI models consume massive amounts of energy. But with advancements in optimization, we are seeing a shift towards more efficient and eco-friendly AI. This means lower CO2 emissions and a reduced environmental impact, something that was once a major concern in AI development. Next, career opportunities are growing. And if you're a developer, AI engineer, or a data scientist, this is your moment. Companies will need skilled professionals to build and deploy AI solutions at a faster pace than ever. So if you have been thinking about getting into AI, now is the time to start. Well, DeepSeek is making big moves, but can it really compete with OpenAI in long run? Which one do you think will dominate the future of AI? So let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Did Alibaba just do the impossible? Their latest AI model has outperformed both GPT-4 and DeepSeek in some key benchmarks. But how did they manage to do it? And what does this mean for the AI race? Stick around as we dive into the shocking details behind this breakthrough and what it means for the future of AI. Alibaba just dropped a bombshell during the Lunar New Year, a new AI model called Qwen 2.5 Max. And they say it outperforms OpenAI's GPT-4o, Meta's Llama, and even China's own rising star, DeepSeek. Is this the new benchmark in AI? Let's break it down. First off, what exactly is Qwen 2.5 Max? Developed by Alibaba Cloud, this model is being hyped as a major rival to GPT-4o. According to their benchmarks, it crashes competitors in reasoning, coding, and multilingual tasks. So let's look at the numbers. In Arena Hard, a benchmark for complex problem solving, Qwen 2.5 Max scored 85.3%, beating GPT-4o's 80.2% and DeepSeek's V3's 77.5%.
But here's the twist. It's not just about the raw power. Alibaba built this model for businesses. Think customer service bots that speak 10 languages, or AI coders that debug Python faster than your engineering team. And unlike OpenAI's premium pricing, Alibaba's offering Qwen 2.5 Max at a fraction of the cost. But why drop this during the Lunar New Year, when half of the China's on vacation? Well, that's where the discussion begins. Meet DeepSeek, the 20-month-old startup that's been shaking up Silicon Valley. 3 weeks ago, they dropped DeepSeek V3 and the R1 model. And the secret is insanely low cost. We are talking $0.14 million per tokens. That's like charging pennies for a Lamborghini. DeepSeek's cheap open source models triggered an AI price war in China. Alibaba reduced price by up to 97% overnight. But DeepSeek's founder Yang isn't sweating it. In a rare interview, he said, "We don't care about the price wars. AGI is our goal. AGI, that's artificial general intelligence. AI that can overthink humans." And here's the twist. DeepSeek isn't some corporate giants. They are a tiny team of grad students and researchers working out of Alibaba's hometown, Hangzhou. Meanwhile, Alibaba's got 200,000 employees. So, how does Qwen 2.5 Max actually stack up? Let's compare. First, let's talk about reasoning. Qwen takes the lead here. Next, when it comes to coding, Qwen continues to shine. And if multilingual support is what you're after, Qwen speaks Mandarin, English, Spanish, or whatever you name it. But DeepSeek V3 still holds the crown for affordability. And GPT-4o, it's holding on to its reputation. But even OpenAI Sam Altman admitted DeepSeek's progress is impressive. But Alibaba's timing is strategic. Releasing Qwen 2.5 Max during Lunar New Year when everyone's distracted is a power move. It's like dropping a diss track on the Christmas day. No one's looking, but everyone will hear it. So, here's why this matters. DeepSeek's R1 model wiped $1 trillion of US tech stocks in a day. Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft all dropped. Why? Because if a tiny Chinese startup can match GPT-4 at 100 the cost, inventors wonder, are we overspending on AI? And China's giant aren't sitting still. ByteDance updated its AI model days after DeepSeek's launch. Tencent and Baidu are in the price-cutting frenzy. Meanwhile, Alibaba is betting big on Qwen to dominate enterprise AI. Think hospitals, banks, and mega corporations. And the real question is, who's closer to AGI? DeepSeek's agile team or Alibaba's corporate powerhouse? Share your thoughts in the comments. So, is Qwen 2.5 Max the new AI champion? Maybe, but this isn't just about benchmarks. It's a glimpse into the future. A future where AI isn't just built by Silicon Valley giants, but by startups in Hangzhou and open source communities worldwide. Let's learn what Nvidia is all about. Nvidia is a multinational technology company that specializes in graphics processing units and other products for gaming, automotive, data center, and professional visualization markets. Nvidia's role as a leader in AI and graphics technology features its iconic headquarters and cutting-edge hardware products like the RTX and series GPUs. Nvidia's innovations are transforming industries from gaming to AI, making it a key player in the tech advancement. Their commitment to powerful processing and AI solutions is reflected in both their infrastructure and product lineup. Well, Gen Z started their journey with Nvidia's gaming experience by powering popular titles with advanced graphics and AI technology. As you see, Nvidia's GPUs are often used to optimize these games, enhancing visual quality and performance, which creates a seamless and stunning visual experience for players. For Gen Z who played games and used PCs containing Nvidia elements, the company is like a friend to them. So, let's see what the news is all about Nvidia. Nvidia recently announced several key advancements, including the launch of its large language model cloud services to accelerate AI applications across industries. The NeMo LLM service empowers developers to customize large models, while the BioNeMo service is specifically designed for biological and genetic predictions. Additionally, a new NeMo framework has been introduced to improve training efficiency for large language models
and the powerful H200 supercomputer is set to enhance LLM training capabilities, further positioning Nvidia as a leader in AI innovation. These announcements position Nvidia as a top innovator in AI infrastructure. So now, let's explore one of their global collaborations. 2025 predictions: AI finds a reason to tap industry data lakes. Every industry, every company, every country must produce a new industrial revolution, says Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang at the AI Summit in Japan. Now, let's look at what Nvidia exactly achieved. Nvidia's next-generation AI hardware, Hopper and Blackwell, offers unmatching performance, enabling faster training of complex models. Now, let's look closer at what makes Hopper a game-changer in AI processing. The Hopper chip, built with 80 billion transistors and manufactured with the TSMC's 4nm process, delivers unprecedented processing power and high clock speeds. It is specifically designed to accelerate large language models and generative AI. And the Blackwell chip, containing 104 billion transistors and a peak performance of 1.4 exaflops, is equipped with 30 TB of high bandwidth memory, making it ideal for handling large AI workloads. Moving forward, let's discuss Nvidia's software innovations in large language models. Nvidia has launched NeMo LLM, a framework that supports diverse NLP tasks, and BioNeMo LLM, which specializes in biological and genetic research. Together, they bring AI's power to life science. Now, let's discuss the first model, that is NeMo LLM. Nvidia's NeMo LLM, powered by the RT-LLM engine, is a robust 12 billion parameter model with a 128,000 token context window, enabling optimized performance for diverse NLP tasks. Transitioning to life science, BioNeMo is transforming the field with its unique capabilities. Nvidia offers a diverse range of AI models on its website, likely under nvidia.build. You can explore these models and their capabilities. Now, let's take NeMo AI demo as an example. On the NeMo AI website, you will find information about how to interact with the model through APIs, potentially using OpenAI standards, and a temperature setting to control its creativity. You can even input code like cout, hello world in Python, and the model will translate it into different programming languages, showcasing its capabilities. The second model is BioNeMo LLM for biological research. It is trained on molecular, protein, and DNA data. BioNeMo LLM accelerates drug discovery and advances genetic research, driving breakthroughs in biology. Now, let's see the BioNeMo impact on science. BioNeMo is a breakthrough tool tailored for biological data, revealing hidden patterns that could revolutionize drug discovery. Now, let's move on to the BioNeMo's research applications. BioNeMo identifies complex biological relationships, transforming genetics research and advancing research through collaborative human-AI insights. BioNeMo analyzes protein and DNA sequences to fuel new scientific insights, enabling researchers to uncover critical discoveries faster. So, following the above news, let's see what happened in AI Summit in India. At the Nvidia's AI Summit India, CEO Jensen Huang shared his vision for AI's potential in India. He highlighted the country's promising future in AI innovation, supported by Nvidia's technology. He stated the world's digital future will be written in AI, and India has a lead role. Jensen Huang and Mukesh Ambani discussed India's potential as a global AI hub. Huang envisions AI-enabled super employees driving future advancements. He stated AI will amplify human capabilities and create super employees of the future. Nvidia's global reach connects innovators and leaders worldwide. With 306.995 trillion metrics of computational power, Nvidia leads the AI revolution. Nvidia's ongoing innovations in AI hardware and software are reshaping industries and pushing the limits of what's possible. And with this, we have come to the end of this video on Nvidia's breakthrough in AI chips. I hope you enjoyed about Nvidia and its new advancements through this video. What
What skills do you need to succeed in generative AI? Here's a breakdown of the key technical skills that are essential. First, we have programming skills. Mastery of programming languages like Python is a must. Python is particularly popular in AI due to its versatile and the availability of libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch. Next, machine learning expertise. You should have a strong understanding of machine learning concepts and algorithms. Familiarity with different machine learning frameworks is also beneficial. Next, data handling skills. Comfort in working with large datasets is crucial. This includes data cleaning, pre-processing, and visualization. Next, deep learning knowledge. Understanding neural networks, convolutional networks, and recurrent networks is vital, as generative AI heavily relies on these concepts. Next, mathematics and statistics. A solid foundation in linear algebra, calculus, and statistics will help you understand how algorithms work and optimize them effectively. Finally, creativity and critical thinking. Don't forget the importance of creativity. Being able to think outside the box will enable you to come up with innovative solutions in generative AI. By building these skills, you will not only prepare for technical challenges but also become a valuable asset in the job market. Now, if you are eager to jump into generative AI, here's a roadmap based on what I have learned along the way. First, start with the basics. Let's kick things off by building a strong foundation in AI. I recommend Edureka's AI certification course as a great starting point. In this course, you will get hands-on with core tools like Python and data handling, plus set up basic AI tools like the OS module and NLTK for natural language processing. These essentials gives you a solid base for a more advanced AI skills. Next, get certified. Certifications really help you stand out and make sure you are covering industry-relevant topics. A few key ones to consider are the Responsible AI certification, where you will dive into the ethical AI and tools for fairness like IBM's AI Fairness 360. Next, the Prompt Engineering course. If you're interested in making AI chats more intuitive with optimized prompts using OpenAI's APIs. These certifications build your skills while highlighting your knowledge to potential employers. Next, gain hands-on experience. Next up is a real-world practice, which is a must. Edureka's Mastering Generative AI Tools course is a great option here. You will learn popular tools like TensorFlow and PyTorch and work on projects like image synthesis and text generation. This gives you the confidence to apply AI in real-world scenarios. Networking is super valuable in AI. It opens doors and keeps you updated. Through Edureka's ChatGPT training course, you get more than just skills. You connect with other AI learners and share insights. Plus, you will work with tools like OpenAI API and learn to build customer support bots, which is a great asset. Next, specialize yourself. To stand out, consider specializing in a specific area. Here are some courses to consider. First, AI for software developers, which is focused on using GitHub Copilot and deploying models with AWS. Next, AI in retail. This one covers personalized recommendations and other retail-focused AI solutions using TensorFlow recommenders and Google's Vertex AI. Next, GitHub Copilot training. Learn how to use this AI-powered coding assistant for enhanced productivity. Now, let us move on to the job opportunities in generative AI. As you prepare, consider these various roles you can pursue in generative AI. First, we have AI research scientist. Specializes in advancing AI technology by developing new methodologies and exploring cutting-edge innovations. Next, AI product manager. Manages the development of AI-driven products, ensuring they meet user needs and align with business objectives. Next, NLP engineer. Focuses on natural language processing, enhancing human-computer interaction through language-based technologies. Next, AI solutions architect. Designs AI-based solutions tailored to address specific organizational goals and challenges. Next, AI ethics researcher. Investigates the ethical implications of AI technologies, ensuring responsible and fair AI development. Next, AI consultant. Provides expert guidance to businesses on effectively implementing and utilizing AI strategies for growth. Now,
Let's talk about a question that's on many people's minds. Is generative AI taking over jobs, or is it just reshaping them? The answer to the question is no, it's not eating our jobs. Instead, generative AI is reshaping jobs by automating repetitive tasks in areas like customer service, design, and content creation. While it handles routine work, jobs that require creativity, emotional intelligence, and complex decision-making remain secure as AI struggles with all these complex tasks. Generative AI boosts productivity as a partner, helping us focus on strategy and creativity. Generative AI is reshaping industries and economics at this staggering pace. Reports by Goldman Sachs and PwC Global highlights that AI has the potential to significantly boost global GDP and labor productivity while driving economic gains of up to 45% by 2030. So, let's dive into how you can prepare for a lucrative generative AI career. So, to get started with GenAI, start with the natural language processing. Natural language processing is the branch of AI that focuses on the interaction between computers and human language. So here's what you need to learn. First, start with the basics of NLP. Learn how machines understand and process language. Next, parts of speech tagging, where you need to understand how to label words with grammatical tags. Next, text processing. Here, learn techniques for cleaning and preparing text data for models. Next, named entity recognition, where you need to learn to build models that identify entities like names and dates. Next, text vectorization. Study methods to convert text into numerical data using techniques like bag of words and embeddings. Next, learn about large language models. Well, large language models are powerful AI systems trained on massive datasets to understand and generate human-like text. Here, dive into different types of LLMs like Llama, Falcon, and Gemini. Next, transformers, where you need to learn about their architecture, including the encoder, decoder, and attention mechanism. Next, read the seminal paper, Attention is All You Need for the In-Depth Understanding. In this paper, you can read about the transformers in depth. Next, working with APIs. APIs, that stands for Application Programming Interfaces, allow you to integrate and extend functionality in your projects, and they can be paid or unpaid. So in this video, we will mostly tell you about free API sources. Use free API platforms like Glitch, Postman, Moki, Heroku, Rapid API, and Firebase functions. Also build APIs with platforms like Group to create generative AI integrations, and you can also use Hugging Face for free resources. Now, as you can see here, we are at the group platform, and on the top we have this developer option, and once you hover on it, you can see options like free API creation, and once you click on it, it will redirect you to this, where on your left you can see different options. Now, if you want to check about the model, then click on the playground. Then on your right you have the Llama model. So if you click on that, you can see different model group website provides, and these are all for free. Next, click on Create API Key, and here give any name to your API key, and that's it. You have your own API key now. So from here you can copy it and use it. Also, you can create as many API keys as you want. You can explore Hugging Face for pre-trained models and datasets. So now we are at the site of Hugging Face. You can see options like models, datasets, space, post, docs, etc. Now, suppose you want to code for your model, then click on model, and it will redirect you here, where you can see options like libraries, datasets, language, or licensed models, etc. Now, select the model according to your project. As you can see, we have different options here, so select your model and use this website as much as you want. Next, start building mini projects for practice. So here, start applying your knowledge with hands-on projects such as named entity recognition models, next, translators and summarizer, sentiment analysis systems, also the text-to-speech or speech-to-text applications. After building mini projects, you can move on to advanced topics. So to enhance your skills in AI, focus on techniques like quantization to optimize models for faster and more efficient deployments, particularly in resource-constrained environments. Then,
dive into fine-tuning large language models to customize pre-trained models for specific tasks, unlocking their full potential for tailored applications. Additionally, explore the LangChain framework, a powerful Python library for building generative AI pipelines. Practice using its comprehensive documentations and tutorial videos to deepen your understandings. So if you haven't already watched our video featuring to LangChain project, it provides valuable insights and practical examples to get you started with this versatile tool. And this, Edureka's Generative AI certification and training will teach you Python programming, data science, artificial intelligence, natural language processing, and many other updated technologies that a beginner or advanced learner is seeking. Now, after much practice, you must know how to develop a backend and a frontend. So, start with the backend, because when you start with the backend, you will deal with real-life problems and have a thorough knowledge of your coding language too. So, for backend development, you can leverage frameworks like Fast API, Django, and Flask to create robust and efficient server-side applications. These frameworks are well suited for handling API creation, request routing, and server-side logic, making them essential for modern web development. To manage and store data effectively, consider using databases such as MySQL or MongoDB, which offer reliable and scalable solutions for structured and unstructured data respectively. Combining these tools allows you to build powerful data-driven applications with ease and efficiency. Edureka's Python Developer Masters program, crafted by an industry expert, will give you extensive knowledge about Python and its libraries. Also, with a hands-on project, you will gain proficiency in data science, machine learning, deep learning, and natural language processing. So if you are a beginner and want to upskill yourself, you can check out this certification. You can also consider a Django certification training course, where you will be guided by industry experts and gain insights into Django REST framework, Django models, Django Ajax, Django Query, and many other top technologies. Also, if you are looking for particular database certification courses, you can check out the MongoDB certification training course, which will give you deep insights into backend database technologies. When you are thorough with the backend, next, moving on to frontend. For front-end development, focus on creating user-friendly interfaces to complete your projects effectively. Start with basic web development by mastering foundational technologies like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build responsive and visually appealing designs. As you progress, explore advanced JavaScript frameworks such as React.js, Vue.js, or Angular, which provide powerful tools for building dynamic, interactive, and scalable web applications. These frameworks streamline the development process and enhance the user experience, making them essential for modern front-end development. Edureka's Web Developer Master Program will give you insights into HTML, CSS, and other web development tools. So if you are a beginner and want to upskill yourself, you can check out this certification course. Also, you can check out the Full Stack Web Development Program, which will teach you front-end and back-end development with the core technologies you need as a beginner. Now, having both front-end and back-end complete, you need one more thing for your journey, that is version control with Git and GitHub. Version control is essential for tracking changes in your projects and collaborating efficiently with others. And by learning to use Git commands, you can manage versioning, maintain a history of your work, and seamlessly revert to previous states if needed. Additionally, leveraging platforms like GitHub enables you to deploy and manage projects, collaborate with team members, and showcase your work to a broader audience, making it an indispensable skill for developers. Edureka's Git certification training will give you insights into version control, from scripting to Git workflow, everything you need to know about version control. So, if you are a beginner and want to upskill yourself, you can check out this certification training course. And by following this roadmap and practicing consistently, you will develop a strong foundation and advanced skills to excel in a high-paying career in generative AI. So start today, and remember, hands-on project and continuous learning are the key to success. So let's get started with our first question, that is, how traditional AI different from generative AI? Now, let's take a look at the differences between traditional AI and generative AI. Traditional AI relies on predefined algorithms and primarily works with labeled, supervised data to solve specific problems, whereas generative AI uses advanced learning techniques to understand data structures, train on datasets, reason, and create new and innovative solutions. This ability to generate fresh output sets generative AI apart from traditional methods. Let's compare traditional AI and generative AI based on their functioning. So in traditional AI, the process typically involves data collection, model selection, training the model, evaluation, feedback, and finally deployment. And on the other hand, generative AI starts with data preprocessing, followed by AI model training, data generation, identifying patterns, and iterative training that incorporates feedback and acknowledgement. Once defined, the model is then deployed. And this iterative and creative approach makes generative AI more dynamic in its application. Well, the key differences is that traditional AI works on predefined rules while generative AI does not. So here are some examples to differentiate traditional AI and generative AI. Traditional AI is used in applications like image detection, stock market prediction, fraud detection, and voice recognition. Whereas generative AI is utilized for tasks such as content creation, predictive fashion trends, code generation, and advancements in healthcare industries. Moving on to next question. How does generative AI help in scaling businesses? Well, generative AI helps businesses scale by automating and optimizing process, creating personalized customer experience, and generating data-driven insights. Here's a breakdown of how it contributes. First, efficiency and automation. Generative AI automates repetitive tasks such as content creation, customer service via chatbots, and report generation, freeing up human resources for strategic activities. Next, pattern recognition. By analyzing vast data sets, generative AI identifies trends and patterns, enabling businesses to make proactive decisions, optimize operations, and predict market shifts. Next comes the content creation. It generates high-quality marketing materials, product descriptions, and creative assets at scale, which reduces the cost and production time. Next, personalized experience. AI customizes interactions and recommendations for customers, improving satisfaction and loyalty, which are critical for scaling. Next is the rapid prototyping and deployment. Generative models create simulations, prototypes, and even entire product designs, accelerating product development cycles and reducing time to market. And finally, enhanced decision making. AI-powered tools provide actionable insights and forecast, guiding businesses in resource allocation, market strategy, and scaling efforts. Well, generative AI acts as a catalyst for growth by delivering scalable, innovative solutions that adapt to the dynamic demands of modern business environments. Moving on to our next question. What are some common applications of generative AI in real world? Generative AI has the wide range of application in real world like gaming. In the gaming industry, renowned companies like Nvidia and Ubisoft are utilizing generative AI to enhance various aspects of game development and player experience. Generative AI is being used to boost creativity, improve screen time dynamics, refine shadow techniques, and elevate the overall player experience, making games more impressive and engaging. Next, in content creation. So in the field of content creation, companies like Microsoft Azure and OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, are developing advanced algorithms to generate unique and innovative content. This content not only captivates audience but is also highly appreciated by critics, showcasing the transformative potentials of generative AI in creative industries. Next, in fashion and design. In the fashion and design industry, companies like H&M Group and Nike are leveraging generative AI to offer personalized clothing, shoes, and accessories online. This innovative use of AI has brought significant advancements, enabling these brands to enhance customer experience and set new standards in personalized fashion. Next, in healthcare industries. Well, in the healthcare industries, companies like Atomwise and In Silico Medicine are utilizing generative AI to enhance efficiency and accuracy in medical care. Given the critical importance of precision when it comes to saving lives, generative AI plays a pivotal role in advancing medical research, diagnostics, and treatment solutions. Next, in chatbots and virtual assistants. So to enhance user experience, major companies like Google, Microsoft, and IBM are developing advanced chatbots and virtual assistants.
These AI-driven tools aims to provide personalized support, improve efficiency, and streamline communication, making interactions more initiative and engaging. So, our next question is, what are some popular generative AI models you know? So, first one we have is GPT. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Series, a series of language models designed to generate human-like text based on pre-trained data, enabling tasks like text generation, translation, and even summarization. Next, we have BERT, Bidirectional Encoder Representations from Transformers, a language model that understands context in both directions like left to right and right to left to improve tasks like question answering and language understanding. The next generative AI model is DAL-E and DAL-E 2, AI models capable of generating images from textual descriptions, with DAL-E 2 offering enhanced image quality and more accurate interpretations of complex prompts. Now, moving on to our next question, what are some challenges associated with generative AI? Some key challenges associated with generative AI include data privacy and security. Large dataset used for training may compromise user privacy or include sensitive information, leading to regulatory and ethical concerns. Next, bias and fairness. Generative AI can amplify biases present in the training data, resulting in outputs that are unfair or discriminatory. Next is equality and accuracy. Ensuring the quality and factual accuracy of AI-generated content is difficult, especially with diverse and large datasets. And the next challenge is interpretability and transparency. Generated content can lack traceability, making it hard to explain or justify outputs. Potential for content to closely resemble on copyrighted material. And the next challenge is ethical concerns. Misuse of generative AI for malicious purpose, such as creating deepfakes, spreading misinformation, or automating spam. Next, resource intensity. Training generative models requires significant computational resources, leading to high cost and environmental concerns. And finally, deployment challenges. So, ensuring robust, scalable, and safe deployment of generative AI models in real-world application is complex. And addressing these challenges requires a combination of technical solutions, ethical guidelines, and legal frameworks. Moving on to next question, what is the large language model and how is it used in generative AI? Well, a large language model is a type of artificial intelligence model that has been trained on vast amounts of text data to understand and generate human-like language. And these models are typically built using deep learning architectures such as transformer-based models like GPT, BERT, and T5, and contains billions to trillions of parameters that help them capture the details of natural language. And some of the key features of LLMs include the massive scale. LLMs are trained on extensive datasets that includes a variety of domains such as books, articles, websites, and more. The next feature is contextual understanding. LLMs can understand the context of words, phrases, and sentences by processing long-range dependencies, making them capable of generating coherent and contextually relevant text. Next, transfer learning. Pre-trained LLMs can be fine-tuned on specific tasks or datasets, allowing them to perform a wide range of language-related tasks with minimal task-specific data. But how LLMs are used in generative AI? Well, it is used in text generation. LLMs can generate coherent and human-like text based on the prompt. Like for example, GPT-3 can write articles, create dialogues, generate poetry, or even code. Example, given a prompt like write a story about a dragon and a wizard, the model generates a creative and coherent story. Next, it is used in text completion. LLMs can predict and complete sentences or paragraphs based on the initial input, making them useful in applications like auto-completion, chatbots, and writing assistants. Next, LLMs are used in translation and summarization. LLMs can translate text from one language to another or summarize long documents into concise summaries, making them valuable for tasks requiring cross-lingual understanding or information distillation. Next, in conversational agents. LLMs power conversational AI systems such as chatbots, virtual assistants, that can understand and respond to user queries in natural language, offering more dynamic and human-like interactions. It is also used in creative content creation. LLMs are used to generate creative content such as articles, marketing copy, and even scripts for videos or films. Next, in sentiment analysis and classification. LLMs can be used to fine-tune to classify text, like example sentiment analysis, spam detection, by predicting labels based on context and training data. Next, what are some common applications of large language models? So some of the common applications of large language models include chatbots and conversational AI, powering virtual assistants and customer support bots to engage in natural language conversations. Next, language translation, translating text from one language to another while preserving meaning and context. Also, in summarization, automatically compressing large documents or articles in concise summaries. And you can also give examples of sentiment analysis, which defines the sentiment or emotional tone of text for applications in monitoring, analysis, and also in code, where it is programmed snippet. Next question is engineering, and why is it important in generative AI? Well, prompt engineering is the process of designing and refining prompts to effectively guide the output of a generative AI models, particularly language models like GPT. In the context of generative AI, a prompt is an input or instruction provided to the model, which it uses to generate a response or output. The quality, clarity, and structure of the prompt can significantly influence the model's output, making prompt engineering a critical skill in maximizing the performance and usefulness of these models. The image shows the concept of prompt engineering, emphasizing its role in optimizing interaction with AI systems. It highlights three key objectives: improving accuracy, which ensures precise responses, enhancing relevance, which tailors outputs to user needs, and increasing efficiency, which streamlines process for better performance. And together, these elements demonstrate how effective prompts design can significantly improve the overall functionality and outcomes of AI models. Next, how does generative AI handle the creation of text-based content? So, the generative AI generates text-based content through a process that involves several key steps. Here's a simplified explanation. First, training on large data sets. Pre-trained on large data sets, AI models like GPT are trained on vast amounts of text data from diverse sources such as books, articles, and websites. This extensive training helps the model to learn language patterns, context, and general knowledge, forming the foundation for its ability to perform various language tasks effectively. Next, the architecture of the model. Generative AI models are built on the transfer architecture, a highly effective framework of sequential data. It leverages mechanisms like self-attentions to understand context and relationships within text, enabling text such as language generation and comprehension. Next, generating responses. The generation process involves multiple stages, including structuring ideas, connecting relevant information, analyzing data, writing coherent content, and finally deploying or delivering the output in a meaningful and usable form. Next, iterative process. In terms, it means by training it, receiving feedback, and making adjustments based on that feedback to enhance its performance. So in summary, generative AI models like GPT generate text by predicting word sequence based on learned patterns from extensive training data, while understanding and maintaining context throughout the generation process. Examples of generative models include GPT-4, BERT, Transformers, and T5, which stands for Text-to-Text Transfer Transformer. Moving on, question: can you explain how generative AI is used in chatbots or language translation? Generative AI enables chatbots to produce contextually relevant, coherent, and human-like responses, improving the user experience. Key areas where generative AI contributes include generating responses. By leveraging large language models, generative AI can produce more natural and engaging responses, making chatbot interactions feel more human-like. Next, creativity. Generative AI can be used to generate creative content such as poems, stories, or scripts, which can be incorporated into chatbot conversations to make them more entertaining and engaging. Next, personalization. Generative AI can analyze user data to personalize chatbot responses, making the interaction feel more tailored to the individual user. And then we have context management. Generative AI can maintain context throughout a conversation, allowing chatbots to understand and respond appropriately to the user's evolving needs and preferences. These capabilities of generative AI are transforming how chatbots and language translation tools are used, making them more effective and user-friendly. Now, moving on to the advanced level questions in generative AI. And the question is, what is the role of the data in training generative AI models? Data plays a crucial role in training generative AI models as the quality, quantity, and diversity of the data significantly impact the model's performance and output. Here are some of the examples of data usage in generative AI models. First, in image generation. For models like GANs, large datasets of images are used to teach the models how to generate realistic images. Next, text generation. For models like GPT-4, vast text from various sources like books, articles, websites are used to train the model to understand and generate human-like text. And next, in music generation. Models trained on large collections of musical compositions learn patterns in melody, harmony, and rhythm to generate new music. Now moving on to next question. How do attention mechanisms enhance the performance of generative AI models? Well, attention mechanisms significantly enhance the performance of generative AI models by allowing relevant data when generating output and contribute performance. The top states that the is a critical that and performance of generative AI models. The diagram shows how attention heads in parallel. Each attention head different aspects of the allowing the model to capture relationships between different parts of the data. The outputs of these are then concentrated and processed to generate the final output. Attention mechanism enables the model to learn more detailed representations of the input through suggestion. The question is, and how do they function? Type of generative, particularly for realistic images, text, or audio. The diagram clear visual of a GANs architecture and its functioning. GAN adversarial networks and highlights that a GAN is a system consisting of two main subnetworks. Next, generator. Generator is responsible for creating new data samples. Well, it takes input and attempts to generate realistic data points, example, images, text, that mimics the training data. Next is the discriminator. The discriminator acts as an evaluator. It takes an input both real data samples from the training set and the generated samples from the generator. Its task is to differentiate between the real and fake data, assigning a probability of being real to each sample. Now, let us see the function of GANs. GANs comprise two key components, a generator and a discriminator. The generator aims to create instances that closely resembles the training data, whereas the discriminator acts as a binary classifier tasked with differentiating between real data samples from the training set and synthetic data generated by the generator. The adversarial relationship between the generator and the discriminator drives the GANs to produce increasingly realistic synthetic data. So as you can see the screen, this image shows the functioning of a generative adversarial network. It starts with random noise as input, which is fed into the generator network. This network attempts to generate a fake sample that resembles real data. The generated sample is then presented to the discriminator network alongside actual real samples from the training dataset. The discriminator's task is to classify each sample as either real or fake. So both the generator and discriminator networks learn and improve through this adversarial process, with the generator aiming to produce increasingly realistic samples that can fool the discriminator, while the discriminator strives to accurately distinguish between the real and fake data. Next, how do generative models like GANs help in image generation? Generative models like generative adversarial networks are powerful tools for image generation. GANs consist of two neural networks, the generator and the discriminator.
which work together in a competitive process to create highly realistic images from random noises. Here's how GANs help in image generation. Generative models like GANs are powerful tools for creating realistic images. GANs use a dual network approach to achieve this. The generator network creates new images. The discriminator network evaluates these images, trying to distinguish between the real and generated images. This adversarial process forces the generator to create increasingly realistic images. Now, let's see the training process of GANs. In this process, the generator network strives to improve its ability to create realistic images that can deceive the discriminator. Conversely, the discriminator network focuses on enhancing its ability to detect fake images, leading to an ongoing improvement cycle for both networks. Through the continuous adversarial learning between the generator and discriminator, the generator eventually produces high-quality images that are so realistic that they can successfully deceive the discriminator. Moving on to next question, what are variational autoencoders and how do they differ from GANs? Well, variational autoencoders are a type of generative model that is built on the principles of autoencoders, a neural network architecture commonly used for unsupervised learning tasks like dimensionality reduction and feature learning. Key components are encoder. The encoder maps input data, for example an image, to a latent space, representing it as a distribution over latent variables. Next, the output. Instead of mapping to a single point in latent space, the encoder outputs the mean and variance of a Gaussian distribution. This distribution captures the uncertainty in the encoding process. Next, we have decoder. The purpose is the decoder takes the sample latent variables and maps it back to the data space, reconstructing the original input data or generating new data. Output. The decoder produces a reconstructions of an original input or a new data point that lies within the learned distribution. Next, what role can generative AI play in education, especially in creating customized learning materials for students? Generative AI can play a transformative role in education by creating customized learning materials that cater to individual student needs. Here's how it can be utilized effectively. First, in personalized learning paths. Customized content. AI generates tailored content based on a student's learning pace, interest, and proficiency levels. For example, if a student struggles with a particular math concept, the AI can create additional exercise or explanations focused on that topic. Next, adaptive assessments. AI can design assessments that adapt in real time to a student's performance, offering more challenging problems as the student progresses or providing more foundational questions if they encounter difficulties. Next, interactive learning materials. It provides dynamic textbooks. AI can create interactive textbooks that update based on the latest research and educational trends. These materials could include simulations, quizzes, and other interactive elements that respond on how a student interacts with the content. Next, simulations and virtual labs. AI can generate virtual experiments and simulations, allowing students to explore complex scientific concepts in a safe, controlled environment. Next, language and writing support. In grammar and style suggestions, AI can assist students in improving their writing by providing real-time feedback on grammar, style, and clarity. It can also suggest alternative phrases or vocabulary based on the student's level. Next, essay generation assistance. For younger students or those learning new languages, AI can help generate essay outlines or suggest content structure, helping them organize their thoughts more effectively. Next, automated content creation. Lesson plans. AI assists teachers by generating lesson plans that align with curriculum standards, saving time and allowing teachers to focus more on student interaction. Next, practice problems and quizzes. AI can create endless variations of practice problems and quizzes, ensuring that students get the repetitions they need without encountering the same problem twice. Next, support for diverse learning styles. In visual and audio content, AI can generate visual aids like charts, graphs, and diagrams to produce audio explanations for students. Next, AI can also create educational games that are tailored to the curriculums, making learning more engaging and fun for students with the preferences for interactive learning.
Well, generative AI in education has the potential to create more personalized, engaging, and effective learning experience for students while also supporting teachers with the tools they need to enhance their teaching. Next, what is the Gaussian mixture model and how is it used in generative AI? A Gaussian mixture model is a probabilistic model used in generative AI. It assumes that data points arises from a combination of multiple Gaussian distribution. The image visualizes the concept, and the first shows a single Gaussian distribution, the second shows a mixture of two Gaussian distributions, and the third row shows data points generated from various Gaussian mixture model configuration. Well, it is valuable in generative AI for tasks like clustering, density estimation, and generating synthetic data. The graph demonstrates data generation using a Gaussian mixture model. After training on a dataset, it can create a new data points by sampling from a learned Gaussian distribution. The graph compares a theoretical normal distribution to data points generated through Monte Carlo sampling from this distribution, showcasing the accuracy of the generated data in capturing the underlying distribution. This technique is crucial in generative AI for tasks like creating synthetic data that resembles real-world data. Next question is, can you describe the concept of a transformer model? The transformer model is a type of deep learning architecture that has transformed the field of natural language processing and more recently has been adapted to other domains like computer vision, introduced in the paper Attention is All You Need in 2017. The transformer model moved away from traditional recurrent neural networks and convolutional neural networks by relying entirely on a mechanism called self-attention. And this graph shows the increasing number of the model parameters in generative AI models over time. As the number of parameters grows, these models gain the capacity to process and learn from more complex data, leading to enhanced performance in tasks like text generation and image synthesis. However, this increase in parameters also comes with challenges such as increased computational cost and the risk of overfiltering, where the model performs well on training data but poorly on new unseen data. The next question is, what are model parameters and how do they affect the performance of generative AI models? Model parameters are crucial components of generative AI models that significantly influence their performance and output quality. These parameters are the internal settings that a model learns from the training data and uses to make predictions, generate content, or perform specific tasks. Process of optimizing model parameters in generative AI starts with inputting training data and initializing the model's parameters. An optimization mechanism is then applied to the train and update the model's parameters iteratively. This process continues until the defined closing conditions are met. Finally, the optimized parameters are obtained, which are crucial for the model's performance in generating realistic outputs. Model parameters influence the content generation process, impacting the output quality. These parameters are crucial for feature learning, enabling the model to identify and utilize patterns in the data to generate realistic and meaningful outputs. And the next question is, how can generative AI be leveraged to create personalized experience for users in e-commerce? Generative AI can significantly enhance personalized experience in e-commerce by tailoring content, recommendations, and interactions to individual users. Here's how it can be leveraged. First, in personalized product recommendation. AI-powered recommendations personalize product suggestions by analyzing individual user data. By understanding browsing history, purchase patterns, and preferences, AI algorithms recommend products aligned with user interests, enhancing the shopping experience and driving sales. Next, customized marketing campaigns. AI enables personalized email marketing by analyzing user data to generate targeted content. By delivering messages with relevant products and promotions tailored to individual interest, AI enhances campaigns' effectiveness, increasing engagement and driving conversions. Next, tailored product descriptions and reviews. AI personalizes product descriptions by analyzing user data to highlight features most relevant to them. This enhances the shopping experience and increases purchase likelihood by providing targeted information. Next, virtual assistants and chatbots. AI-powered chatbots function as virtual shopping assistants. They provide personalized product recommendations, answer user queries, and guide them through their shopping journey based on individual preferences. Next, visual search and augmented reality. AI-driven visual search allows users to upload images of derived products. The AI then generates suggestions for similar items available in the e-commerce store, offering a highly personalized search experience. And by leveraging generative AI, e-commerce platforms can create a deeply personalized shopping experience that not only enhances customer satisfaction but also increases engagement, loyalty, and conversion rates.
And with this, we have come to an end to this full course on generative AI and LLMs. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. And do look up for more videos and playlists, and subscribe to Edureka's YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.